Yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Ay.
B-Eazy that dude. B-Eazy that dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. Big block engine with 26 inches on the chrome I ride. Started at the bottom, soared to the top and still on the ride. Air handshake solid, seal the deal airtight. He gave you the blueprint to grind and get your hustle right. Money in the vision, it was dirty but he washed it clean. Turned a dollar to a dream, now he living like a king. From the late nights grinding to the early bird moves. Ask around the city, he really that dude. He love how he talk it cause he walk it too. Every step calculated, everything come through. From the hood by the views, yeah, the rooftop views. He the bridge between the struggle and the good life views. Never fold under pressure, shine like a diamond in the sun. Every loss was a lesson, every win is hard won. Now the crowd chant his name when he steps in the room. B-Eazy that dude, yeah, you know he's the truth. B-Eazy that dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. Yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy that dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spin fire every stream, you been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Person's progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy that dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. Be-Eazy that dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, Be-Eazy that dude. Yeah. Yeah.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, 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 that dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about, he already did, dude. Now it's time to soak a game, he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
Hey yo, who is that dude? Oh girl, girl, that's just B-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just B-Eazy. Well, who is B-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know. He been a pro for show, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy, that dude. An impromptu stream back with another one. This one will be a banger. I had some connected Wi-Fi issues the last time. So if it goes smoothly, then this will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. You're right.
私も地元民と言っても実際世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
This promethazine got me leaning like a cholo. In the club, I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of better. And we are activated. So it looks like we've already been joined by somebody. I don't know who you are. Parmar Alpaba. Shout out to Parmar. Says what? What? If you're going to leave comments, at least leave a coherent comment. This is an incoherent comment. But shout out to Parmar, the incoherent. But don't worry, we're going to get right into this thing. I had some technical difficulties yesterday. My power was, there were power outages in the area, but we're going to get right into this. So the story that I wanted to cover yesterday that I didn't get into is about some dude, this bigoted bozo running around. His name is Chud the Builder, or Chud the Bozo, or Chud the Bussy Warrior, or Chud the Fairy, because he's been known to like to dress up in fairy costumes, and maybe he's an effeminate male, so he's trying to overcompensate by going around and calling black people the N-word. So in case you haven't heard of it, there's this guy named Chud the Builder. So let me pull this up right here. This will be a prelude to the discussion, right? And let me make this bigger for y'all. Chud the Builder, a Tennessee-based streamer, has faced legal and social consequences for repeated racial harassment, as Tennessee law prohibits conduct that causes emotional distress or fear. But people don't care because who is he terrorizing? What community is he demonizing? And since it's foundational Black Americans, no one cares, unfortunately. So the guy's name is Dalton Etherly. Online, he's known as Chud the Builder. He's gained attention for recording and posting videos in which he uses racial slurs, obviously calling Black people the N-word. He's provoking confrontations. There's documented incidents that include verbal harassment, threats, confrontational behavior, with some encounters escalating to a display of firearms. These actions prompt widespread public backlash, including bans from streaming platforms such as Kick and social media criticism. Now, you should be banned from all of these platforms, but, you know, his harassment is towards foundational Black Americans, so no one cares. If he was going around harassing non-citizens, undocumented immigrants, if he was going around harassing Jewish people or Asian people, Congress would act. People wouldn't stand for it. Politicians would start making heads roll. But when he's doing it to a specific racial, ethnic demographic, no one cares, unfortunately. It's like, just get over it. And then if you even do half of these things, if you call someone an illegal alien, they consider that a hate crime. If you tell someone to go back to their country, that's a hate crime. But they can say, go back to Africa, to some people who've never been to Africa. And that's not considered a hate crime. It's just, you need thicker skin, right? So in terms of the social accountability in the online platforms, streaming platforms and social media have acted to restrict his ability to monetize content and engage audiences, highlighting a growing trend of content-focused accountability. Though claims of free speech were made by the influencer, platform actions and arrests demonstrate that freedom of speech does not protect racially targeted harassment or conduct that threatens public safety. So not only is he breaking the law because he goes around and keeps saying that Black people are chimping out, right? But he's constantly breaking the law. How was that not chimping out, right? Would you go to a zoo, see a bunch of chimps, antagonize them? Oh, look at the chimps chimping out, right? You know, you see a tiger, nana nana boo boo, you know, you're getting mad at the tiger, you provoke the tiger. Oh, wow, look at the tiger lunging at me, right? That's what he does. He tries to provoke people, and then he plays the victim. Hey, why are they chimping out? You're chimping out by running around yelling obnoxious epithets at people, right? But then it gets framed back on the people who react. People should be ignoring them. But at the same time, whose culture is this? Who raised this dude? Was Chud raised in a fatherless home? I mean, who knows, right? So the key takeaways are that this is repeated harassment, included racially targeted actions. These can lead to both criminal charges and platform bans. So people, they should be trying to get them banned from all of these platforms. And just in case y'all just came in here, I'm speaking about Chud, the Bussy Warrior. Let me pull it up. Chud, the Bussy Fairy Builder, is obsessed with Black people. When he F-arounds and find out, who is to blame? Now, I'm not advocating for violence. YouTube, this stream is for enlightenment and educational purposes. I'm not advocating for violence. I don't want anything to happen to this person. I just want law enforcement to enforce the law. However, if something does happen to him, which I don't want it to, if somebody happens to boom bap him, you know, with a firearm, it just kind of is what it is. Now, the cops should get him off the streets. He should face some sort of punishment so it doesn't lead to that. Because if somebody does what he keeps saying, they chimped out. Well, somebody might chimp out and let a clip out, which I'm not advocating for. But if it happens, people die every day, B. Why would anyone care about Chud? People have already moved on from Charlie Kirk. Chud the Bussy Fairy is nowhere near held in high esteem from the dominant society as Charlie Kirk. So if something does happen to him where he gets beat up or anything like that, I mean, who's going to come to save you? Now, why is this allowed to happen, right? You know, people try to say this is a victim mentality, but if he did this to any other group, if there was a black person going around yelling at white people, racial epithets and everything, they would say how white people are under attack and this is harassment and anti-white hate. When the same thing happens to us, they start bringing up random stuff. Rap music, George Floyd, BLM. There were no BLM protests going around when he's calling people the N-word. There's no rap music being played. George Floyd has been gone for multiple years. And even if he was here, how is George Floyd forcing some dude in Tennessee to run around and call black people the N-word? So as much as they try to tell you about personal accountability and responsibility, they never take responsibility. It's always because of someone else, right? So Tennessee law focuses on protecting individuals from conduct that induces fear, emotional distress, or targeted intimidation. Hey, this dude is running around with bear spray and a firearm. That would induce fear, emotional distress by calling people the most despicable and disgusting slur and epithet ever known to man. Target intimidation, right? He's not targeting Jewish people. He's not targeting Asian people. He's targeting black people and calling them chimps. So he should be locked up. You can't just try to say freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Freedom of expression does not exempt individuals from legal consequences or community accountability for racially hostile behavior. So he's breaking a law. Where are all the tough on crime people? You do the crime, you do the time. What time is he going to do for the crimes that he's been committing, right? Now, in terms of the legal protections in Tennessee, right? Y'all legal class, y'all got to get it together and y'all got to get Chud up out there legally. Because if somebody don't do it legally, then somebody might do it lethally, which I'm not advocating for. Use the legal weapon, not the lethal weapon. So, criminal harassment. Tennessee law prohibits harassment that causes substantial emotional distress or creates fear. He's been blocking people, following them, continually confronting them. That can be constituted as harassment. Targeting based on race. He's targeting black people to call them chimps, saying they're chimps out. He's calling them the N-word. This is explicitly covered under both state anti-harassment statutes and broader civil rights protections. So all of these laws are on the book. It's about enforcement, right? Jaywalking is a law, but it's about them enforcing jaywalking. Do they have to enforce jaywalking? Should they enforce it more? That's up for interpretation, but it is a law on the books that they can enforce. So they can enforce laws against. But hold on. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Let me just read a little bit more of this and then I'm going to get into the stream. Hold on. I got too many screens up right now. Okay, here we go. So complaints can be filed if harassment is linked to race and other protected characteristics. You can file for harassment. So they do have a civil rights enforcement division of Tennessee. Now, I'm going to assume there's going to be some anti-black bias. However, you do need to continuously make a record because this will be able to document all the people that say we're all equal, we're all treated the same. No, we're not. And you need to document it and have it documented and even notarized if you're able to, so that you won't have to just say, hey, it's my word against theirs. Document it, film it, have some physical digital documentation of it, you know. So document these incidents, record instances of racial harassment, including dates, times, and witnesses. A lot of times we're just so used to it and we deal with the hate crimes, but we always don't report the hate crimes because we know the police don't give a crap. So you're just like, all right, whatever. I ain't going to report nothing because they don't give a crap. No, report all of them. Doesn't matter how minute you think it is. They arrested some young black chicks because they told some Chinese person to go back to China. How many times have people been saying, if you don't like it here, go back to Africa? No hate crime, no protections. It's just like, get over it. You tell someone to go back to China, you hurt their feelings. It's like, huh? Make it make sense, you know? And then they frame it as, hey, we're all treated the same. Colorblind society, equality, right? So make a civil rights complaint, submit the documentation to the Tennessee Civil Rights Enforcement Division online or via phone for investigation. So a bunch of people should be doing this. You should also be reaching out to the platform, reporting abusive content to streaming and social media platforms. Chud, the Bussy Ferry builder, has previously been banned from platforms like Kick due to targeted harassment. So it's already been a precedent set because he's been up to this chicanery for quite some time. So not only has he been banned from Kick, you should be trying to get him banned from all these other platforms. It's either banning him or boom, bapping him. I'm trying to say, hey, look, I'm not advocating for the violence and, you know, for someone to fatally wound this person. I'm saying, you know what, you got to hit him in his pockets. Hit him the legal way, not the lethal way. Platforms often act to limit exposure, monetization, or account access in cases of hate speech. In Chud, the Bussy warrior is definitely engaging in hate speech. So let's get into this video. Or actually, before I get into the video, look at bro. They love to talk about this. Black people have a victim mentality. Do they though? I present to you Chud, the Bussy Fairy. Huh? Say it ain't so. He has a give, send, go. Let's see what he has to say. Dear friends and supporters and champions of free speech, my name is Dalton Etherly. I mean, sounds like bro came straight out of a Goosebumps book. I'm reaching out with a heavy heart, fighting to protect my family and my business. What business? Okay. Just over 1 year ago, he started a DLE contracting in Clarksville, Tennessee, out of sheer necessity. I was fired from my previous contracting job after BLM activists targeted me over words I shared online, jokes and opinions they twisted to end my career. How many times do I have to bring up George Floyd and BLM? They're always blaming them. So, yeah, he had the freedom to share online jokes. He had the freedom to share opinions, just like his employer had the freedom to fire him. They love to talk about personal responsibility. He was held personally responsible for his words. They got him up out of there. And rather than blame his employer, right? Because it wasn't George Floyd who fired him. It wasn't some dusty nigga from Chicago who just committed a drive-by. It wasn't him who fired him. It was someone from the Lily W community who looked just like him. So he's whining that he got fired from his job from someone that looked like him. And rather than blame the person that looked like him who fired him, he's talking about blaming a BLM activist. They target him online for words like, bro, he's talking about chimping out, but he chimped out online. He talks about low impulse control. He had low impulse control online. He couldn't handle his Twitter fingers. He's so anti-black that he couldn't resist dropping those N-bombs. But who is the one chimping out? So he's saying that black people chimp out because they respond to people being called the N-word, right? But he can't stop chimping out by calling people the N-word, sharing disgusting racist memes and jokes online, which, he has the freedom to do so. It's within the liberty, that he wants to engage in. Have at it, right? The employer fired him. He got him up out of there. You're not a victim. But listen to him. With no way to support my family and my precious 2-year-old son. Come on, bruh. Cue the tiny violin, please. I poured everything into this small business, working tirelessly to provide for my family and build a future. Does this sound like a victim mentality? What do they always tell black people? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop with the victim mentality. And here you got someone, a Lily W man, whining like a moist, battered hoe. Come on. He's whining like a hoe to get some dough on Give, Send, Go. Huh? Let's see what else he has to say. But now that dream is under attack, not for the quality of my work, but for what I say online. Clearly, if the quality of your work was that good, they wouldn't have got you up out of there, right? But you weren't worth the risk, so they said, bro, you got to go. And now you're whining on Give, Send, Go like a moist, whiny hoe. I've shared mild jokes. Well, that's up for interpretation. When he says mild joke, he means he shared racist jokes. I didn't go full racist, bro. I just shared mildly racist jokes. There's no such thing as mildly racist jokes. If someone says, hey, yeah, I'm racist, but I'm only diet racist. Huh? No, you're racist. Yeah, I am racist, but if it was on a scale of 1 to 10, I would be like a 4. So I ain't racist. It's like, yes, you are, So he's saying, I've received death threats so vile they shake me to the core. Okay, so you're a hoe. If you scared, go to church. I've received death threats. Okay. Don't you got mace and bear spray? Don't you got a firearm? Stop acting like a B-I-E-I-H. And actually, you know what? Hold on. Do y'all hear what bro is saying? This is wild. Hey, Chud the fudge packer. Bruh.
And you know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
And let me see if I can make it. I've been reading it for y'all, but let me make it bigger for y'all so I'm not just jaw jacking. This is his Give, Send, Go. And let me pull this down too. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this banner down just so y'all can see. So this is Chud, the Bussy Warrior. Look, he covered his kid. He has a goal of 100,000. What happened to him? He ran around calling black people niggers, and then he got fired from his job, and now he's acting like a victim. I can't feed my family. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop acting like a moist hoe, bruh. Is this pulling yourself by your bootstraps? Is this what the high IQs have to offer? You get fired from your job, and instead of taking personal responsibility, you run to the internet and you want somebody else to bail you out for your problems. These same people talk about handouts. Why y'all begging? What is he doing? Begging. Hey, I want to be able to call black people the N-word. Could you guys send me $100,000? Like, and unfortunately, look, he's always almost halfway there based on a bunch of bigots that are like, yeah, you should be able to say the N-word, uh, unimpeded. Okay, he was able to, and then he got fired. Look at all this whiny stuff that he's saying. He said he got fired because some BLM activists targeted him over words. When he says they targeted him, what did they do? What, they wrote a strongly worded letter to your boss and you got fired? There was no gun to your boss's head that forced them to fire you. Right? Look at all this stuff. In the midst of this nightmare, a spark of hope emerged. I went viral on Instagram, gaining over 23,000 followers who connect with my story, my resilience, my refusal to be silent. Okay, fine. Tell those followers, to give you a job. Why are you begging for money? Go work for your money. He's not working for his money. He's whining for his money. The slander has crushed my business income and I'm struggling to keep food on the table. If you broke, just say that. He's a brokey. Just say that. So he was broke. So then this was his hustle. This business was failing. If his business was doing well, he would have already had some money saved away to get something popping. You mean to tell me that he has $0? How pathetic do you have to be that your business was failing and now you have to beg on the internet? He has black fatigue, but he's only getting donations by calling black people nigger. So he literally needs black people to thrive, right? If he's going around saying Jewish slurs, he ain't going to raise no money off of that. If he's going around talking about undocumented illegal immigrants, there's no money that he's going to raise off of that. But if he's going around talking about chimping out and those niggers, then suddenly y'all see the goal up top, 100 bands, and he's already over halfway there. What has he done? His name is Chud the Builder, and no one could name what he's built. He's built a platform saying disgusting things about black people. And guess who's funding him? The same people. I never owned any slaves. It's like, yeah, you just donated money to people who call black people niggers, right? But hey, you never owned any slaves, so, a pat on the back for you, right? So he says your donation will go towards covering basic living expenses to keep my family secure. Hey, could y'all send me a cash app? Because, to support my basic streaming expenses and my basic living expenses to keep my family secure. That will be considered begging. And literally, I come on here for free, give people free game, interact with the chat and all this stuff. But you shouldn't ask for anything because it's like, oh, shut up, just do it for free. Okay, fine. If that's the standard, why is bro asking for $100,000? He was an idiot, an imbecile, a moron, a stooge, a doofus, and a dweeb. All that and more. He was fired based on his incompetence and his irresponsible, erratic behavior. And here people coming with a anti-black stimulus package. There was this other lady too. All she did was call some melanated Somali kid a nigger, and then she raised almost $1 million. Right? This dude is, trying to get $100K. Like, yikes! All the stuff that you can be doing for your country, all the stuff you can be doing for your community, but you want to donate to Chud the Bussy Fairy? $100,000 for what? I can't feed my family. Like, okay, sounds like you're a loser. He sounds like he's a deadbeat. He sounds like literally a disgusting deadbeat. He can't, like, bro, why'd you have kids? Isn't that what they were telling some dude from the hood? Right? Why are these people, these lower rung, the lower echelon of society, if you can't afford to have a kid, why did you have a kid? If you got to go on Give, Send, Go to fund your lifestyle for your precious son, I'm just saying, Chud the Builder? No, Chud the deadbeat. Why do you have kids? I'm just seriously curious, right? I have to hold them to the same standard that they hold in the brothers, right? And he's Chud the builder. You're part of the dominant society, right? You should be able to take care of your kids, but yet he's begging strangers to fund his family. Yikes. And let me get into the chat because shout out to the illest Israelite on 2 feet. Travion Phillips, he says, what's good? We smoking that Chud pack or nah? Yeah, Chud, he keep with these antics, bro might get smoked. I'm just saying, not advocating for that, but bro might get smoked like a Newport 100. You feel me? On God. But shout out to Sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond, the Florida fam. We got Frank Nitty, NY to Cali connection. You said, why these platforms not banning them though? We get strikes on YouTube for less. That bruh, they struck me. That's what I'm saying. Bro, they've already struck me like multiple times for like, I'm just like, are you kidding me, bro? I'm not even, I'll be monetized. Then they're like, okay, well, you can't be monetized no more. Or you got to do all this stuff to clean. I got to jump through hoops, bro. They wanted me to like make a video, almost like begging to them. I was like, bro, you know what? I ain't doing this. So they was like, just try to apply again in July. So I was like, all right, fine. I'll just wait. They wanted me to make a video pretty much almost groveling to them why I should monetize. I'm like, bruh, nah, I'm good. I ain't doing all that. They got channels that just post. They take NBA footage, clip it up, and somehow they're able to post that and monetize it. But then, you know, I talk about some real topics and suddenly, you know, they don't want to monetize me. And like Travion says, chimp out, I'll pull that blick out. Like I said, bro, the situation could get sticky when I pull out that blicky. Planet of the Apes was about us. Danny Glover. And you said, I missed your show last night. Still got to check it out, but I'm here now. Yeah, it's cool, actually, because last night there was a power outage in my area. So my Wi-Fi was tripping. It was kind of intermittent. So I was cooking for like the first hour and a half. And then after that, my Wi-Fi kept going in and out. So I just dropped it. Nah. And like you said, Trey, it ain't even 50 bands. I got to correct you. Let me pull that thing back up. It ain't 50 bands, bruh. It's 53. 53 and some change. What happened? He's over here. I can't feed my family. That's on you, bruh. Sign up for welfare. So these people will demonize welfare. They'll demonize somebody getting $100 a month in food stamps. Stop begging the government, but meanwhile, he's begging strangers. Bunch of y'all don't know Chad the Bussy Warrior, but you should be able to what? Donate him? Yeah, I believe in his right to call black people niggers. Okay, like that's what you want to invest in? You got one person that's saying, hey, let's unite the country. You know what I mean? Just drop a little something in my Cash App so I can help organize and galvanize the people, because I'm America first. I don't judge people by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. There will be no money for me, no donations for me. But if you talk about what about black on black crime, those niggas is chimping out, then suddenly people are willing to donate to you by the tune of hundreds of thousands. At the very least, tens of thousands, and sometimes millions. Did you see the dude, Daniel Penny, who choked out Jordan Neely? He raised $3+ million for choking out a frail, unarmed black dude because he was making threats. Did he touch anybody? No. So how was he threatening? Well, he was yelling. It's like, did you fear for your life? No, but he was yelling. Okay. It's a bunch of drunk, high fentanyl heads yelling all the time. And sometimes they do look scary, but have you ever choked any of them out? Roger says he'll lose money talking about the Jays. Exploiting the freedmen in this country to make a buck is as American as apple pie, baby. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I can't refute this. You say you want to get him back? B-Eazy, call the IRS on him. Hey, you know what? Hey, forget all those other platforms. People gonna have to contact Give, Send, Go. It's like, you know, I don't know if they can actually get Give, Send, Go because on here he's not doing anything to violate the terms, and he's just acting like a whiny moist hoe. I can't feed my family. Okay, Chud the deadbeat. We get it. Get a job, dude. Get a job. Yeah, they're rewarding him, and I'm sure he's gonna get that 100K. He's probably gonna get over 100K. He probably gonna get like a smooth 150. I'm sure it's gonna be some bigoted millionaire that's gonna be like, oh, he only need like 50K left. Here, let me drop a 60 piece or an 80 piece on him. Now, I don't know who this Chud guy is, but he is in for a rude awakening as a kid. He grows up as a permanent minority in America. We'll have the last laugh. Let us come together as a community to build infrastructure for the future of our community. The dude's name is Chud the Builder, but he hasn't built anything. All he did was build a GoFundMe and whined like a little hoe on Give, Send, Go. Oh, damn, y'all had an outage too. So shout out to my Arizona fam. Did y'all have an outage because it was due to the power company or because it was the heat? And shout out to Tara Sanchez. Hola, amigo, or amiga, como esta? And shout out to the lovely, sincere Saida. So let me get into this. I ain't gonna spend too much time because I covered most of the stuff with Chud, and I mean, he's been kind of covered a little bit ad nauseum, and this really ain't about him. This is about the community and the country, what they can't stand for. There's nothing Christian about this. We can't purport ourselves to be a wide Christian nation, and we got this bigot running around acting like a straight maniac.
There's two of them. There's another green one just like it right here.
He's raising money because he was going around calling black people nigger, and then he got fired from his job, and then now he's saying he can't feed his family. So he wants people to help him raise 100K, and he's already at 53K.
There's two of them.
You said I'm not surprised.
There's
Trump
another green one just like it right here.
Yeah.
This same one?
You know, like I said, that's why I always talk about the effeminate, moist maniacs, morons, and minions. You know, so this dude appears to be one of them. Actually, I think he hates Trump, because I don't think he thinks Trump is going far enough.
There's two
Some
of
these
them.
people don't really like Trump.
There's another green one just like it right here.
Trump doesn't lean into like calling us niggers and stuff, so I guess they want someone that's really, really hateful. But apparently he just got arrested. And we got last call, Mr. Midnight Soul himself, chatting from an undisclosed location.
There's two of them.
In Northern America.
There's another green one just like it right here. This same one?
You said Trump invited him to the Navy football
What did I
game.
do?
He got rewarded. Yeah. So the dude who choked out a frail junkie, right? You know, that's who the dude was. He was frail. He had mental health issues, and he was on drugs. He wasn't.
There's two of them.
Was like 100
There's another green one just like it right here.
With a triple fat boots and Timberland
This same
boots
one?
on. He was no threat.
What did I do?
He definitely was no threat to an Army vet. He snuck behind him like a little hoe and choked him from behind. Then you had some African tether, and some Latino tether was helping to hold him.
There's two of them.
That's not fear for
There's
your
another
life.
green one just like it right here.
Frail dude, because
This
he was
same one?
yelling and making threats.
What did I do?
I mean, come on now. Donald Trump is making threats all the time to people, to his political opponents, to the country, to detractors, to someone in a hypothetical situation.
There's another green one just like it right here. This same one?
What
did I do?
You said they say his side ain't effing with him, though. Yeah, well,
Can you lock it?
See, I'm not buying that. Many of them are effing with him. It's just they don't like his obnoxious
There's two of them.
behavior. It's like they agree with
There's
them.
another
It's just
green
like
one
how
just
the
like it right
Democrats,
here.
right?
Yeah,
The
they don't
Republicans
fuck right
call
here,
you
man. This
the
same one?
end to your face.
You're
The
under
Democrats are like,
What did
why
I
just
do?
say that, right? You know, we
Okay.
wait till we get to the private wine
Can you
cave,
lock it?
wine cave, and that's where we call them the ends. You know what I mean? So a lot of these people like, bro, we agree with you, but it's like,
There's two
why are
of
you
them.
chimping out and calling them this stuff?
There's another
in public?
green one just
we
like
do
it
that
right here.
behind the
Yeah,
scenes,
they don't
right?
fuck right here,
Because they
man.
still
This
have to
same
keep
one?
up that veil
You're under
of,
arrest.
you know,
What did I
we're
do?
the bastion of morality. Yeah,
Okay.
you summed it up.
Can
He
you lock
making a
it?
block hot. That's all they saying. They like, bro, we hate those niggers too. But it's like, bro, chill. That's all it is. It's just like chill.
There's two of
Same
them.
thing with Trump, right? They act like
There's
he's
another
this big
green
bad
one just like it
boogeyman,
right here.
but they
Yeah, they
agree
don't
with
fuck
Trump
right here, man.
on
This
many
same one?
things. That's why when Biden
You're
got
under
in
arrest.
office,
What
they
did
were
I
saying
do?
we need to restore the soul of the
Okay.
nation. Biden got in office and he
Can you
kept
lock
a
it?
lot of Trump's policies. But I thought that you said all of these policies were bad. Trump is bad, and then you got in and then you maintained a bunch of Trump
There's two
era
of them.
policies. So were they bad or not?
There's another green one just like it right here. Yeah, they don't fuck right here, man. This same one?
On mute. The audio is playing
What did
over
I
your
do?
voice. Oh damn!
Okay.
Could y'all still
Can
hear
you lock
him?
it?
I thought he was on mute. Hold up. My bad. I didn't know y'all was hearing that. I thought he was on mute. Could you hear me now? Y'all let me know in the chat if y'all can hear me. This is a mic check. Let me know if y'all can hear me, bruh. And I ain't mean to do y'all like that and have y'all be inundated with Chud the Bussy Warrior. But actually, okay, cool. But actually, now, Roger, you got to suffer through this one because now you got to hear him. Hold up. Let me run this back.
Okay. Can you lock it? There's two of them. There's another green one just like it right here. Yeah, they don't fuck right here, man. This same one?
Hey, sir, you're under arrest.
What did I do? Okay. Can you lock it?
Okay.
There's two of them.
You heard him say, "Can you lock it?" So he's jokey. He's with the jokey jokes, right? And on top of that, did you also see that he extended his arm? Oh, he said we already heard it. It's funny because it wasn't planned on my end, right? Okay, so if you already heard it, then you also already seen it, right? So did you see, bro? He also, while he was supposed to be handcuffed, he reached his arm up to touch. They were super calm and super chill. Where was the aggression, right? They should have been telling me, you know, hey, get your fucking hand. But just that same night, just like you was talking about Travion, bro, somebody almost boom bapped him. Let's see what happened right here. Here you go, Chud the Builder is like, bruh, you playing around. So here he is running up on this dude's is this, I don't know, I think this is a Charger, right? Running up on dude Charger, talking about he's strapped. Now come on, bruh. A, especially in these stand your ground laws states, the laws are you can stand your ground with lethal and deadly force if you fear for your life and or imminent bodily harm and danger. The way the text is written is very broad and nebulous. If I got this maniac, you know, who looks like, you know, that he would have been happy to serve in the Third Reich, right? He's running up on my car, threatening me, talking about the type of firepower he has. That sounds like an imminent danger to me. So, and this is the issue, right? He's running up on people, trying to provoke them. Yeah, I'm strapped. I'm strapped, you nigger. Like it's just going on and on and on. Yeah, I'm strapped and I'll spray you, you fucking nigger. Just going off. And then if you actually do something to him, it's like, hey, see, look, they chimped out. And then he calls the cops and tries to get you arrested. So he's either trying to provoke you and punish you in one way where he calls the cops and starts saying that he's a victim, like him saying, I can't feed my family. Or he says, oh, look at this nigger who chimped out and that's why I had to shoot him. You know what I mean? So when y'all see this dude, don't really even give him the time of day. You know what I mean? But since he likes to play, then, you know, play it the legal way. But some cats, you know, they gonna do it the lethal way. Let's get into it.
Oh, nigger. Get out of the fucking road. Pull in here.
I swear to God.
Park.
I swear to God.
Pull in and park.
I swear to God.
That's what I thought.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You're not swearing to the God I serve.
Hold on. You're not swearing to any God I serve. What God does he serve? What God? Okay, I know Travion, and I know we got, you know, some biblical scholars, some Bible thumpers in the chat. Could anyone give me a verse, scripture, any point to any biblical text where God is advocating for calling people racial slurs, insults, derogatory remarks? And the most important one, nigger. Is nigger anywhere in the Bible? And if it is, what context is it used? Right? Are we now going that nigger and calling people nigger is like biblical principles? Right? The dude, so he's mad at the dude for saying, swear to God, yeah, you don't serve any God that I serve. What God do you serve that wants you to provoke people to call them niggers? I mean, maybe I'm just not as immersed in the Christian faith as I need to be, but could any of the Christian Bible thumpers, the evangelicals, the Latter-day Saints, the Pentecostals, could anyone tell me what scripture it advocates for calling people nigger? So you said we got called that in antiquity, right? So do you think that Chud the Builder is doing a biblical thing by going around and calling black people nigger? Is that God's plan? Just curious, you know what I mean? Because you ain't serving no God that I serve. Like, Chud, what the hell are you talking about? Let's run that back. Chud the Pussyfoot. All right, cool. Travion's going to find that, so he's going to hit us with some biblical scholarship. So let's play Chud the Bussy Fairy antagonizing people.
Get out of the fucking road. Pull in here.
I swear to God.
Park.
I swear to
Pull
God.
in and park.
I swear to God.
That's what I thought.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You're not swearing to the God I serve.
Hey, come to my, hey, welcome to my car again, you bitch. Welcome to my car again, you bitch.
Look at this nigger chipping out.
I swear to God, faggot.
Look at him chipping.
Walk up again.
He's still
Walk
chipping
up
out.
again. I thought so.
You about to shoot me?
I thought so. Walk up again.
You got a gun?
Walk up again. Walk up again.
Leave me alone,
Walk
nigger.
up again. Pussy. You pussy.
Blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy.
Did y'all hear this Mayo maniac? First, he's over there running. First, he tells him, pull up in this garage, pull in this parking lot, you nigger, right? Pull up in the parking lot. Then he's saying, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go away, you nigger. Like, come on, bro. Which one is it, bro? Do you want the smoke or not? So he's telling dude to pull up, and dude is like, bro, if you keep pulling up on my car, then he's saying, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? I'll blow your fucking brains out. It's like, this dude is completely deranged and unhinged. This dude needs to be off the street, and somebody is gonna take him off the streets. If the cops don't do it, then maybe the thugs will. I'm not advocating for violence, YouTube. This is why I'm saying take this dude out the legal way. What he's doing is illegal. He's being a provocateur, and he's racially targeting people, harassing them. He's causing emotional distress and for people to fear for their safety. This is a crime in Tennessee. We love to talk about how we're a nation of laws. You do the crime, you do the time. He should be doing the time and a fine on top of that. He's over here egging people on, and the dude is like, bro, if you get close to my car, and now he's like, yeah, I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. It's like, bro, like, chill, dude. He's bringing all this stuff on himself, and now he's acting like he's the victim. You don't have to shoot anyone. You don't have to threaten to blow someone's brains out. You don't have to run around calling people slurs and epithets. And if he really wants to get active, it's plenty of people that's ready to, you know, shoot it out in Memphis. Why is this dude never going to? All these cats love to complain about the black community and the degenerates, bro. The degenerates is on the block, and a lot of them is toting poles. You feel me? Go out there. You armed, the YNs is armed. Since you so tough, right? The YNs are the one who's chimping out. Go to the ones who are actually chimping out. He's going to innocent, law-abiding civilians talking about niggers chimping out. Nah, it's some niggas in the hood that's chimping out, as you like to put it. Go holler at them. They ready for war. But we know that Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy Fairy, he ain't prepared for no smoke. Y'all see him. Y'all can hear it in his voice. Does he sound like he's built for anything serious, Chud the Builder? But no one has a history of him building anything. All he built was a give, send, go, where he's whining and asking for money like a stripper hoe. Okay, Chud the Bussy Fairy. Let's run that one more again.
Get out of the fucking road. Pull in here.
I swear to God.
Park.
I swear to
Pull
God.
in and park.
I swear to God.
That's what I thought.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You're not swearing to the God I serve.
Hey, come to my, hey, welcome to my car again, you bitch. Welcome to my car again, you bitch.
Look at this nigga chipping out.
I swear to God, faggot.
Look at him chipping. He's still chipping out.
I thought so.
You about to shoot
I
me?
thought so. Walk up again.
You got a gun?
Walk up again. Walk up again.
Leave me alone,
Walk
nigga.
up again. Pussy. You pussy.
Blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy. Keep threatening me. Keep threatening me.
Pussy. Shut up. You bitch ass motherfucker. Walk up. I thought so.
Nigger. Nigger.
You don't get it.
Look at the green light. He's stopping traffic.
Bro said, walk up on my car again, and you'll be lucky if I send you to the upper room. Why didn't Chud walk up on his car again? He was talking, you fucking nigger, I'm gonna blow your brains out. And bro said, walk up on my car again. He said he was gonna blow his brains out, but I didn't see Chud walk up to his car again. Actually, I seen him walk the other way, and then he starts saying, leave me alone. Leave me alone. And matter of fact, I got an image. Once the dude said, walk up on my car again, Chud start whining like the little B-I-E-I-E-I-ish that he is. Look, this how Chud was. Come on, Chud. I thought he was big bad. Let's get to the chat, though. And we've been joined by the 504 boy, Woody, New Orleans, in the building. Shout out to Red 6. He says he actually did show up in a black neighborhood, and when they pressed him, he called the cops. I forgot about that video, right? Chud was over there talking about niggas chimping out, and then he went, and then one dude spit on him and then he didn't do nothing. I don't care who you is. I don't care if you 5 foot. I don't care if you 7'5". If you spit on me, it's up and it's stuck, man. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, spit, that's a disgusting form of assault, right? But so he got doubly pressed, right? Somebody spit on him, marked him out like the little hoe that he is. And then another person was like, hey, bruh, like, let's run the fade. He didn't want to run the fade. He ran and grabbed a cell phone and called. You know what I mean? So he ain't about that life. And Sincere said, no, he's a punk. Yeah, that's putting it mildly. And Travion says, you said he need to get these hands and feet. Yeah, for real. That's what I call the gorilla beats. Hands and feet. Simeon was called Niger or nigger in Acts 13:1. And at the time when the country Nigeria did not exist too. Action Braxton. So yeah, I think it's only a little bit more, or did I play all of that video? Hold up. I think it's a little bit left. I think it's like 1 minute left. So I'm gonna play this video and then I'm gonna transition. But y'all see Chud the Builder, the Bussy Warrior, bro, he sounded a little scared. And once dude pressed him, nigga, if you walk up on my car again, I'm gonna get you up out of here.
Walk up again. You got a gun? Walk up again. Walk up again. Leave me alone, nigga. Walk up again. Pussy. You pussy. I'll blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy. Keep threatening me. Keep threatening me. Pussy. Shut up.
That's some weird shit. You walking up on people talking about, leave me alone. You're pushing people. It's like, leave me alone. Like, bro, you just pushed me. What are you talking about? Leave me alone. He's running up on people. Here, pull up in the parking lot so I can blow your fucking brains out. And then say, leave me alone. You just threatened to blow my brains out. Like, what are you talking about? Leave me alone. No, it ain't gonna leave me alone. I'm gonna leave you right here. You ain't gonna be going nowhere else after I leave you. You feel me? I'm gonna leave you DEAD. That's how I'm gonna leave you if you keep threatening to blow my brains out in this hypothetical situation. Because YouTube, I am not promoting violence. I'm just saying, in a hypothetical situation, I would have feared for my life. And Chud the Builder, hey, he would have got some wings. I'm just saying, I ain't talking about the lemon pepper ones either. I'm not talking about no garlic parmesan either.
I swear to God. You're not swearing to the God I serve. Hey, come to my, hey, walk up to my car again, you bitch. Walk up to my car again, you bitch. Look at this nigga chipping out. I swear to God, faggot. Look at him chipping. Walk up again. He's still chipping out. I thought so. You about to shoot me? I thought so. Walk up again. You got a gun? Walk up again. Walk up again. Leave me alone, nigga. Walk up again. Pussy. You pussy. I'll blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy. Keep threatening me. Keep threatening me. Pussy. Shut up. Bitch ass motherfucker. Walk up. I thought so. Nigger. Look at the green light. He's stopping traffic. I'm about to blow his brains out. He pulls back around here. I'm about to blow his fucking brains out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pull back around here again. I don't know if he's about to drive by me. He said he's got a gun. I'm about to fucking up the shit. Keep threatening bodily harm on me, nigger.
Bro, they hate us so much. And like Travion says, nobody, all spirit. He sounded like a straight dweeb and a doofus. I'm about to up the shit. Like, huh? Bro, I'm about to up the shit. Like, bruh, that's some black slang. That's some foundational black slang. Talking about up in the blicky, up in the blammer, up in the pole. Bruh, up the stick on this nigga. You feel me? Like, that's something that we say. He hates us so much, wants to call us niggers, but still use our slang. And that sounded super corny. I'm about to up it. Up what? You feel me? I'm about to up it.
Right.
I mean, was anyone convinced with that he was going to up it? Like, bro, use your own slang. They call us chimping out and all this other stuff, but bruh, why are you trying to emulate the people that you say are so degenerate and so chimping out? right? Nigger is supposed to be a very disgusting and degenerate word, but it's the word that they all want to say. You know what I mean? Right? I'm about to up it. Yeah. It sounds like he's about to get something stuck up it.
Pull back around here again. I don't know if he's about to drive by me. He said he's got a gun. I'm about to fucking up the shit. Keep threatening bodily harm on me.
I'm about to up the shit. Man, I gotta clip that. I might have to make a song out of that. I'm about to up the shit. Like, was anyone convinced?
Keep threatening bodily harm on me, nigger. If I see him pull up on us again, it's gonna be over with. What up? Y'all cool? Are y'all gonna chimp out on me too? I'll say what's up to y'all. Thank you for being cool. Y'all see that motherfucker trying to yell at me and shit? Where he at? He said he's trying to do a goddamn drive-by. Right here, this fucking dumbass. What? Right here. He's trying to jump me. He's trying to shoot me.
Of course, there will always be some coons. Now, I don't know if these niggas is tethers or raccoons. Either way, I ain't rocking with them. Now, I'm going to assume a lot of these cats don't really know who bro is. And sometimes they just see, oh, okay, cool. A friendly white dude. Hey, what's up, bro? They want to try to show how cool, you know, hey, look, man, you know, racism doesn't exist. Look, you know, we're cool with the W's. You said he's an agent. He's being paid to do this. You know, I concur. But this is why it takes for people to uncover and show with definitive proof that he's an agent. Forget him being an agent. He's breaking the law. They busters. Why they dab him? Like I said, these dudes is either tethers or Sambos or tethers and Sambos. You said the boy doesn't sound tough or serious. But see, and you said, ain't they supposed to be the fastest gunslingers in the West? And this is the typical inbred behavior. Bait you, trap you, play victim to harm you, but we're violent, right? But yeah, see, and this is what I'm saying. This is why a lot of times some of this is allowed to go on, because it's Sambos and tethers and raccoons like these dudes in this car right here. You know what I mean? And he thinks it's all cute. And he's, are you guys about to chimp out on me, T? It's just like, bruh, it's just corny, bruh. And for this ain't even to the where are my white homies at, right? Is this your king? Who raised this dude, right? Now, we can always blame a black dude that y'all would love to say he grew up in a fatherless home, right? Okay. He still has to take personal responsibility, but we can understand why this person may have a troubled background if he grew up in a fatherless home and living in dilapidated areas. This dude didn't grow up. He grew up with a silver spoon. Did he grow up with a single mom, or was his daddy around? If his daddy was around, is this what his daddy raised? He's a product of his father's seed, and this what his seed produced? Why won't we start having a deeper conversation about whose culture this is, who raised them, and whose culture this is, right? Because George Floyd was so bad allegedly because he was high off of fentanyl with a counterfeit $20 bill. George Floyd wasn't going around harassing and terrorizing people. So who's really chimping out? You know what I mean? And like you said, troglodyte behavior on display. Yes, it is rather grotesque, especially from these Sambos.
Kid, he just called and had me kicked out of the fucking restaurant because he's a bitch, bro.
He is a bitch.
He is a bitch.
So let him know he's a bitch.
Look at his dumb ass.
He is a bitch. What a bitch is that, though? We need bitches, man.
Yeah, we'll get some bitches. You know, we got motion around here.
I'm trying to tell you.
God bless you, bro.
You know what, bruh.
What? How please? Nigga, please. How?
Nigga, what? Nigga. Nigga, please.
Nigga, please. What?
You see these moist, effeminate, goofy. Where are the bitches, man? Where are the bitches? It's like, bruh, if you gotta ask where the bitches are, that means that you have no bitches, bro. That's why you're asking. And a bitch don't want to be with niggas that gotta ask where the bitches are. You shouldn't have to ask where anything. If you're that established, if your mouthpiece is that crisp, if you're that smart, then you should know how to find and where to find whatever you're looking for. Man, where are the parties at, man? Why are you fucking looking for parties? Why didn't you bring the party to you? Just think about anything. Man, where's the dope? Man, where's the guns? Like anybody that gotta ask goofy questions, like, would you respect him? Hey, bro, Travion, you know where I can get some guns, bro? Hey, Travion, you know where I can get some cocaine? Hey, Roger, do you know where I can get some bitches, man? It's like, come on, bro. You sound like some fed. You riding around in this car, bro, with another nigga. What are you so happy about? Giddy, goofy goons. This shit don't make no sense, bro. Let me see what the chat has to say. Travion said they tethers. They did look like it was giving me tether vibes with the hairline. That's why I said tethers and Sambos or tethers or Sambos. Either way, they off code and I cannot rock with these cats, right? These dudes, this is wild. Like Red said, these fools just want to be seen. And this is pathetic. I'm going to have to do a whole stream about how the plight and the decline of masculinity, right? We have a word for people who ask questions like that. The word is police. Correct. Yeah. It's like, if y'all remember on Half Baked, remember they were trying to get him to say they had the wiretap and they were like, hey, man, do you know where I can buy some cocaine? And he was like, oh, you want some white girl? You want some booger sugar? No, we want cocaine. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, why are you trying to emphasize, man, where are the bitches at? It's like, bruh, if you don't got no mouthpiece, just say that. You know what I mean? I ain't your little fucking dating coach where it's like you don't know where no bitches are, so you're trying to like, where are they at, man? You should know. You're riding around with your hat snapped backwards, hanging out the window. It's like, come on, bro. You look like you're at least in your 30s, bro. Like, you don't got no bitches? Like, come on, bro. Travion, what's wrong, bro? What's wrong with these niggas, bro? And this scenario, I think Where's the Bitches is coded as gay. Wow. Tutney's going there. You saying these dudes might be queens? Now that I'm thinking about it, and, you know, shout out to the LGBT community, but now that you're saying that, maybe you might be on to something, bro. Because these dudes is over here a little bit too giddy. And Tutney's, maybe those dudes might be.
What was that freaky ass shit, nigga? You some freaky ass nigga. Fuck you mean? Get your freaky ass on. You know you freaky with that freaky ass shit, nigga. You some freaky ass nigga. Fuck you mean? Get your freaky ass on. You know you freaky.
I'm just saying. This is wild, bruh. And I'm gonna have to stop it. I can't play no more of the Bussy Brigade. But y'all see what we dealing with, right? So now I'm a transition, right? Because Chud, the Bussy Fairy, he's obsessed with black people. Y'all see that he really ain't about that life. And I'm sure that actually, hold on. Actually, I think I do got a couple more videos. This is what I want to say. Play, hold up. Because when I called him the Bussy Fairy, a lot of cats just thought like, oh, that's just some random term. But nah, there is something to that. So let me show that real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just let the ad play. Hold up. this creator got hella ass on this thing. But shout out to Sincere because she's still rocking. And I do appreciate that. I'm trying to show y'all how this dude was dressing up. If I can find it. Okay, here it goes. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me just share my screen with y'all. Give me 1 second. This is him. This is no AI. There's a reason why I call him. He was a fairy. He's been a fairy. Bro, come on. This is the dude running around calling black people niggers for no reason. He just hates black people. But does he really hate black people or does he hate himself? Mind you, this dude, look at that little Adolf mustache he has. He's trying to overcompensate. This is not an AI photo. This is truly him. He was a fairy, doing the, you know what I mean? Y'all know that song? That's what you think of when you see him. The Bussy Fairy. What super straight masculine? And there's nothing wrong if dude is LGBT. This isn't like, you know, homophobia or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say is this dude goes around. Yeah, it's incel behavior. This is the Nick Fuentes type behavior. Nick Fuentes, he loves cat boys. He loves boys dressed up as in cats, and he likes to fondle their booty holes. That's, if Nick wants to do that, bro, do your thing. But these people try to run around and talk about that they're the leader of young men. How are you going to lead young men and talk about we need more white babies, but you guys like to fondle booty holes? That's not going to produce a lot of white babies. Like you said, Tinkerbell, you know, or Tinker Dumbbell. He the girlfriend to the guy that smacked CK. Nah, I'm not. Stop playing. I'm not playing. Well, I am playing the video, but I'm not playing. This is really him. This is Chud, the Bussy Fairy, the builder. Like, but what has he built? The only thing he built was a fairy costume. One main question is why in the hell would the ones who are like him would go around trying black people who are known to chimp out? Yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier, right? If you went to a zoo and you knew there were some chimpanzees, right? And you would provoke them and then they chimped out. There's a man who survived a chimpanzee. Speaking of chimping out, let me show y'all this. There was a person who survived a chimpanzee attack. Hold on, let me pull this up. Man who survived chimpanzee attack. That's what I'm about to pull up, right? So why would you go? This is the whole thing when they say poke the bear, right? Someone pokes a bear, but then a bear maims this person. Are you going to blame the bear or are you going to blame the person who poked the bear, right? It's the same thing. Okay, you know these people, you say they have a propensity for chimping out. That's what he likes to say, right? Well, chimps can be violent and dangerous. So when they engage in violent and dangerous behavior that you provoke them to do, whose fault is that? It's the chimp that you provoked, right? Okay, fine. We can blame the chimp and we can say that the chimp shouldn't have chimped out. But can't you also admit that you shouldn't have been provoking that chimp? So there was this person who recently, I thought he had won an award. I thought he had won some type of award. I can't find the image of this person. But here, let me just give 1 second. I'm going to pull this up. I just want y'all to see what some chimps are capable of. Hold on. Could y'all see this on your screen? Hold on. Let me pull this banner down. And fair warning, trigger warning. Hold on. Let me Let me hit y'all with one of these because you might get triggered. This is a trigger warning, explicit content. If you get triggered easily, you might want to turn away. Okay, so. Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me pull that back up. Give me 1 second. Okay, can y'all see that? This is from a chimpanzee attack. So the person, hey, they're chimping out. Okay, cool. I mean, do you want a chimpanzee to do this to you? Now, this person, this young man wasn't going around provoking chimpanzees. And they chimped out. And this was the result. If someone does this to Chud the Builder's face, hey, this is just what chimps do. This is what chimping out looks like, right? So if somebody does this to Chud the Builder, which I'm not advocating for, this is what chimping out looks like. Chud, you don't want anything like this to happen to you. So just stop. You said you can see it clearly. You said an average 165 male chimp can pull over 850 pounds with one hand and could likely handle 800 to 1,200 pounds in equivalent upper body strength. Yeah, these chimpanzees ain't nothing to play with. So imagine what a gorilla could do, let alone a chimp. And people be like, bro, I'm 200 pounds or I'm 225 pounds. Yeah, bro, you're not going to be a formidable foe for a chimpanzee. Not only that, their teeth, right? They got these sharp teeth. You saw the imagery that I just pulled up. It was horrific. That's what chimping out looks like. And like you said, poor boy, it was extremely sad. So these terms are not nothing to play with, right? Fine, you want to say that we chimp out? Okay, cool. When somebody chimp out and that's what your face ends up look like, why are you whining? That's what chimps do. If someone is at a tiger exhibit provoking tigers and the tiger maims them, people going to be like, bro, why are you doing that to the tiger? That's what people are going to say. You know that the tiger is a wild animal. If you believe that we're these low IQ, savage, thuggish, sub-Saharan monkeys, then okay, cool. And if we act like some savages, hey, we're just living up to the stereotypical trope that you already placed on us. It is what it is, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and transition because I know that I can give a lot more commentary on this pathetic person, but I'm gonna just leave it at that. Now, I do want to talk about. Oh, and actually, my bad. Almost forgot that today is Mother's Day, so this will be a good segue for me to pull this up. Give me uno momento, because Mother's Day, many people don't really know why they're celebrating Mother's Day. It's been a gross misappropriation of the holiday, right? Do people care? Should they care? Let's get into it, right? So give me one moment. I'm going to make this bigger for y'all. Bam. Okay, so let's get into it. And actually, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please take the time. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. So before I get into this, I'm going to give y'all 30 seconds to hit the like button.
Be easy. Tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel. To be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude. Ay, 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 that dude. Oh, be easy.
Okay, and we are activated. So hopefully y'all took the time to like, share, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Most of my streams are impromptu until, I get a steady schedule. But let's talk about this Mother's Day misappropriation. Now, I do want to give a shout out to all of the lovely mothers out there. Salute to my mother and salute to your mother as well. But let's talk about this day and how it's been misappropriated. Y'all gonna learn today. Many of y'all didn't know this, and if you did, this will be a refresher. So Anna Marie Jarvis, born 1864 to 1948, is widely recognized as the founder of Mother's Day in the U.S. She created it as a personal, sentimental tribute to honor individual mothers, especially her own, but became deeply disillusioned by its rapid commercialization. She spent much of the rest of her life and fortune actively campaigning against the holiday, including efforts to have it abolished. So the person who was the founder of Mother's Day hated Mother's Day, not the honoring and the tribute of Mother's Day, but what it turned into, because this is a capitalist nation and everything has to be a way to be turned into some GDP profit margin, right? But isn't that a form of idolatry? So that would be a form of sin. How many times do I have to bring it up? This is a wide Christian nation who idolizes the almighty dollar. Doesn't your good book speak against idolatry and idolizing money and material things, would be considered a sin, right? So she was disillusioned by the rapid commercialization of it because it was supposed to be about paying homage, tribute, honoring the beautiful mothers who have sacrificed so much to be in our life. But now it's turned into how much you spend on your mama. Remember that saying, it's the thought that counts. No, it's not. It matters how much you spend now, right? If you make your mom, when you were younger, it was okay to make your mom a handmade card with construction paper. Now you're expected to buy a $40 Hallmark card and roses and strawberries and take her to some overpriced steakhouse in the name of Mother's Day. Does that truly mean that you love your mom? So you go spend $500 on your mom at Ruth Chris, or you give your mom $300 cold hard cash to do whatever she wants with it, and you cook her a dinner at the house. I mean, which one is showing more love? No, you love her more by taking her out to some highfalutin restaurant, by overspending. So Jarvis was born in Webster, West Virginia, later associated with Grafton. During the Civil War, her mother, Ann Reeves Jarvis, was a social activist who organized Mother's Day work clubs to improve sanitation, support health during the Civil War, and promote peace and friendship between communities. Ann reportedly expressed a wish for a memorial Mother's Day to honor mother's service. After her mother's death in 1905, Anna vowed to fulfill that wish. She campaigned tirelessly through letters to politicians, churches, businesses, and leaders. The first official Mother's Day service was held on May 10th, 1908, the anniversary of her mother's death, at Andrews Methodist Episcopal Church in Grafton, West Virginia. White carnations, her mother's favorite flower. And just in case you don't know, the official Mother's Day flower is carnations. I didn't know that, but I did find that out today. I usually give roses, but if you want to be traditional, the traditional and symbolic Mother's Day flower are carnations. So her mother's favorite flower were the white carnations. They were distributed, a white one for living mothers, a red one in memory of deceased mothers. Jarvis emphasized the singular possessive Mother's Day to focus on honoring one's own mother personally, not mothers collectively. So when you celebrate Mother's Day, you're supposed to be honoring your mother, not to say, oh, this is about my baby mama. Now, it's turned into that, which she was against, you know, how it's been misappropriated and overly commercialized. It doesn't mean that you don't care about other mothers, but Mother's Day was supposed to honor your mother, not your baby mama, not the neighbor's mama. Don't mean that you can't tell them Happy Mother's Day. We're just talking about the focus of the day. It's supposed to be on your mama, not your baby mama, right? So her efforts succeeded. Many states adopted it in 1914. President Woodrow Wilson signed a proclamation making the second Sunday in May a national holiday. Jarvis founded the Mother's Day International Association in 1912 to guide and protect its observance. Jarvis envisioned a quiet, sincere day of the rest, reflection and personal gestures like handwritten letters rather than public or commercial events. So remember, we used to make cards for our mom. We used to write handwritten letters. That's what the day envisioned. But now people misappropriate the holiday, forget what it was supposed to be. I want to buy my mom a steak. Okay, like, are you truly doing it for your mom, or are you doing that for yourself to feel good like you did something for your mom, right? Does it even matter, right? If we're going to celebrate a day but then misappropriate the way the day was intended to be celebrated by the person who created the day, I mean, why are we celebrating these days if it doesn't matter, right? Because, I mean, that's why on Christmas, it's Christmas, Jesus' birthday. So if that's the case, then why are we celebrating it and pretending that this is his birthday? Is Easter his birthday? You know what I mean? Like, what do any of these holidays mean if they're going to just be misappropriated? Do the origins of them matter? People say it's a man-made holiday. What holiday isn't man-made? Your birthday is man-made, literally, but you have no issue celebrating that. So this was her opposition to the over-commercializing of this holiday. Almost immediately after its establishment, the holiday was co-opted by retailers, florists, greeting card companies, candy makers, and other heavily promoted gifts, leading to skyrocketing prices, especially for carnations. So what happened was, rather than just trying to celebrate your mom, it turned into, ooh, we know people love their mom, so they're going to want to buy flowers so then they can upcharge the flowers. Ooh, what about the card? Because just making a card and writing a letter is not good enough. You have to get a greeting card so they can upcharge you with that. Then here, get this custom candy basket for your mom, which they're going to upcharge. Remember, people used to go to dollar store, get a bunch of candy, get a basket, and be like, $50 basket. It's like, bro, you got hell of this stuff at Dollar Tree. You know what I mean? So was this a good thing to overly commercialize it, right? If it's about the love for your mom, like, your mom loves you whether you give her carnations. Your mom loves you whether you give her a greeting card. Your mom loves you whether you give her candy. So who is this stuff really for? Oh, it's for my mom. Is it really though? You know what I mean? Is it for your mom or to make you feel good about yourself? Because I'm sure there's a lot more things that your mom needs than a steak dinner or candy, right? Your mom may need a new pair of prescription glasses that cost about $300, but that may not be a sexy gift to get on Mother's Day. No, I have to take my mom to a steakhouse. Why? It's the most packed day. It's overpriced. And, you know, what are you truly doing it for? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I'm not trying to deter anyone. I'm just talking about how people misappropriate the holiday. You can celebrate it however you want, but the way it was intended to be celebrated is not how you celebrate it. Continue to celebrate, continue to enjoy the time spent with your family because it's a very precious engagement. But just know, Mother's Day was not meant to just shower lavish gifts on moms. And if it is going to be a mom, it's supposed to be your mom, not your baby mom, not the neighbor's mom, and not your sister who happens to be a mom. Shout out to them. Love them all. You can praise them, you can acknowledge them, but the day is not about them. And also, on Mother's Day, the most calls are made. They estimate that 122 million calls are made on Mother's Day. It also is the third highest shopping holiday of the year, and they're predicting this year could break records. They estimate that it will be over $38 billion spent on Mother's Day affairs, and that would average to about $284 per person. Did all of y'all spend $284 on your mom? If your mom is here, would she love you any less if you spent $284 on her? Does she love you more if you spent $284 on her? These are based on estimates and what the average projections are based on what people spend, the flowers, the dinners, etc., right? So Jarvis was horrified with the perversion of her intent. You hear that word? The perversion of her intent. And I know people, well, I don't care. I'm going to celebrate Mother's Day the way I want to celebrate it. And that's fine. But are you really celebrating Mother's Day or something else? She called printed cards and telegrams lazy and insecure. A printed card means nothing except that you are too lazy to write to that woman who has done more for you than anyone in the world. So your mama's done a lot for you, but you can't even write her a card? No, I'm going to just go buy her one. What holds more sentimental value? The card that you took the time to write or the card that you took the time to buy? And you can frame it as if it doesn't matter, but you know that it does. If your little beautiful daughter or your handsome son makes you a handwritten card, you mean to tell me that that's no different than a generic card that you can go get from the Hallmark store? Who are we kidding here? She labeled profiteers, charlatans, bandits, pirates, racketeers, kidnappers, and other termites, undermining the holiday with greed. And it's not just this holiday, it's all holidays. Every holiday has turned into a damn birthday. I've seen kids getting gifts for Easter. Okay, we would do an Easter egg hunt. Fine. Why are you getting gifts on Easter? I thought it was Jesus' birthday. So why the hell are you getting gifts for Jesus' birthday? I thought Christmas, oh, we're celebrating Christ. Is okay, you're celebrating his birthday. So why do you get a gift for his birthday? Make it make sense, right? Halloween, you get gifts, right? Now St. Patrick's Day, you get gifts. Valentine's Day, it's like, damn, is it any time that you don't get a gift? She particularly targeted florists for commercializing white carnations and tried to trademark the name and symbol to fight them legally. Her actions escalated over decades, roughly the 1920s and 40s. She wrote letters, issued press releases, organized boycotts. She disrupted events such as meeting of the American War Mothers selling carnations, leading to her arrest for disturbing the peace. She sued or threatened legal action against companies using Mother's Day for profit. She criticized charity and political uses, including confronting Eleanor Roosevelt for using the day to raise funds for maternal and child health initiatives. So she was dedicated her life to abolishing and getting people to stop misappropriating the day. And even after me reading this, many people didn't know this. And the people that do know this, they're going to say, I don't care. I'm still going to spend a bunch of money on my mom, which I'm not saying you shouldn't stop spending. You shouldn't spend money on your mom, but I'm saying this is not what the holiday is about. So if you're doing it, stop pretending as if you're doing it to celebrate the holiday and just say, hey, I want to do something nice for my mom. That wasn't about Mother's Day. Mother's Day is about celebrating your mom for all that she's done. And it doesn't always have to be with an extravagant gift. You know what I mean? If you know that, your mom needs something done around the house, that may be a better gift than taking her to a specific restaurant. You know what I mean? Because if the money is going to be spent and the time is going to be invested, I think there are some better ways to invest that time, you know what I mean? And get more creative. You said you can go buy a card from Walmart, from Safeway, from CVS, but if you make a card and get the family involved, those things are considered priceless. No one looks at a Hallmark card. Hey, you might like the card. You don't see those cards as priceless. In the 1930s and 40s, she campaigned against Mother's Day stamps, other official promotions as sheer commercialization. By the 1940s, she prepared a petition to rescind the holiday and went door to door seeking signatures. These battles consumed her sizable inheritance, reportedly over $100K in legal fees and efforts, leaving her virtually penniless. She never profited from the holiday and had no children of her own. And that's extremely sad. The person who created Mother's Day wasn't even a mother herself, which is why she emphasized on it's about celebrating your own mother. Of course, you commemorate and you want to admire and champion mothers all across, but the focal point should be on your mother. So she fought with all of the fibers in her body, all of the money in her bank account to get this abolished. Many people, this is some facts that y'all didn't know, and I don't think it's going to change a lot of stuff, but you've been misappropriating Mother's Day, and maybe you don't care, but Jarvis, what was her name? Ann Jarvis, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me pull it back up. Anna Jarvis, right? She fought her life to make sure that you celebrated the holiday the appropriate way. So Jarvis' relentless campaign isolated her, drained her resources in 1943 before fully launching her final petition drive. She was placed in the Marshall Square Sanitarium in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Some accounts describe it in the context of her declining health and finances. She died there on November 24th, 1948 at age 84. Many people are 24, 34, 44. And what have you even fought for? What have you fought for 5 minutes, for 5 years, for 5 months? She was fighting, for much of her life to get this rectified. So salute to her. That's called a true belief. That's called standing on business and standing by your convictions. And she didn't give up, even though it didn't, get abolished or anything. If you don't stand for, something, you'll fall for everything. So ironically, she died without seeing her vision restored. The commercialization she fought only grew. And some reports know she expressed regret for starting the holiday. Now, you shouldn't have regret to celebrate your mom, but you should know this knowledge, right? And you should acknowledge that you've been misappropriating the holiday. Maybe you don't care, but these are the facts of life. Let's see what the chat has to say. And we have none other than Chocolate Glow. Where the heck you been? Lex 925. I'm kind of salty with Lex. Lex, where in the heck have you been? You said America doing what America do. Yep, capitalism. And shout out. Oh, hold on, Tori. Tori. Miss Tori, I gotta hit you.
Oh, damn. Stop the press. Wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
We got the terrific, the sophisticated, the sensational Tory experience in the building. Salute to the Tory experience. I had to hit you, Tory. But you said presents for the birth and the resurrection, it seems. I guess. Why the heck should you get why should you get anything for Jesus' birthday? I'm just asking. And shout out to Tori. She says it's feeding businesses, not mothers. And that's what she didn't want this day to be about. She wanted this day to be about you celebrating your mother, but also uplifting mothers collectively in society. But now it's just turned about here, materialize and commercialize and trivialize motherhood. And I don't think that what is turned into really captures the essence of what the holiday was intended to be, right? I don't think that mothers, and I know cats in the manosphere, the coonosphere, they think, you feel me, that this avenue creeps into simp territory just for you acknowledging the power, the divinity of women. You know what I mean? I'm not super bitter. I'm not no moist, enraged maniac incel that hates women. You know what I mean? No one is infallible, right? Women make mistakes, men make mistakes. But what we're talking about is Mother's Day specifically, right? And the mothers that you can't, and I always have to exclude the deadbeats, right? Because there are deadbeat parents, right? It's not just deadbeat daddies, it's deadbeat mamas, but I have to exclude them in my harangue. But the mothers, right? They say, you know whose nature's first teacher is? The mother, right? If the mother is nature's first teacher, then of course we have to hold the mothers in high regard. We have to make sure that the mothers are safe, secure, and protected, right? All of these people that want to talk about the future of society, especially in the dominant society, right? Who is going to bring about that? The mothers. Whether it's biological mothers, surrogate mothers, or anything like that. Now, it doesn't mean that, hey, just because someone is a mother, that they're all automatically elevated to a higher status than you as a human being, and you have to treat them like a goddess and drink their bath water. You know what I mean? No one is saying all of that. And maybe some are saying that. But I do think that there's many things that men do that women just simply can't do. And they don't want to do, and they don't need to do. And there's many things that women do that men could not do. I mean, how many of y'all really could just walk around 9 months feeling uncomfortable, bloated, having these weird cravings? Then you gotta, push, a 10-pound. Shout out to my cousin, right? He just gave birth to a healthy baby, a 10-pounder. His other baby before that, I think, was like 13 or 14 pounds, right? How many of y'all, just me saying that, could you fathom pushing that out of any of your orifices? You know what I mean? So we got to give credit when credit is due, right? If people are so proud to have your little son and your kid and stuff, who's going to be the conduit for that kid to come in, right? They say it takes two, right? So you got to acknowledge the other half. You got to uplift the other half, right? If you want a healthy baby, you can't be having these unhealthy, toxic relationships, with the other half. So salute to all the beautiful mothers out there, and specifically the Black mothers, because y'all face so much going through the maternal infant mortality rates, due to vile, disgusting anti-Blackness. It's just a risk for any woman, but specifically Black woman, once they have to lay down on the table and put their trust in someone that may not want to see that Black baby be brought into this world. You know what I mean? So I really want to thank all the mothers. Like I salute to y'all. Thank my mother. You know what I mean? I sincerely love y'all, And you said, what are they feeding them kids? Hey, my cousin is a big boy. My cousin is a big boy. That's what I said. Yeah, I was like, and hey, Red Six, how much was you when you was a baby? You was a 6-pounder? And shout out to Last Call. He says he second that, man, because I do got to truly appreciate. And then when it's Father's Day, I'm going to give a shout out to the fathers, you know what I mean? And I ain't going to make it about the mothers. Just like when it's mothers, no need to make it about the fathers, because these women do a lot more, than a lot more than a lot of these dudes are capable of, you know what I mean? And, you can say, okay, maybe, okay, they're on welfare or they doing all this other stuff. I was talking to my bro, John and Big Rig about it. And I think Rig might have agreed with it. John may have given me a little bit of pushback, but I was saying that women mature faster. What I said is women mature faster, or they have to mature faster. It doesn't mean that they're just going to be extremely mature in terms of their behavior and mannerisms, but in their daily lives, they have to be more mature if they are a parent and they have to take their kid to doctor's visits. Make sure that they're working, or they're a single mom, or they got to wake up and breastfeed and stuff. These things mature you faster. Not only that, women are exposed to, some of the more prominent men that is in a higher age bracket than them, right? So a young girl who's a freshman girl, she'll have access to the sophomore guys, the junior guys, and the senior guys, you know what I mean? But meanwhile, a freshman guy, a junior chick is probably not really trying to date him. A senior chick is not really trying to date him. So usually, unless you're a jock or a super popular dude, you're subjected to, and your dating pool is going to be people that are around your same age group. So you're not going to be that head and shoulders above them in maturity, versus a young lady who's a sophomore, but she's dealing with a 25 or a 30-year-old who's, showing her about life. You know what I mean? These types of things are going to make her engage in a more mature way. She may still be a little giddy schoolgirl at heart, but she does start to move a little bit different, a lot of bit different, because the young guys don't have access to that, right? And now there's more virgin men than there ever have been, right? So these dudes don't got the mouthpiece like they had to, because a lot of them are socially awkward, right? But this is a bit of a tangent, but it all ties back into the Mother's Day misappropriation. But salute to all the mothers, and salute to just the women who have mothered or played a motherly role, but they don't necessarily have biological children. So officially, statistically, legally, they're not labeled as mothers, but they have engaged in motherhood, or at least at the very least guardianships as well. So shout out to the guardians, because a lot of guardians don't get a lot of respect as well. Because sometimes people mother a child and then they give their child up. And then it's like, hey, praise the mother who gave the child up to someone who, biologically didn't deliver this kid, but as a guardian, as their adopted parent, they're just as much as a mother, a father, a parent as anyone else, you know what I mean? Even if they don't have the same DNA. So salute to the mothers, but also the guardians who are mothers as well. You said that was a whole dumbbell. Yeah, like I said, my cousin just had a healthy baby, 10 pounders, but his son was like 13 or 14 pounds. So salute to the family. But yeah, so let me get into this other story, and then I'll probably get ready to shut her down after that, unless y'all still rocking, and then I'll probably go a little bit longer. So give me 1 second so I can take this banner down. And I actually, while I'm pulling up this other story, give me like 45 seconds. I'll be right back. I got to pull this other story up.
B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude. That dude, B-Eazy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude.
Okay, so we're back activated. So this one I'm going to get into. Druski skit hits home. FBA erasure in Hollywood is disgusting and deliberate. We gonna get into it. In case y'all didn't know, Druski, shout out to Druski, because when I first seen bro, I was like, man, bro was like lightweight corny with it. You know what I mean? And I think he was being intentionally corny. But I must say, bro has put out some legendary skits, not just because the skits were funny, right? People can argue maybe they've seen funnier skits, et cetera, right? But he's touching on social issues and creating a broader discussion around topics that need to be discussed. Now, this specific skit, someone had already done before, and that would be the legendary Robert Townsend. Now, many people don't know who Robert Townsend is. He's an OG. So I'm going to get ready to pull this up. Robert Townsend had did let me pull this up.
And too, at Hollywood's.
So he did a movie called Hollywood Shuffle, where he showed that Hollywood deliberately goes out of their way to cast British people for Black American roles, right? And I know there's not like a particular issue if it's just like, okay, cool, you know, we want to explore their range in acting, right? You know, but then once it goes deliberate in terms of ethnic erasure and just overlooking and overstepping the Black American talent, then that's something more sinister, because it's framed as, oh, well, just the best person gets the job. But we know that's not the truth. This country wasn't founded on meritocracy, right? When you look at some of these movies, and you're like, why is this same person just in a bunch of movies? Do you think it's because of talent, or because they've signed a 2-movie deal, 3-4-movie deal with the production company, and they pick winners and losers, right? If there's a role where they say, ooh, this script is most likely to be nominated for an award, they'd rather that award go to some non-Black American so they can, you know, frame this multi-cultural diversity thing. And not only that, so they can say, hey, look, these will be your new representations. And all we're saying is fine. If these people want to represent, tell us what they are, right? Like Cynthia Erivo is a Nigerian British woman, right? If they identify her as that will be okay. But no, they're trying to pretend as if she's the same cultural and ethnic background as you. She's African American. I'm not African American, right? You know what I mean? Idris Elba, another African British person. He doesn't talk like you. He doesn't sound like you. He cosplays and pretends to sound like you, right? Which that's his job, to act. But why are we trying to pretend as if we're the same? We're not. That's why he has to act like us. That's why he has to get trained to act like us. We're not getting trained to act like them, because we are the center, the standard, the pulse of Blackness here. People get triggered and, you know, but everyone knows it's the truth, which is why they're coming here. All of these British actors, they talk about how prestigious the British acting scene is, but yet they have to come to America to get it popping, because anti-Blackness is rampant there. And unfortunately, many of the actors don't truly stand on business to create the opportunities for themselves. Instead, they want to run here and say, hey, well, Black Americans have already created the opportunities and I'm Black too, so I should be able to waltz right in, right? And it's not their fault for them seeking an opportunity. However, once they are ungrateful, once they misrepresent us, once they kind of talk bit greasy behind our backs and to our faces, then yeah, that becomes an issue, right? Because you couldn't do this in their homeland. Otherwise, they would be complaining, but we're not supposed to complain. And don't worry, I'm going to pull up information of multiple other communities doing the same thing, right? It's called culturally gatekeeping. All right. So this is the movie, The Hollywood Shuffle, and Druski skit is loosely based off of this. It's based off of true stories and real occurrences, but Robert Townsend did it first. But some of y'all young whippersnappers, you know, still wet behind the ear, breath smelling like Similac. So y'all don't even know who Robert Townsend is or Hollywood Shuffle, which, to be honest, I haven't even seen Hollywood Shuffle. I know of the movie, but since Robert Townsend is goated, I'm gonna have to check it out. And if it looks a little bit blurry or whatever, it's because it's on Twitter, and this is just the quality of the video. But it's called Hollywood Shuffle if y'all want to watch the video. And Roger Meadows, I don't know if you in the chat. Roger Meadows, what you know about Robert Townsend and Hollywood Shuffle? Let's get into it. Shout out to Robert Townsend. That number, call 1-800-555-COON. Hey, I'm going to have to see that movie. And Roger said, don't feel bad. That was a movie of my Generation X, and I've never seen it from the beginning to the end. Bro, I can't even pretend like I've seen this movie, but I have seen Meteor Man. That movie was fire. Shout out to Robert Townsend. But Frank Nitti said that was a good movie. So Frank Nitti, I think Frank Nitti seen the movie. And shout out to Timeless TATV slid through. And Red Six says Key and Peele have a few skits about this as well. I haven't seen the Key and Peele skits about that, but I thought Druski did a good job with that. So, but this was motivated. I think Robert Townsend did it first. So let's get into the Druski skit. This one already got 75,000 shares, 616,000 likes, and 43 million views.
Fantastic. I need more.
So let's get into Druski's epic skit.
Promise you go with me now.
Rudy, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city. Mass ain't gonna let you.
Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Stop. Hey, what are you niggers doing over there?
Get out of here.
Hey, what are you doing?
And cut. Fantastic. I need more American slave. Okay?
Like struggle.
So, yeah, the struggle.
Sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth banner.
Absolutely. Yes.
See, this role was sort of a bit cheeky. I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, you know.
During the filming of this role in this character, I felt oppressed, like an American slave, like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight. I'm just arriving. We have Samson Dubois at the American Guild Awards.
Samson, you look great tonight.
How hard was it for you to change your accent?
As a little boy from Manchester, I think, I struggled a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least, I put it all on the line.
All right, 3, 2, 1, action.
I'm telling you, nigga, if you fuck with my shit, I'll kill you, nigga. You'll be fucked up. Fuck.
Nigga, family.
Nigga, ain't no fucking family in this shit. We not family, nigga. Fuck family.
Hey, cut. That's the one.
That was stunning. That was stunning.
Great performance, brother.
Great performance. Working with a good London boy, and I bother him all the time. I had a call with that director. It was quite quintessential to the role, and great character development behind it. I put this fucking bullet in your head, nigga. I laugh because I'm
I ain't gonna lie, whoever this little street nigga, this street nigga in the movie that he playing, this shit is called Concrete Jungle Volume 2. Hey, I would go see this movie. I would see this movie, Concrete Jungle Volume 2. What it do?
I'm telling you, nigga, if you fuck with my shit, I'll kill you, nigga. You'll be fucked up. Fuck.
Nigga, family.
Nigga, ain't no fucking family in this shit. We not family, nigga. Fuck family.
Hey, cut. That's the one.
That was stunning. That was stunning.
Great performance, brother.
Great performance. Working with a good London boy, and I bother him all the time. I had a call with that director. It was quite quintessential to the role, and great character development behind it. I put this fucking bullet in your head, nigga. I laugh because I'm penniless and a bit quite surreal.
Samson Dubois. Samson, yo, who's the girl?
What's your next movie? What's your next movie?
Yo, do you think your British accent gets you all the black roles in America?
Come on, bro. Are you serious, bro?
Do you think you're better than them?
Better than who, bro? Black people.
Yeah.
Stop.
And that was the skit. And shout out to Druski. Now, this one, somebody made an AI skit at Druski, but this one was spot on. So let's play this one. So this is AI, you know, but it is true. I mean, I'm assuming it's AI. This is pretty. I'm 99.9% sure that this one is AI, but it was spot on.
Tired of watching their own stories get.
So I'm giving the disclaimer that this is probably AI, but AI or not, this was facts. So let AI cook, or whoever programmed this into AI, because this sounds like something that, because, you know, you can just program what you want to say, whether it's lyrics or whatever speech, and program it into AI. Because I don't think AI was this spot on. So somebody programmed. So whoever programmed this, they are spot on.
Y'all gave a British dude a slave role, taught him a Southern accent for 2 weeks, then had him accepting awards like he marched with Dr. King himself. That's why I made the skit. And this wasn't just me trying to be funny. I've been seeing this weird Hollywood shit for years. Every time they need a Black American story, somehow a British actor pop out talking bout cheeky and brilliant before yelling in a Memphis accent on camera. And the crazy part, folks in Hollywood act like anybody questioning it just jealous or starting division. People just tired of watching their own stories get outsourced. Now, don't get me wrong. Them dudes talented, I ain't hating on nobody individually. But at some point, it stopped feeling like greed acting and start feeling like y'all replacing real lived experience with a good dialect coach. That's my issue. Some of these stories come from our grandparents, our neighborhoods, our history, slavery, poverty, police harassment, growing up Black in America. That ain't just a role people study for 3 weeks, then go collect an Oscar off of. Meanwhile, Black American actors getting pushed further and further out the room. Half these studios don't even care who really lived this shit, as long as the accents sound expensive and everybody calling it diversity. Nah, Hollywood just like the accent better.
And there you have it. And like Timeless said, yeah, that's AI. Like I said, I was 99% sure, but I was, you know, just leaving the open possibility, because obviously they used real clips and real people. It's just, you can get AI to do these deep fakes. You said, nah, bruh, AI is revolutionary. Some of his replies sound B1 as hell. Yeah, I can't even hold you. Like, that's why I be pulling it up. I was like, oh, you know what, AI, I'm gonna have to use that, right? Because it's programmed to do whatever, right? It's programmed to sound B1. It's programmed to be a chameleon. If it wants to sound bigoted, it's programmed to do that. If it's programmed to sound B1, it's programmed to do that. It's programmed to sound like a dummy. It's programmed to sound like a genius. You know what I mean? It's an amalgamation because it's constantly learning and it's copying, right? It says it in the name, artificial intelligence, right? But the artificial intelligence has to get actual intelligence. It's like a recorder, you know, so it's recording actual intelligence and disseminating it to you artificially. But let me pull this up and see what else we got on here.
Y'all gave a British dude a slave role, taught him a Southern accent for.
Actually, I'm gonna pull up this other video so y'all seen that. So we're gonna get into a reaction video, because a lot of people are in a tizzy and they're mad about Druski. So we're gonna play this.
Druski's skit has just dropped, and I'm doing this video because I know the UK hasn't woken up yet. I'm in LA, they're 8 hours ahead. So what time is it? It's like 5:43 in LA, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1:43 in the UK. So they probably haven't seen it. When Black Brits, when you wake up tomorrow and see the Druski skit, don't get upset. It's fine. It's funny. Like, I don't want another diaspora over this. It's funny. It's funny. The only thing that I'm like not too much on is the.
So Roger says Daniel K., a Brit, played Chairman Hampton, while Lakeith and FBA played Judas William O'Neill. And this is what I'm saying. It's not supposed to matter because we all Black, we all African, so it shouldn't matter. Like, no, we're not. You know what I mean? So you're just supposed to accept this, and then if you say anything, it's like, oh, y'all complain too much, right? But don't trip. I'm gonna pull you up, and I'm gonna show you how these other communities, they complain. They talk about having ethnic specificity, how they want precise ethnic and cultural representation. But with us, we supposed to have anyone with melanin be able to represent us. You can't just immigrate into a lineage, right? You know what I mean? You can act and cosplay a lineage, but that does make you of that cloth, right? Imagine you wanted to put on a zoo exhibit, right? And you had an actual jaguar, and then you had another cat that you can paint and look like a jaguar. Here, that leopard, it kind of looks like a jaguar. So how about we dress it up so it looks more like a jaguar? It's like, how about we just use the jaguar? Nah, let's just use the leopard who kind of looks like a jaguar, and, you know, give them makeup so it looks more like a jaguar. But you have a jaguar right there to use. That's what they do with us, right? Same thing when they did with Snowfall, right? Rather than find... LA has plenty of foundational Black American actors out there that are from the culture, from the soil. Rather than get one of them to play the role, they go and get some dude, and they have to get a LA gangbanger to train them how to act like us. So back to the jaguar. Rather, you want a jaguar, but you don't want the actual jaguar. You want a leopard to pretend to be a jaguar. No, I don't want a leopard pretending to be a jaguar. I want an actual jaguar. I don't want someone pretending to be a foundational, especially when a foundational Black American is available. I can get certain specific fictional roles, but once you're depicting and portraying people, actual figures, and then you want to go get someone that's not rooted or connected to the culture in any type of way, and you want to pass this off and say, hey, this is a jaguar. No, it's not. That's a leopard. I came to see a jaguar. Yeah, but leopards look like jaguars. Yeah, leopards look like jaguars, but they're not jaguars. I came to see a jaguar. I came to see a foundational, right? It doesn't mean that I hate leopards. It just means I came to see a jaguar. If I came to see a foundational and I'm expecting, you know, Denzel Washington, Forrest Whitaker, Will Smith-esque type acting, and you bring some no-name person from the continent and say, they're from the motherland, just like you, is like, okay, what does that have to do with me wanting to see someone that represents my specific lineage? My lineage is not from there. My lineage is rooted here on this continent and this soil. You can't just get someone to immigrate into your lineage, right? Go to Japan. If you immigrate to Japan and you stay there for 50 years, they're still going to say, hey, we welcome you, but you're still gaijin. You can't immigrate into being Japanese. You can be a citizen, yeah, but you'll be a foundational Black American Japanese citizen. You're not Japanese. But, you know, go over to China and live over in China for 50 years. They'll see you as a Chinese citizen, but not of their lineage, because you can't immigrate into a lineage, right? Go to the reservation and say, hey, look, man, what happened to y'all is bad. I want to live on the reservation with y'all. And can I live on there for 30 years? And now that I've lived there for 30 years, you know, hey, I'm just as Cherokee as you. Does anyone think that it would go like that? You said they get struggle crisis actors. Yeah. And it is false advertising. Like, bruh, if I came to see a jaguar, don't present me a leopard. If I say I want orange juice, don't give me grapefruit juice and say they both citrus fruits and kind of taste the same. I didn't ask for grapefruit. I asked for orange juice. I asked for FBA representation. I didn't ask for melanated representation. And you said that's basically what white people did. I said a lot. So what exactly were you referring to, Red 6? You said exactly. That's why they don't use Italians to play Native Indians anymore. And speaking of that, remember once they had Tony Montana playing a Cubano? Okay. And don't get me wrong, I do like Scarface, but like the accent, it was too over the top. And people were okay just because they liked Al Pacino. But he was over the top with it, with his accent and his mannerisms, because he's not truly from that culture. Same thing with Damson Idris, right? He's not truly from our culture, so he was a bit over the top in Snowfall. While it was good, I mean, could have been better. I will never forget in the 90s, True Hollywood Story, Margaret Cho, Korean, talking about the hell she got from her people in her community when she had Japanese actors play her in-laws in her sitcom and her family. I'm going to get into that. I wasn't going to bring up this specific story, but thank you for reminding me. All these other groups do that. They don't look around and say, we all Asian, right? Koreans are Asian, Japanese people are Asian, Filipinos are Asians, Thai people, Cambodian, people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, they're all Asian. But you can't just interchange their actors and say, hey, they Asian, you Asian. So that's why I just, that's why I had a Pakistani playing a samurai, because y'all both Asian, right? You know what I mean? So that's what they try to do, hey, your family descended from chattel slavery. And hey, these people, well, they were enslaved in the Caribbean, or they were enslaved in Haiti. Okay, that's a different story. Yeah, but y'all have melanin. So, okay, but what does that have to do with our different cultures and our different upbringing? It's not supposed to matter because of our melanin, right? Many Chinese people have the same complexion as Koreans, so why can't their stories be interchangeable? And I'm not saying they should. I'm just facetiously pointing out the hypocrisy of these arguments. You said people showing up to reservations saying they are natives. Oh, yeah, that is truly what they done, right? That's why now the so-called, because when you talk about Native Americans and indigenous, there's no race called Native American and there's no race called indigenous. So what race are these people, right? And it's funny how, like, with us, they want to try to say we all came from Africa and then there were just these sub-Saharan Africans and that our race is Negroid. Okay, fine. I don't concur with that, but let's just say that it's fine, right? Okay, what race are these so-called red natives? There's no race called red native. So what race are they? Oh, they're Asiatic. Okay, so when did they stop becoming Asiatic, right? And when it's time to check a box, once it's time to ask their racial makeup, why don't they say that they're Asian? I'm indigenous. Yeah, there's no race called indigenous. There's indigenous Aboriginal people in Australia. There's indigenous people on all of these continents, right? That's not a race. Now they don't want to talk about race. They only want to talk about tribe, right? So because the Cherokee leaders look like Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake, Macaulay Culkin. You know why? Because they're indigenous to Europe. They're native to Europe. But you're supposed to just hear this term, Native American, indigenous, Choctaw, Cherokee, and then you're supposed to attribute it to some mythical red Indian. When's the last time you've seen a red Indian? The red people you see in this country are identified as black. The copper-colored people in this country you see are identified as black. So we got light-skinned black people who we called red bone. We got copper-colored black people. We got brown black people. We got people who are a little bit darker than brown, all considered black. So these people, the red natives, which red natives are you talking about? Because there's a bunch of black natives that have the same complexion of these so-called red natives. No, y'all pretendians. So we're pretendians, but the white Justin Bieber looking Choctaw leader is not a pretendian because they were able to finesse their way and do a paper G side and purge us off the rolls and say, hey, look, nana, nana, boo, boo, I'm indigenous and you're not. And this is why these terms really don't mean anything, because you've been indoctrinated to just accept it. When they say Native American, you just say, oh, well, we stole their land. Who is we? You know what I mean? And then they'll talk about, how they got genocided. So if they got genocided, then who is left? How many people are truly left? It is not that many left, which is why many of them tried to get with a bunch of white people and a bunch of Mexicans. So now it's a bunch of Mexicans now saying we're indigenous. It's like, okay. they've saw that the numbers were dwindling, and they've purposely excluded the black members to try to buffer up some so-called native indigenous numbers with Mexicans and white people. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that there aren't some people, from Mexico that may have some level of indigenous ancestry in them, but indigenous to where? You know what I mean? This whole it's their land and all this stuff, like, who was they though? They have over 560 plus federally recognized tribes, right? Why they don't call themselves one big indigenous person, one big native tribe, right? So you mean to tell me that all these tribes have different cultures, right? Were all of those 500 tribes just getting along? Did all of those tribes call this place one here? They say it's Turtle Island, right? Did every one of those tribes call this place Turtle Island? How could all of these 500 plus tribes, and these are just the federally recognized tribes, there were more than that, how could all of these people call this place Turtle Island, but nobody ever says they're indigenous to Turtle Island? No one ever says that, I'm an aboriginal of Turtle Island. You hear a few people saying that. All they talk about is, I'm American, I'm a Native American. It's like, actually, you're not. The whole point of them having the reservations are supposed to be sovereign land outside of America. But then they're saying, I'm Native American. Okay. I thought you hated America, which is why you wanted your sovereign land. You wanted your sovereign land to be considered as nation of itself, but you also still want it to be called America because this is your land. If this is your stolen land, then why won't you say what this land was called and where you came from? Because they want to try to say that, okay, they were here for tens of thousands of years, right? So they were just sitting there by themselves for tens of thousands of years. You look how diverse the continent of Africa is, right? Look at Jamaica, right? There's Chinese Jamaicans, Indian Jamaicans, Black Jamaicans, Arab Jamaicans, right? It's the same thing with here, right? There were in Asia, there were Black Asiatics, but they've convinced you that in America, it was only one phenotype. It was the red man, right? Some person named Geronimo, and everyone looked like him. It looked like someone from a Pocahontas Disney movie. Make it make sense, bro. Like there was just only one phenotype, but they'll tell you on Africa, right? No, Africa, it wasn't just blacks. It wasn't just Moors and Nubians. It was Berbers. There's no race called Berber. There's no race called Moor. There's no race called Nubian, right? All of these are various terms to talk about a multitude of people, right? When you say Jamaican, you think of black people, but Jamaican is no race. There's a bunch of different type of phenotypes in Jamaica. When you say Berber or Arab or Muslim or Islam, people start thinking about someone who looks like Bin Laden and welcome to 7-Eleven, right? But that's not a race. There's no race called Muslim. Close to 30 or 40% of the enslaved people brought over here were Muslim because it's not a race. When you talk about Berber, yeah, there were some Arab, what they would call Arab looking ones, but many Arab people were black because there's no race called Arab. There's no race called Berber. Just how they had Arab, Bin Laden looking Moors, they had black looking Moors. So now they've tried to frame, no, the Moors weren't black, they were Arab. Just like with the Egyptians, right? What was Egypt called before it was Egypt? Kemet. Kemet translate to the land of the blacks. And they're trying to convince you that Kemet, the land of the blacks, was really the land of Bin Laden and the land of Saddam Hussein. All you have to do, this is not even rocket science. All you have to do, and I can pull this up in real time, but I'm trying to move forward with the show. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist. All you have to do is, when were the Egyptian pyramids constructed? Type that in, and then type in, when did the Arabs invade? You're going to see that the Egyptian pyramids were constructed well before the Arab invasion. So if the Arabs invaded after the pyramids were constructed, how the hell could they have made it? You know what I mean? It's like, you have your house. I break into your house and say, this is my house now. And now that I've occupied your house and I lived there for 5 years, and it's like, well, you did discover it and it is your house and you did build all of this stuff and you did lay the carpet. It's like, no, you didn't. You came over and invaded. and you committed acts of barbarism to conquer and steal a land. Just lean into that. You're so proud of what you did to conquer. Don't pretend like you came over there and whispered sweet nothings in people's ears. But now, why do you think they have so many countries in Africa, but they don't have a Nigeriatology? They don't have a Sudantology, but they have an Egyptology. You know why? Because the Egyptians, because they want to try to look at the Egyptians now. The Egyptians, when they come to America, guess what race they are? There's no race called Egyptian. Guess what box the Egyptians check? White. And as much as they're Africans, they try to say, no, we're North African. It's like, that's what I said. You're African. No, but I'm not sub-Saharan. I'm North African. Sub-Saharan is a made-up term, just like Middle East. Where's the Middle West or the Middle North or the Middle South? It sounds stupid to say Middle South. It sounds stupid to say Middle West. But you've been accepted to talk about the Middle East. It's made up, just like sub-Saharan. But if you keep saying it over and over and over, now you know what it's not made of. It actually has some legitimacy, right? People talk about pseudoscience. That's pseudo right there. You know what I mean? And like Frank said, they're identified as white because they want to try to not really give credit to a brilliant and prominent black civilization. They say that the Egyptians are just darker Caucasian people. And that's what the Egyptians say to themselves too. Then when they come over here and then you call them white, I'm not white, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab. There's no race called Muslim. There's no race called Arab. Then they start talking about how race is a social construct. Being a Muslim is a social construct. Being an Arab is a social construct. Egypt is a social construct. So I'm not the one that you want to, play with intellectually, but let's get back into the video. Let's hear some more of these whiny Brits about they're triggered over Druski.
When Black Brits, when you wake up tomorrow and see the Druski skit, don't get upset. It's fine. It's funny. I don't want another diaspora over this. It's funny. It's funny. The only thing that I'm like not too much on is the beginning, the slave.
So Sincere says nobody wants to know the truth. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, because if they know the truth, then they have to acknowledge it. But if they don't know the truth, then they're just like, oh, whatever, And this is why they can see you're low IQ, you're chimping out. And then you start arguing with them over some derogatory insult. And then they're saying you're triggered. But nobody is truly getting to the truth. It turns into a mudslinging contest rather than a intellectual analysis. And Frank says the butcher from the gangs in New York considers himself a Native American. And this is what I'm talking about. He's an immigrant. He's native to Europe, indigenous to Europe, and come over here chopping people up with barbarism and heinous brutality. And I'm a Native American. It's like, okay. The Native Americans was a political party first. Well, the whole concept of a Native American is inherently political, which is why they try to say that that's why they still get billions allocated for reparations and restorative justice every year. No one tells them to get over it, but it's framed because they have a political relationship with America, saying not the same as like Israel or Japan, but because they were considered to be sovereign nations, most of their dealings are done in a more political treaty sense, which is how they kind of wiggle and skirt around things to try to say, hey, it's not race-based or anything like that. You know what I mean? This is why they try to talk about they can't give reparations to us because that is race-based. No, it's not. You're trying to make it race-based so that you don't have to pay it. But you can make it lineage and status-based where it's not about this specific group that happens to be black. It's because this specific group was racially targeted and aggrieved, right? The Native Americans are being paid billions of dollars, right? Once Biden was in office, he gave them like 32 billion to tribal nations. I think The Trump administration just gave them over $1 billion for schools and stuff, specifically for Native Americans, right? And then they'll try to frame it, oh, it's for Native Americans. You know, that's not race-based. Okay, so you're conceding to my point that there's no race called Native Americans. So what race are they? And then you have to try to play this song and dance where it's like you can use race when it's convenient, but at the same any other time, then you have to try to say why you making it about race, right? Which is why all these MAGA morons, they complain about all the stuff that the Jews are doing. And I'll say, oh, you mean other ethnically white people? Well, Jews are not white. Well, 92% of American Jews identify as racially white in America. No gun is to their head forcing them to identify that way. They chose to identify that way because it accurately represents them. Many of them are from Europe. They descend from European continent, from European countries, right? So they are white, but you're supposed to pretend as if Jews are not white, right? Then you're supposed to pretend as if every melanated person is black. And they'll say black racially, right? But what race are Native Americans, right? We can't pretend as if they're all one race. Clearly, there's white Native Americans, but they don't want you to call them white. They just say, well, call me Native. But that's not your race. So it's just a big clusterfuck. You're supposed to walk on eggshells. We can't ask what the Native Americans' race is. Why not? Right? If some crusty, musty, dusty nigga in Chicago does a drive-by, they ain't gonna just want to know his race. They gonna want to know who raised him. Was he raised in a fatherless home? Where was his single mama at? They're gonna want to know a lot more than what his race is. But when it comes to Native Americans, we ain't supposed to even ask what their race is. Like, damn, bro, really do look Lily W. He looked like that movie Powder. He's a tribal chief. Okay, cool. Shout out to him. He's a Choctaw. Just out of curiosity, what race is he? He's a Choctaw, but there's no race called Choctaw. So what race is he? Choctaw. What race? Choctaw. It just turns into that, right? So like, why are we playing these games? And like Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said, you know, white people play dumb about dub supremacy and black people play dumb right along with them. Unfortunately. But let's get back into it though. And hold on, let's see what Tutnese has to say. This is why I believe FBA should try to seek a special tribal status and become the 51st state. That's why I started this ethnic Tutnese thing 2 years ago. Well, salute to you, and hopefully, you know, you get a lot of support on the journey. I think, you know, all things should be on the table, right? And nobody should be trying to think that, hey, I have the magic bullet and whatever I do is going to be the holy grail of solutions. Try it your way, Tutnese. Galvanize people to get behind you. Just like some people, a lot of us is saying the same thing as long as we're on code. There's people that identify as FBA and Solon. So they'll use Solon in spaces that they're comfortable with, and then they'll use FBA interchangeably. And, you know, if you want to do Tutnese, however you want to do it, just galvanize the people that think the same and don't try to undermine other people, right? Because sometimes people will be like, hey, you know, I don't like those damn FBAs, but it's like, bro, that's your lineage, right? I'm an African American. It's like, okay, but if you have the same lineage, just because you don't like someone's opinion, why would you denigrate your lineage because, you know, someone doesn't align with you politically? You said, my bad, I'm not starting a tribe. It's just a concept. Okay, that's what I was like, Tutnese. I was like, don't let me find out, bro. Starting a little tribe. You know, they gonna start calling you a pretendian. But you know what? I don't care about what they call you. It matters about what you do. So, you know, everybody that's on code, I support, whether you're from the lineage or not.
Don't get upset. It's fine. It's funny. Like, I don't want another diaspora over this. It's funny. It's funny. The only thing that I'm like not too much on.
I wish people would stop talking about diaspora war. These people are really facing actual wars in their homeland that many of them don't even talk about. There's civil unrest in Haiti, civil unrest in Ghana, Nigeria, and they're talking about Twitter diaspora wars. That's not a war. It's a dispute. It's a conflict. It's online banter. Why aren't you talking about the wars in your actual homeland? And this is why, you can only take some of these people so seriously, right? Because many of these people are getting smacked around in their homeland, disgusting, corrupt leaders, and you're mad about what some random FBA said on a Twitter space? Okay.
Is the beginning, the slave skits, is because I feel like a lot of Black Americans, they don't realize that like Black Brits are also the descendants of slaves. So when they're like Black Brits can't play slaves, that's the part where I'm like, that's also our culture too. Slavery.
Here we go again. Our culture is slavery too. We'll play some slaves in Britain. They're always playing slaves depicted in America. And they're saying, hey, well, we're descendant of slaves too, so we can play slaves too. It's not about playing slaves. They're depicting a specific historical era in America. They're depicting specific iconic American figures, and they're getting non-American people to play them, right? They're going to have non-American people in the movie, but we're talking about the leading role. And then many of these movies flop, and then they try to frame it as, oh, it just flopped because, oh, well, y'all didn't support. Yeah, we didn't support because we didn't feel it. There was no connection. You can't just plug in a melanated face and just say, hey, look, he has, similar levels of melanin to you. You should be able to relate to him. No, I can't relate to him because he's done or said nothing relatable. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. We can be cordial, but it doesn't mean that what this person is saying or doing is going to automatically resonate with you just because they have a certain level of melanin. So this is why people had to retire the term American descendants of slaves. Now, I know Yvette Carnell is still fighting because that's her little pet project and she doesn't want to let it go. But just in terms of a practical and pragmatic sense, it's just a term that's not codified and secure enough. Because as you hear this chick, hey, well, I'm a descendant of slaves too, right? And she's British. But if she comes to America and becomes an American citizen, guess what she's going to say? That she's an American. And she's already said that she's a descendant of slave. So then she's going to say, well, I'm an American descendant of slave. And you can try to say, well, no, that's not what it means. Well, these terms are very vague and nebulous and usually broadly applied, which is what people are doing in the Caribbean. I'm a descendant of slaves and I'm American. It's like, huh? And then they start talking about, well, the Caribbean is part of the Americas, and they start focusing on the continent and say, hey, I was a descendant of slaves on this continent, so that makes me an American descendant of slaves. But when we're talking about America, we're mostly talking about the United States of America. There's a country called America and a continent. We focus on the country. You know what I mean? Because even though there's a continent of America, it's not just one big continuous America, which is why people from South America have to immigrate to the United States of America, right? Just because it's on the same continent doesn't mean that we're all the same, right? So then she'll say, oh, well, we're all descendant of slaves. Yeah, but y'all were, had to till different crops, right? It wasn't the same slave work, There were sugar plantations and then there were tobacco and cotton plantations. It's all slavery, yeah, but we're talking about, you said it was the same, you know what I mean? Same means identical. It's not identical. So to try to lump it as interchangeably, that is a form of erasure. To try to say, well, y'all had it rough on the sugar plantation, just like we had it rough on the cotton plantation. It wasn't apples to apples. How do we know? Maybe you had it worse on the sugar plantation. We won't know unless you're able to disaggregate and distinctly say how different that experience was. But to try to say, well, all enslavement matters. Yeah, it does, but it's not just interchangeable as a narrative. And that's what they like to do. Like, man, we were slaves, so yeah, we should be able to play the American roles. If y'all care about slavery roles so much, like, why aren't you fighting to play those roles in your homeland? Because these roles weren't just given to Black Americans. They had to fight for them. Now people just come over and say, well, I have melanin too, so I should be able to get the role. And it's about me being better. No, it's not. Many of you are docile and subservient, so that's why you get the job. It's not that you're not talented, but if there's a talented Black American that will know their worth and occasionally talk back, or there's a talented subservient foreign actor, Hollywood is going to go with the foreign actor because they can get a lot of stuff off on them. They can tell them, hey, look, say this joke, portray yourself in this type of way, and there's no cultural connection. Many of these people, hey, I'm Nigerian, so I don't care if I play a Black American looking like a zip damn fool, because then I can say I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. Or, yeah, I played this Black American role or this Akata role, but I'm Igbo. And that's the issue that people been having. And this has been going on for a long time, but we have to try to pretend as if no one knows about this. It doesn't mean that everyone thinks like this, but it has been a pervasive and problematic issue.
We're Caribbean slavery. Don't get upset. It's fine. It's funny. I don't want another diaspora over this. It's funny. It's funny. The only thing that I'm like not too much on is the beginning, the slave skits, is because I feel like a lot of Americans, Black Americans, they don't realize that like Black Brits are also the descendants of slaves. So when they're like Black Brits can't play slaves, that's the part where I'm like, that's also our culture too. Slavery, Caribbean slavery was in the Americas. So, you know, that's also, I'm a descendant of slaves in America, not the United States of America, but
yeah, not the United States of America. That's what we're talking about. The United States of America. Go take that in the Americas to CARICOM. Stop trying to tether on to our narrative and our story, right? And not all of us were slaves. There were hundreds and thousands of us that were freedmen, right? And then there were people who were enslaved and fought for their freedom. So our history includes slavery, but it's not focused on slavery, right? So don't try to pretend as if we're Caribbean slavery. Oh, I'm a descendant of slavery in Americas. Yeah, well, your case is with CARICOM. You know what I mean? And this is what they try to do, to try to say, hey, I'm eligible for reparations too. Yeah, you are, just not from the United States.
In the Americas.
Now, the whole world is talking about this new Druski skit. We know that Druski is famous for his skits. He just did the Erica Kirk skit that everybody was talking about. But now he's, y'all remember when he did the skit on the Black pastors, right? And he had the whole country talking about that. A lot of Black pastors was upset. Oh, were they hot with Druski?
On British actors who basically...
Well, so, you know, throughout the diaspora, they've experienced slavery. So we have a similar story. That's for sure. But nonetheless, a lot of people are upset, right? A lot of people are upset. And you know, when it comes to this, especially foundational Black Americans and us separating ourselves, having our own identity, people are speaking up. So Tariq Nasheed, he came to YouTube.
And shout out to Street Media TV. But like he said, we have a similar story, but it's not the same story. Same means identical. Similar means similar, right? A orange looks similar to a grapefruit. A orange is not a grapefruit. A crocodile looks similar to an alligator. An alligator is not a crocodile. So even if our stories were similar, they're not the same. There's unique differences, distinctions, and nuances. So similarity is not enough for someone to, you know, kind of overshadow or ethnically erase. Yeah, nor is it a tangerine, and they all look similar. They're all orange. They're all citrus fruits. They similar. they orange. It's like that's what they do with flat blackness, right? A Jamaican looks similar to you. Someone from Senegal looks similar to you. Someone from Kenya looks similar to you. We don't look the same. And then it turns in, you're Afrophobic. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. I know that a tangerine is not an orange. Does that mean that I hate tangerines? You know that a tangerine is not an orange. Me pointing out that fact is somehow what? Fruit phobic? Citric phobic? It doesn't even make any sense. You see somebody with a different forehead, a different phenotype, different bone structure, different hairline. And you say, bro, don't really look like me. Hey, bro, where's your family from? Oh, you being xenophobic, man. See, you being divisive. And then they finally tell you that they're from Burkina Faso. Like, bro, was that so hard? I can tell you where I'm from. I can tell you what hospital I grew up in, what block I was on. But then you ask these people who say that they're so pro-African, and they always want to hide how African they are. They always tell us, you don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from, but you do allegedly know who you are, and you do allegedly know where you're from. But you're trying to pretend as if you're from America. I'm just as American as you. It's like, okay, but you're not foundational Black American. Doesn't mean that I'm better than you. It just means that we have a different lineage, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Everyone thinks that this type of rhetoric is divisive, but then when I switch the racial and ethnic group, then suddenly they understand it. Jewish people, go tell an Ashkenazi Jewish person that they're no different than a Hasidic or a Sephardic Jew. Why are they delineating? They're all Jewish, right? Why is there a Jewish delineation? Why do Christians delineate? Latter-day Saints, Protestant, Pentecostal, all y'all reading that same good book, right? So why is there delineation? Make it make sense, right? But let's get back into it, though.
He said this.
Yes, have I seen the Druski skit? Yes, I have seen the Druski skit. Do we need to talk about it? Oh, let's talk about the Druski skit. For those who have not seen, internet comedian Druski, he's been hitting pretty heavy with some of the skits lately. His latest skit was him doing a parody of British Black actors who portray Black American roles. He went in on British actors who basically come to Hollywood and get gigs playing Black Americans. And he was one scene where he was doing a slave scene, and they were telling him to act more like a Black American. It was very interesting. Then he was playing a gangster role. Then he would switch back into the British accent. So it was pretty funny. And a lot of the non-FBAs, they got a little offended by it. Oh, some of the non-FBAs got a little offended by that. They don't like that. I saw one chick up here talking about, I think she's Caribbean, but she's British. And she was like, we're all the same. I'm a descendant of slaves too, but not in the Caribbean. See, this is why descendants of slaves wasn't a codified term that we could use that really locked in the lineage. See, that's why that wasn't codified enough. You understand? Because a lot of the non-FBAs, they can kind of backdoor themselves into the descendant of slaves thing by claiming Caribbean. Well, we were enslaved in the Caribbean, so I'm a descendant of slaves too. See? That's why the foundational part, it really tears them up. When you say foundational Black American, that really locks the door on all the BS. That's why the non-FBAs have a problem with it. Because, yeah, you cannot backdoor foundational Black American. It's a tight term that you cannot backdoor. You can run a backdoor game on descendants of slaves. Several people have tried to do it. You understand? Several people have tried to do it. But going into the Druski skit, why is it offending certain people? Well, it's offensive because the skit, it's touching on something real. There's a pattern in years, for a long time, for years, Hollywood, they've had Black British actors play foundational Black Americans who were enslaved, people from the hood, civil rights figures, street dudes, Southern Black characters, and the industry act like nobody's supposed to notice, all right? But we notice, we understand accents, we know the cultural distance, we notice the rhythm, the pain, the swagger, the humor, the slang. We know when it don't really come from the soil. That doesn't mean that, let's be clear, that doesn't mean that these actors are not talented. It means that talent is not the same thing as lineage.
Now, this is the thing. This is the issue. And I have to be fair because as a foundational Black American, Forrest Whitaker, he played Idi Amin, right? Morgan Freeman, he played Nelson Mandela. Jasmine Bogwood, right? He played T'Challa. Don Cheadle. Y'all remember he was the main character, the humanitarian in Hotel Rwanda. Denzel Washington, he played Steve Biko in Cry for Freedom. So we have a lot of Will Smith, he played Dr. Bennett.
So this is what I want to address. So, and shout out to Street Media TV for bringing up that point, right? So he talks about how there were foundational Black Americans who have played certain roles, where there was Morgan Freeman who played Nelson Mandela, etc., right? The difference is, now I would have preferred that they got someone from their lineage to play that role. Here's the thing, though, and then the thing with Black Panther, we're not overly fixated on fictional roles, right? There's no place called Wakanda. There's no place, there's no person that's the king of Wakanda named T'Challa, right? There was a person named Harriet Tubman. There was a person named Martin Luther King. There was a person named Fred Hampton. So a T'Challa role couldn't compare with that. Now, if you're talking about the roles like the Idi Amin and the Nelson Mandela, right? So what I'll say to that is that was doing them a favor. Right now, how many of y'all in the chat truly know about Idi Amin? You probably heard the story, but do you truly know his history? And the history that you know, you may have known the whitewashed history version, which means you don't truly know. But you would know even less if Forrest Whitaker didn't play Idi Amin. Nelson Mandela, people know Nelson Mandela. Okay, if you didn't get Morgan Freeman to play Nelson Mandela, what South African actor that could hold a candle to Morgan Freeman's acting bona fides, right? Morgan Freeman is doing them a favor by playing that role. That's going to bring more eyes to the position. You mean to tell me there was no one in South Africa that they can find? And even if they could, compare the best actor in South Africa to Morgan Freeman. Compare the best actor in Uganda to Forrest Whitaker. Compare the best Rwandan African to Don Cheadle. So what are we really talking about here? Don Cheadle's career wasn't made or broke off Hotel Rwanda, and he put up a lot of his own money to do the film, which people don't talk about, right? So you said, no, I don't. I'll be honest. Yeah, most people don't. So this is the whole thing. They're trying to be like, well, y'all play us too. Forrest Whitaker played Idi Amin. And people's like, huh? Who? And because he won an award, then it's supposed to mean something to you. No, Forrest Whitaker, I loved him, and he is a legendary actor, but the Godfather of Harlem. But Forrest Whitaker has a lot of good movies though. So when you think of a Forrest Whitaker movie, I mean, I don't think of The Last King of Scotland, not me personally. When I think of a Morgan Freeman movie, is the Mandela movie what you think about? Shout out to Hotel Rwanda. When I think of Don Cheadle, that ain't the movie I think about. When you think of Will Smith, do you think about Will Smith playing an African doctor in Concussion? I'm just saying, like, these are A-list actors doing these movies. What A-list African were you gonna put in place of Morgan Freeman? What A-list African or Ugandan were you gonna put in place of Forrest Whitaker? So it's not an apples to apples comparison. It's just not. You said, plus that's only a couple examples. They played almost hundreds roles portraying us. And that's, like I said, it's not an apples to apples comparison. I get bro was trying to be fair, but yeah. And then I heard somebody say, what about Stella got her groove back? They had Tay Diggs play a fake Jamaican. Is Stella got her groove back? Is that a real story? Right? Okay, Tay Diggs played a Jamaican. Okay, who would have made that role more popular? Some random unknown Jamaican or Tay Diggs? What are we talking about here? There's no Jamaican acting version of Tay Diggs that you can speak to. I'm sure there's plenty of talented Jamaican actors. Okay, fine. Then you should be able to name one that's as talented as Tay Diggs that should have took that role. And they can't name it. Okay, fine. Morgan Freeman shouldn't have played Nelson Mandela. Then name me the South African that's as popular and as prominent as Morgan Freeman. And since you can't name anybody, then just shut up. Y'all play all roles too. These are American films, right? Created by American directors. So of course, they're most likely going to choose Americans to play those roles. So it's really not the same as much as they try to frame it. And I'm not saying it's cool when, when we do it. I prefer, and I'm just talking mainly about the historical figures. Like if you're going to create a Marvel movie, right, and it's a fictional character, who cares if you get a African, a Bolivian or whatever, right? But if you saying, okay, we're going to get Malcolm X, but then we're going to get a light skinned British person to play Malcolm X because, well, Malcolm X was this light and he's from Britain, but even though he talks like Cheerio, would you like a spot of tea? You know what I mean? We'll get a foundational Black American voice actor to train them how to act like y'all. It's like, won't you just hire a light-skinned FBA? Nah, we can't do that. We have to hire a Black Brit and train him to act like you. Psst. Okay. Yeah, it has to be authentic, but it's not authentic. And then when we know that it's not authentic, then they try to get mad and try to say, y'all divisive and we don't stick together. No one is saying that we hate these people. We just saying we ain't feeling it, right? If you hear a song and you be like, yeah, bro ain't really got it like that. It doesn't mean that you hate that person. It's just you ain't feeling the music, and that's it. I ain't feeling the music. I took the CD and broke down some bud on it and rolled up a backwood. That's all. I don't mean I hate, bro. You know what I mean? You watch these movies and you be like, bro, this ain't hitting. This don't got that FBA Majara spirit, bro. So then you just click on to something new, and then they try to frame it as xenophobia because it don't connect with you. Because the Nigerian dude that they got to play Martin Luther King, he just didn't channel and exude that Majara spirit that suddenly you hate Africans just because you wasn't feeling dude. It doesn't make sense. So if they had got an American dude to play MLK and he failed and I said he was trash, would that mean that I hate Black Americans? But then if you see a African and you like, bro, that didn't hit. Y'all just don't like Africans. Y'all jealous. It's just like, it gets nauseating at times.
Old Mongo in the Concussion. So we have a lot of Black Americans that also played a lot of roles that played a lot of roles of Africans and Caribbean people, right? And this is a fact. This is the truth. So my whole thing is this, man. This don't need to be a gender war. I mean, excuse me, a war between the dark races, foundational Black American and other dark races, right? It don't need to be that kind of war at all, right? The issue is we need to do our own movies. My thing is this, my perspective. Foundational Black American is a lineage. We don't all agree. If I was in position where I had money and I was doing my own movies, I would have FBAs and I would have some maybe some Black British guys in Caribbeans. A lot of those people from there are very talented actors. I don't have a problem with that. Our problem is we need to own it. We need to be owned and controlled by us. We need to be writing the stories and controlling the narrative. That's what we need to be doing. So a lot of Caribbeans feel like they can play the role of slaves because they have the same story. And I understand that to a certain.
They don't have the same story. And I get it. Like, it sounds good. And I do agree on the face value that, hey, you know, we need to be telling our own stories and stuff. But many times these people are shamed and shunned for telling their own stories. They're boxed out of telling their own stories unless you're willing to step and fetch, shuck and jive. Why do you think they keep funding Tyler Perry movies? Because he paints Black people, or Black men specifically, as, you know, degenerate demons, you know, who don't know how to treat their women. You know what I mean? Hollywood would fund that. Hollywood would fund things like Precious. They'll fund things to paint us in a disgusting light. But as soon as you talk about empowering us, suddenly they have no funding. You know, they always talk about we need to get over slavery, but somehow Hollywood finds a blank check for slave movies. They find a blank check for movies like Training Day and Boys in the Hood and stuff like that. But when you want to show a functional movie, where you want to show a movie with a white villain and a Black hero, we don't know if white people will get behind that, right? I had played earlier, I did a stream where I talked about how Danny Glover, he worked to try to get the 1804 movie in Hollywood, and they didn't want to do it because they said that it didn't have a white hero. So we have to talk about that as well. When people like, why don't y'all just do for self? And then you look at all these other groups, they're not doing for self. And if they are doing for self, it's because they got a lot of government funding, NGO money, to the tune that will allow them to do for self. Don't worry, I'm going to pull this up in real time so y'all can see just how much government funding is giving to these people to make movies. But then when it comes to us, they're like, no, we don't have no money for y'all. And then if they do give you money, they have to try to dictate how the movie is going to go so that it's not really your movie. You got the hidden hand telling you what you can and can't do on your movie production. And if you don't do it, then there's no funding, right? Is that pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? These huge production companies get congressional allocation of funds to the tunes of tens of millions to fund these movies. And then people be telling FBAs, we just need to do our own. It's like, okay, cool, bruh. Now we can make a Sundance film movie, but you're not going to be making no Avatar type movie without any type of congressional funding, which many of these people get. But let's get back into it though.
Context, but let's revisit the actual skit itself. But remember, we played roles with them too. The issue is the W Man and Lion
and Prince, because they started playing Prince in like December 82. But really before Michael Jackson, they didn't play foundational Black America.
So I'm going to just play a little bit more and then I'm going to get ready to shut her down because I've already been rocking out for like a few hours. So I'm going to play because I know the professor has spoke. So I'm going to see what Professor Black Truth just dropped. I know he just dropped a banger about this topic. And damn, he went 30 minutes in, so I'm only gonna play like 5 or 10 minutes of this, and then I'm gonna shut it down. But like Timeless says, dysfunctional family imagery. Yeah, they always talk about all this stuff. It's disgusting, it's dysfunctional, but that's the stuff they promote, right? People saying nigga, nigga, nigga all day, that's pretty dysfunctional, right? That's pretty degenerate. But suddenly they're always promoting people to say that, right? But then if if you're calling them that, it's like, why can't you control yourself? Well, you love the word nigga so much, so, why not I call your son, your daughter, your grandpa a nigga, and then all slurs matter, so I won't stop at nigga, right? They love to say it's just a word until you call their mama a bitch. Bitch is just a word too. Nigga is a word, bitch is a word. That's why I called your daughter a hoe. Because hoe is just a word. But let me play a little bit of what the professor has to say, and I'm going to get ready to shut her down.
Subscribe to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. For the longest time, I've told you that the white media is not in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. And a key component of mind control is to make the person being controlled think that the ideas put in their heads came from themselves. Now, before we go any farther, this evening address is going to be a commentary on a video skit put up by a guy named Druski. I don't really know who Druski is. I previously only heard about some sort of skit that he did where he was doing a parody of Erica Kirk. But more recently, he's done one where he's done a parody of Black British actors, particularly Black British actors who are portraying the part of foundational Black Americans in movies. And basically that these guys are essentially a British version of the kind of thing you would expect to hear from a white actor. That was the subtext of what he was saying. And there's been a lot of people who have been infuriated by this skit, and they've been angered about the truths that it basically is saying in jest. Now let's just go ahead and cut to the quick on this one. The reason that there's so many people who are angry about it is because foundational Black American culture is the pulse and the heartbeat of American culture. Full stop. It has permeated the world, influenced the world, and is envied by the world. Everybody wants to partake of it. But they also want to try to falsify some sort of legitimacy to do so. So everybody tries to claim that they had something to do with it, that they influenced it somehow, even though that's a lie. They didn't. Or they at least try to claim that there's some sort of legitimacy or validity to them taking part in it, even if they have a history of downgrading and insulting the people who made it. And that's the reason why you got all these people who are saying, well, okay, yeah, there's a whole flood of Black Britons coming in and they're getting these roles to portray Black Americans. But you know what? It's because, well, they're better actors, you see. That's not true, but it's not true either. Hollywood has been bringing in immigrants for many, many decades now and having them playing the parts of Black Americans. And I don't just mean Sidney Poitier. It's been going on before he became a name. But they bring in these Black immigrants for a reason. That they're not going to try to compete against the white media structure. That's just a fact. That is part of the reason why they feel a little more calm with them in the room. Look at Motown. Britain has a music industry, so where's the Black British Berry Gordy? Where's the Caribbean version of Quincy Jones? Look at what Master P did. Where's the African version of that? I don't say these things to be condescending. I say them because they are facts. And this is part of the mental and racial arithmetic that these white media types take into account when they have somebody from outside the United States sitting in front of them. When they have one of these Black migrants, this is the mental calculation that they're doing. Whether you want to hear it or not, whether it pleases you to hear it or not, there's something the enemy sees in us. Something uniquely threatening about us that they rarely see in folks outside our lineage. We can no longer afford to try to spare people's feelings on things. We are way past the point of being able to tiptoe around the truth. Look at the BAFTA Awards fiasco recently. The British are racist as hell. They've been taking shots at Black Britons for the longest time, disrespecting them openly for the longest time. And Black Britons just take it with a smile. Not all of them, but most. When white people in Britain talk about having a stiff upper lip, they don't mean that they take abuse, but unfortunately, that's what Black.
And then for all the people that love to say, oh, we the same. Nah, we don't act the same. When they had the Tourette dudes who was running up, nigger, 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 nigger. Oops, I can't control myself. Nigger, you niggers can't be mad at me because I have Tourette's. Nigger, oops, nigger. I just can't control myself, right? When the dude was yelling all sorts of slurs, epithets, and derogatory remarks, it was a bunch of black Brits trying to downplay it. It was us here in America saying, no, that's unacceptable, because Kanye West has been diagnosed with bipolar. He has severe mental health issues, but no one cared because they were trying to frame him as this flaming anti-Semite. Okay, fine. Kanye, you gotta hold that, right? But then when we try to say, hey, bruh, Tourette's don't make you racist, right? You know, Tourette's, yeah, you have these outbursts, but they're these outbursts of words that you're already used to saying, right? You don't just have these, you don't start saying outbursts like preposterous and super califagilous expialidocious, right? You start spouting out words that you normally say. You know what I mean? But a lot of those black Brits, they just kind of bend over and buck broke themselves to try to say, oh no, white mommy and daddy, we're not mad at y'all. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, how are we supposed to ally with that? So it's like, fine, we ain't mad at y'all. All we saying is 'tis the season to hold your own nuts. And you said, bro, that Tourette's demonstration is mean. Hey, that was off the dome too, you know what I mean? Might have to clip it. But let's get back into it though. But the professor, he's on one. But I told you I'm gonna shut this thing down soon. So I sincerely appreciate y'all. I ain't gonna be here too much longer.
Britons and these Negroes who live in these British colonies think it means. And then they come to the US and they try to turn their noses up at us when we made the path for them. That's because they took disrespect from the white supremacists overseas, and they knew they were supposed to fight, but too many of them lacked the nerve to. They lacked the guts. So now they come over here and suddenly they want to start getting disrespectful towards us to try to make up for the cowardice they showed in Britain or Jamaica or Africa. And these white supremacists see that. When the BAFTA incident went down, foundational black Americans got on code and raised pure hell about it. But where were the Afro-Britons at? Anybody remember how Idris Elba was raising a stink about that incident? Or Cynthia Erivo? Or any of these black British actors who we frequently see in American movies?
That's a great darn point. When the BAFTA award, this was in their homeland of this Tourette's dude running around and bombing these black prestigious actors. Where the hell was Stringer Bell? Idris Elba, where the flip was he at? Cynthia Erivo always has something to say. She's always trying to show her little ugly mug. But when that came, suddenly Cynthia Erivo was nowhere to be found. Where were any of these Brits, right? They pretend as if they're so much better, right? So much better at what? Pulling your pants down, bending over and spreading cheeks? I'm just saying. Hold on, let's get back into it though.
I don't remember it. Delroy Lindo is from Britain by way of the Caribbean, so there should have been black folks in Britain and the Caribbean raising hell about it on his behalf. Where's the so-called political leaders in the West Indies at to speak up for one of their own being publicly humiliated? Where are the black British political leaders at? Well, we already know they were at the same place they always are, kissing the wrinkled racist rumps of their white paymasters. There's black members of the UK Parliament. But how many of them use their platform to condemn the BBC or John Davidson? You see, we don't have a culture of making excuses for white supremacist aggression. And if you got some black person who decides that they're going to try to make excuses for it, we put them in their place. See, over here, when an immigrant clown like Byron Donalds or a tragically FBA traitor like Uncle Clarence Thomas does some mess, they get excoriated. These creeps can't show their faces anywhere. They've been banished. They've been cast out, and everyone knows it. When they speak, everybody knows they have no legitimacy. Clarence Thomas can't sit there and say, well, as a Black American, he can't say that at all. You've never heard him say that phrase because he knows he can't say it. He can't speak for anyone but himself. He knows it. He's been isolated. He's been banished. And that's what we do. They have to depend on white daddy to feed them because they don't have a community. A house pet can't claim that its owner's family is their community. Every time you see Clarence Thomas, he's surrounded by non-Black people. He doesn't have a choice because we don't give them a choice. The community casts these scumbags out. So where's the Black British groups and movement that casts out the sellouts in their own midst? Do you think the white media racists in the US are somehow not in constant contact with their white counterparts in Britain? They work together all the time. Star Wars was shot in Britain. Did you know that? The James Bond movies, they're made in Britain too. When it became obvious that the FBA community wasn't going to let the BAFTAs get away with what they did, you had the executives at Warner Brothers scrambling. They knew what was coming and they were trying to get out in front of it. They were hurrying to try to get it on record that, whoa, well, we contacted the BBC and we were allegedly, we were very much objecting to what had happened. Because we trained the bastards in the white media to know what will happen when they do something stupid. We contest them on their own turf, on the airwaves. You don't get to attack us as some sort of freebie. You can't monopolize the conversation, not when it comes to us. So no, we're built differently over here, and the enemy knows it. Black Britons have gotten used to being publicly disrespected and humiliated, and they try to palm it off as, well, I mean, we know that racism exists, but we're more or less kind of just one big happy British family, right? And that delusion in the face of white supremacist aggression is why those bastards at the BAFTAs thought that they could get away with what they did. They had their so-called award show.
Yeah, so many of these people, they try to pretend as if they've transcended race and they live in a colorblind society and we're just Black Brits and Black people. Why do y'all always make it about race, right? And then when the white mommy and daddy smack them up and disrespect them, humiliate them, making it about race, lineage, and culture, then suddenly they looking for us to crash out and save them. And then when we say, nah, you said there was no racism, it didn't exist. Hold your own nuts. Then it turns into y'all xenophobic and all this other stuff. Xenophobia has nothing to do with it, right? If you're not willing to fight your own battles, how could you start requesting someone else to fight for you? If someone walks up to you, slaps you and spits in the face, and then you say, we all Africans, come save me, FBA. It's like you won't even save yourself. You let somebody spit on you, slap you, and you ain't gonna do shit. Blew his head off right in front of your face and you ain't gonna do shit, nigga. You know what? Hey, Black Brits, you know how y'all acting. And if you don't know how y'all acting, let me remind you.
And you know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
That's how these Black Brits are acting over the Druski skit, over the BAFTA awards, over how you're being mistreated in your own country. You don't have respect there, not because you don't deserve it, because you don't demand it. They walk over you and step over you, and then y'all love to say, well, they don't even like y'all. You know what? We don't care if they like us. We like us. Many of y'all don't like each other. That's why you're doing cake soap and doing all sorts of things to mask your insecurity and then to turn around and blame us. Y'all don't know who y'all are. Y'all don't know where y'all from. Yeah, our homeland is America, the place that you're trying to flee to. You say we don't know who we are, right? And these people allegedly do know who they are, but you still have to flee to America. You know who you are. You know where your tribe is. You know what your tribal language is, but yet you still have to flee to America, my homeland. That's not the flex that you think it is. You're flying a flag, but you have to flee to my homeland under the banner of my homeland's flag. Or at the same time trying to convince me that your culture is superior. If your culture is so superior, then why are you here? I'm just saying. Not to be xenophobic, just fair questions to ask, right? If you're in degenerate America and people talk about death to America and our culture is so disgusting, then why are you here around these degenerate people engaging in disgusting culture? Thought you had black fatigue.
Show on what they saw as their own home turf, and they thought that gave them some sort of unassailable advantage. But they didn't understand foundational black Americans don't play the game by their rules. These immigrants are constantly trying to play the game of respectability politics. I guess that's how they live with the refusal to stand up for themselves. But this is self-delusion because it never translates into respect. It only gets you a temporary job and that's it. That's the devil's bargain that too many of these black immigrant actors had to make with massa in order to get put on. There's a reason why there's a Tyler Perry in the US, but not one overseas. These people who Hollywood brought in, these were non-threatening Negroes who the white media executives could be confident wouldn't rock the boat or try to challenge them at any point in the future. And when you look at what's happened for the last 80 years, you see that they were right. The only ones who ever did attempt to rebel were the ones who were allied with us. These white media studios deliberately, intentionally put foreigners in these movies as a way to contain black influence. It makes it where these white media companies don't wind up subsidizing or paying the one group of people who are going to challenge them in the media. See, when foundational black Americans are doing a movie or a TV series about fighting white supremacy or standing up to the establishment, we're not just playing a role, and that comes through in our performance. When you have people who attack FBA history and who insult us and ridicule us and who make nice with the very racists that we have to fight against, they have no business ever portraying anyone who's from our lineage or experience. You can't put Cynthia Erivo in a role as one of us and then claim that she was the best person for the job and that she did the role justice, etc. You can't claim that there's anything legitimate about that. When you have these immigrants, particularly these black Britons who are trying to claim that, oh, well, it's because these guys are better trained, you see, classical training, you see, they're doing what white society's always done, trying to bestow legitimacy on themselves, which is a fraud. But hey, the white media claims that what they're doing isn't racist because some bootlick over here allegedly co-signs it. And after all, some of their best friends are black. This is what these immigrant actors are doing. They're drawing from the same well because they saw the white individuals and companies they want to get in good with, and they figured, hey, we'll just follow their lead. They're trying to do their own version of, I'm immigrant and I say so. Just like with white society, they demand that we allow our culture to be community property. When white people
Or this is what I like to call immigrant exceptionalism, where, you know, America, they try to erase the history of the foundationals and this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, so you should be inundated with immigrants and you should be okay with it because this is a nation of immigrants, right? So if your neighborhood gets flooded with a bunch of undocumented immigrants, well, we're all immigrants, so that's why we drop those immigrants here. Well, if this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, then why won't we drop them in Martha's Vineyard? Plenty of space, plenty of resources, plenty of liberal lunatics who claim that they love immigrants. Give us your sick, your tired, your poor. And then you drop them in Martha's Vineyard and they like, hail to the no. Get them out of here. We have the money, resources, and space to house them here, but let's go transport them to the area where the black community mainly predominates, right? And we've disinvested from this community, but since we have the Office of New Americans, then we'll invest into this new population, right? The money and the millions that we denied the black community, we'll give them to these new Americans. And don't take my word for it. All y'all have to do is just type in the Office of New Americans. Who are these new Americans they're talking about? They're not talking about you, right? You've been an American for your whole life. So who are the new Americans they're talking about? And they have all sorts of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees allocated for these new Americans. You've been an old American your whole life, but there's nothing for you. You have to pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Meanwhile, they'll say an Office of New Americans. They'll talk about resettlement fees and asylum programs and stuff. And when they have these programs, that means money and tangible resources being allocated to them. And all they want to talk about is how they work so much harder and stuff like that. Okay, why won't they work hard and buy their own stuff, right? Oh, they need a little bit of help. Okay, fine, help them, but then help the citizens more. You can't tell the citizens to pull yourself up by your bootstrap, figure it out. But then you come over here and this lie, you feel me? This whole lie, they came over here with $2 in their pocket. That's a damn lie. And let's just say it was true. That's stupid. That's extremely stupid. I'm in the Bay Area, California, the highest expensive place to live in all of the land. If I told you right now, I got $5 in my pocket, California is too expensive. I'm finna move to Utah. People gonna be like, bruh, you moving to Utah with $5 in your pocket, bro? You dumb as hell. But then we're praising people who come from Bogota or Tijuana or Bangladesh. I had $2 in my pocket. Okay, if you had $2 in your pocket, bruh, if you're in New York and you have $2 in your pocket, could you get to New Jersey? Hell no. How is somebody from Mexico with $2 in their pocket getting to Chicago? How is someone from Bangladesh with 75 cents in their pocket getting to Chicago? Make it make sense, bruh. And hold on. Let me drop the link. Give me 1 second. But yeah, I'm just tired of the lies, bro. They always talk about these people are seeking asylum and fleeing gang violence. It's a lot of gangs in New York. It's a lot of gangs in LA. Where could the native-born population flee the gangs in LA? Shut up. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Okay, fine. That's the standard. So when you tell me about someone fleeing the Mexican cartel, tell them to shut up and figure it out. That's somehow xenophobic, but it's not xenophobic for you to tell the kids from Oakland to shut up and stop complaining. Figure it out. Well, y'all figure it out in your homeland. Stop fleeing. Stop whining. Hey, if you fleeing gang violence, tough luck, Buttercup. Figure it out. It's your people. It's people that look like you who are committing the crime. Y'all want to talk about black on black crime? It's brown on brown crime. That's why you have to flee, right? I ain't trying to be rude. I'm just keeping the same standards. If you don't care about what the gangbangers in Oakland and St. Louis got going on, why should I care about gangbangers in Venezuela, in El Salvador? Why should I care about MS-13 in Trinidad? Make it make sense. And you said, you know about the Office of New Americans? Of course I know about the Office of New Americans. The office is the great replacement strategy. It's not a theory. And I can pull it up at any time, but y'all don't have to take my word for it. Just look it up. And you said, stay in your homeland and clean it up. That's all we asking. Sincere. If somebody came over to your house and they cleaned your house and then they start wagging their fingers about how they made your house spick and span, and then you went over to their house and their house was a disgusting pigsty, are they really at liberty to tell you about what you need to do with your house? Okay, fine. You helped me clean up my house a little bit. I was already going to clean up my house. You helped me clean it up a little bit. But when I see your house, it's a disgusting pigsty that you don't even want to go back to. You're not in a position to wag your fingers at me. And that's what these people like to do. Y'all lazy. Y'all ain't built nothing. And then I look at your homeland. It's a disgusting shithole. That's why you fled. I didn't call it a shithole. Trump did. And then you agreed with Trump that it was a shithole, a hellhole, and that's why you fled. You didn't clean your shithole up, but you're trying to give me advice? I don't have a shithole. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit messy and I need to clean up the mess. But a mess that I can easily clean up versus a shithole that you ran from, that's not the same. Somehow this is xenophobic. These same people will say this is xenophobic, but these were the same people talking about, I will vote for Donald Trump. He was calling y'all grapists. He said y'all bringing crime and not sending y'all best. And still, I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, cool. Vote for Donald Trump and vote to clean up your homeland. You love your homeland so much. You're flying the flag. You fly the flag more than the American flag, yet you don't want to be in your homeland that you're flying the flag of. Make it make sense, right? You said that's the best solution. Clean up your backyard. That's all we asking. We got our own mess to clean up, right? So we can't be helping y'all clean up y'all mess because we have to clean up ours. We don't want to hear you whine about what we need to do to clean up our mess when we look and see that you got a pigsty. Fine, we do need to clean up some stuff. So while we focus on cleaning up our stuff, we don't need to hear you hectoring us when you have a disgusting homeland that you didn't fight to fix. All these people, right? How are you going to protect your homeland in another person's homeland? It doesn't make sense. Imagine that you are supposed to be a loving husband and you're trying to have some sort of dominion authority over your house, but you're always at the neighbor's house. Okay, how is that going to provide the authority over your house? You're always sneaking, cheating, and creeping with someone else. Why should your family member respect you as the authoritative figure to lead this family to prominence? And that's what people are saying too with some of these people. Like, bro, you fled your homeland. You love your homeland so much, but you weren't loyal to your homeland. Clearly, you're not going to be loyal to my community or my country. You're not loyal to your own homeland. So Travion says Trump was definitely talking about them, not us. I don't care who he was talking about. Trump don't like us, and I don't care. But like many of those cats, they drunk the Trump Kool-Aid and they drunk the Trump booty juice. Unfortunately, they wasn't just butt kissers. They were crack lickers, licking up and down and all around. Right before they said, I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, this is what you voted for. And then we got John Cena, one of the dopest and the illest with a pen. And is that really him? The big block boat rider, Mr. 350 himself. Big rig slaps in the building.
Bam, 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 bam. What it do, man?
What's good with you, bro? How was your stream?
It was good, bro. We was chilling, man, rocking out, man. Shout out to your chat.
Hey, salute to Big Rig. And yeah, we can't be deported. You can report us, but you can't deport us.
All time.
Foundational, indigenous, and native to this land. And John says he's finna come up in a minute. Well, hey, try to come up soon, John, because I ain't gonna try to be here too much longer. but since Big Rig came, I gotta extend the show. So
yeah,
Big
I'm just
Rig,
rocking with you, bro. What's going on?
Oh no, it's okay. Shit. What was you talking about today?
Shit, bro. I went over a couple of clips. The first one was this underage bro, a little young dude, man. You know, they got caught up at the park. He was with his little girlfriend, man. He's like 17 years old. They had their bottles all up on the table at the park, bro, just acting a donkey. Police came through, you know what I'm saying, slid on them. And you know, the little dude was kind of giving the information. His mom was on the phone, whatever. She kind of sounded like she was kind of tired of the bullshit, dog. And then he went to, you know, he went to run from the police, dog. And as he was running, man, he let off shots on the police, bro.
Oh,
little youngster, man, let off shots on the police. The police let shots back, man. And it was, you know, it was a rap video, bro.
And where was this at?
Don't really remember what city and state it was, bro, to be honest with you. But yeah, it was a horrible, you know, ending, bro. But you know, it's like the type of things that happen, man. These youngsters, they kind of be on one, bro. We never know what our kids is doing when they leave the house, bro. And then the other one, the other clip that I had was like a traffic stop, bro. And dude just went on one, dog, like said he was homeless and all kind of stuff, man, and went ahead and took the police on a race, you feel me? And then it just, he ended up, you know, wrecking his car because they put the little spike strip, you know what I'm saying, on the bottom, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the police kind of be doing some slick things now, bro. Like they'll put that Terminator underneath your back tire just in case you may try to run, you feel me? and then that way, like, you gonna run it over, bro, and it's a rap video for that back tire, which that's what happened. So when he took off, bro, it was you know, it was bad. So he was taking them on a nice little chase, B, and then, you know, they ended up, you know, the police seen him down the way, put out another strip on him, bro. He ran over the strip, you feel me? And, you know, it just was bad. And then he ended up going to a gas station, B. He went to a gas station, bro, and tried to carjack the people getting gas, bro. Gets in the car, but he takes the gas nozzle out of the car, bro. And then he gets in the car, and then he tells his girl that was in the car that was already, you know what I'm saying, done data. He's waving her on, bro, to get up in the car that just, you feel me, carjacked. The police is already outside, bro. And she's like doing, you know what I'm saying, a little pep step, you know what I'm saying, to the back of the car, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, when she got, it was crazy, bro. These fools was on straight dope, bro. And when they was throwing things out the car, bro, you know what I'm saying, backpacks though, B, they wasn't taking like the little whatever out, you feel me, and throwing it out. They was throwing out backpacks, bro, like they ain't finna pick it up on the road, bro. It was a mess, pimp.
Oh, for some reason, I almost thought it sounded like the story that I had covered yesterday in Texas. It was this dude, this SA dude, I think his name was Jose Ramirez. He had crashed into like 2 cars. Then he ran up to a black dude who was in the car with his family of 8. And he tried to rob dude, and then the black dude, they tussled for like a minute. And then the dude, you feel me, you know, had to let him feel that cold steel. You know what I mean?
What dude though? The dude, the family?
The family dude, the father dude.
He had to let it out on him?
Yeah, he let it out on the dude. Because the dude tried to jack his car with his family in there. He had 8 family members.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually might pull that story up, but actually let me pull this other story up while you up here.
Yeah, do your thizzle, man. Shout out to the chat.
App ended with cold-blooded murder. A woman accused of running over her date with his SUV is now in jail.
It took 4 days to track her down at a Denny's in Flagstaff. That's where Mason Carroll joins us live. And Mason, this is a wild story.
Yes, it is. Now, we don't know all the details about this, but we do know that the victim knew something was wrong right away. As police say, he texted his friends and family that he believed he was being catfished. Now, this was just hours before his date is accused of running him over with his own car and then fleeing the scene. That woman was arrested here in the Flagstaff, and she claims she doesn't remember anything. What started as a date turned into a homicide investigation after police say 30-year-old Michaela Bahi ran over 52-year-old Norris Taft in the Phoenix parking lot.
You know her, Big Red?
Nah, man, come on.
I had to add. I was like, damn, face look a little familiar. Just making sure, like, did you? So before I proceed, because the video is only like 2 minutes long. Have you ever heard anything like this, Big Rig? You meet up with a date and then you end up getting ran over with the car or played.
That's rough, bro. That's rough. Like, what kind of agenda was she on, bro?
And she met on, what app was this? I have to see. So first of all, the dude says he was catfished, right? So let's see. So bro was like, he thought she looked extra fine. Then
so wasn't that picture, or was the catfish a little bit different than this picture I'm seeing now, brother?
I'm assuming it was different
than the picture I'm seeing now, brother.
Yeah, this picture is her mugshot.
God damn, shit.
So bro saying he was catfish. So maybe she was looking extra sexy. Then he pulled up and he was like, hold on, this ain't you. And they had an altercation and somehow she ended up getting his car keys and running bro over.
But she looked like she about like in her 30s though, pimping. Like, so she was messing around with a 52-year-old though. So he thought he was finna get something good though. That's what he was saying. He was like, man, I'm I'm finna fuck with this young tender. You know what I'm talking about?
Big Rig, age ain't nothing but a number, man.
Man, that's for sure. Aaliyah said it, bro.
That's what they said. So a 32 with a 50-year-old, hey, she, you know, bro was still just trying to get his
Phoenix
groove.
police say a meetup off a dating app ended with cold-blooded murder. A woman accused of running over her date with his SUV is now in jail.
It took 4 days to track her down.
And that's the cold part. It's with his thing. So imagine she feel me.
I was just gonna go ahead.
She jacked the rig and then she start hitting switches on you. So you end up getting smashed under your car because she start hitting the button.
So you mean to tell me this cold old big tomato face Hutch jumped in his ship and went ahead and ran him over, bro? Like what part? Like how you even let this Hutch jump in the fucking front seat of your shit though, bro? Like what kind of shit was he on, bro? He was on some simping pimping, bro. Like he was. What's up with it, John?
What's good, man? What's good?
Man, shout out to John Sinatra, bro.
John, what's up with you, Brody?
Shit, I had chimed in when y'all niggas talking about Aaliyah said age ain't nothing but number. I said Aaliyah said it or Kelly wrote it.
Did R. Kelly really write that though?
Nah, man, you know he did. You know he did.
Yeah, Kells was right. He was right, bro.
Yeah. But John, have you ever dealt with any type of catfish issues like we're discussing, or been violently attacked for rejecting?
I ain't never got violently attacked by no nah, hell nah. But I for sure everybody, I done got catfish before and shit. That shit it's pretty normal.
Big Rig, you been a catfish, Big Rig?
Nah, bro, I haven't. But it ain't like I really be. It ain't like I be out there hella just fucking with hella. You know what I'm saying? So like,
but when I say catfish though, I don't mean like it was like a different person. I mean like they just didn't look the way that they.
I read across that, bro. Hey, that shit would kind of fuck me up though, bro. For real.
It'd be the person.
But what would you do, Big Rig? Would you be respectful and
I'd definitely be respectful, bro. I'm a cool nigga, bro. I'd be respectful. You feel me? But you know what I'm saying? Hey, after that day, you feel me? Like the next time she call you might hear some shit like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You're lightweight punk rock, bro. You ain't looking nothing like what you was saying. I kept the G with you and shit, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know how the fuck you think you just go ahead and hit me right now and think everything is good. You know what I mean? Like, that's like playing in your face, right?
That nigga Rig said you a lightweight punk rock.
Off top, bro. You feel me? Like you got some whole different ways of moving, bro. Like that's crazy, my nigga. I don't really think you need to catfish a motherfucker, dog. Just be who you is. If a motherfucker fuck with you, they fuck with you, bro. Because when you see him, my nigga, they gonna see the real. So it's like, what the fuck, bro? Do you want somebody to disrespect you? Because a lot of motherfuckers ain't gonna be cool like me. They gonna fuck around and let you know about yourself, bro.
Yeah, I think they're expecting people to not really push a line on them because Big Rig, you a smooth cat. So I think they anticipating that somebody ain't gonna be like, you was about 100 pounds lighter on the photo.
Right.
They expecting somebody to just ride it out because they said this date turns deadly.
What was the name of that show, bro? What was the name of that show on MTV?
He talking about
Next.
Nah.
They used to have damn, what the fuck?
There was Catfish then, right? Was that the name of it?
I think it was called Catfish, right?
Bro, like just that Catfish? Shit. It's like, what are these people thinking, bro? Are you really thinking you gonna pull this shit off when we meet in public, bro? And you completely look like a whole different fucker, bro. Like that's like completely out of pocket and out of line.
I want to see her dating profile to see what she looked like.
Me too, bro. I'm thinking this is the catfish photo, but if you saying
no, this is her mugshot.
So she pulled up like this. So yeah, I want to see what she looked like in the it had old boy thinking like, you know what I'm saying, she was the one.
I had a
Phoenix police say a meetup off a dating app ended with cold-blooded murder. A woman accused
she killed him?
her date with his SUV
Nigga, that's what I was telling you. She ran him over.
I know she ran him over, but I didn't know she pilled him.
And died.
Yeah.
Oh,
She pilled him with
that's
his
a
own car.
whole dynamic, bro.
And that's why I was saying, like, if she had the low rider and then she was hitting the switches on your head until your brain exploded, you feel me?
That nigga said hitting the switches.
Man, listen to B, bro. He's hella graphic though, bro.
That nigga said hitting the switches on your head though.
Until it exploded though, bro. You hear how graphic
be
that
thinking
was?
some wild because he had to really
B, this is how you do it over here, bro. B-Eazy that dude, bro.
Dark on B.
You be giving your your audience the real, huh? This nigga.
Dark.
It gets darker.
Yeah, John, it get deeper. It get darker, bro. I'm like, what?
That's mainly the it gets deeper and it
Till
gets
your
darker.
head explodes, Big Rig. What do you think, nigga? I ain't gonna be able to think. My head exploded. I'm done, bro. I'm out of there. Damn, B, that's crazy, bro.
All right, let's play and see what else this Hutch did.
Shout out to Vibrant. Yeah, let's see, bro. She sound out of line, bro.
Oh, and shout out to Vibrant.
Phoenix police say a meetup off a dating app ended with cold-blooded murder. A woman accused of running over her date with his SUV is now in jail.
It took 4 days to track her down at a Denny's in Flagstaff. That's where Mason Carroll joins us live. And Mason, this is a wild story.
Yes, it is. Now, we don't know all the details about this, but we do know that the victim knew something was wrong right away, as police say he texted his friends and family that he believed he was being catfished. Now, this was just hours before his date is accused of running him over with his own car and then fleeing the scene. That woman was arrested here in the Flagstaff, and she claims she doesn't remember anything. What started as a date turned into a homicide investigation after police say 30-year-old Michaela Bahi ran over 52-year-old Norris Taft in the Phoenix parking lot. The two met on the dating app Moco Space, and Taft picked up Bahi this past Sunday for their first in-person date. Right away, court
I had to stop it there. Niggas still use Moco Space?
Bro, I was gonna say Moco Space came out back with MySpace, bro. That was like the Mexican version, nigga. I remember that shit.
Mariachi Space, like, come on, niggas still use that.
Moco Space, bro. Like, no disrespect, but you deserve to be on some other shit, bro. If you on Moco Space, bro, like, what the fuck is you doing on Moco Space? No, I ain't saying that.
I'm like, come on, big.
Come on,
it gets darker, big.
Yeah, see what you did to me, my nigga. Being on your John, this is crazy. Being on your platform, bro. Look at the man. I'm on mute, bro. That's crazy.
John, you still got a Moco profile?
You on mute, bro?
You on mute, John?
Oh, my bad. Nah, I don't think I never even had a Moco Space. My bro, he used to always be on that shit though, bro. He used to be pulling down.
That's why I said it had a run. It was popping at one time.
It's still popping. It looks like shit.
Yeah, right. I didn't even know that shit was still going on, bro. That's crazy. The Moco.
Even Frank Nitty,
yeah. Frank Nitty's like Moco Space. He's like, shit, man. I had a cold profile on that jank.
That kind of sent me.
Nigga, lost his life.
And over a catfish. Let's finish it out. Hold up.
Documents show Taft texted family members that he had been catfished and was trying to end the date. But the pair visited multiple locations, including a marijuana dispensary. They went back to Taft's apartment complex.
Hold on. The nigga is texting his family like, bruh, I've been catfished. Like, man, this bitch ain't the one. But he's still taking this hush to get some tree. Come on, bruh. He went to go smoke her out, Big Rig. What am I missing
Space,
here, bro?
Moco Space. Don't forget it.
I'm gonna tell you what it was. Well,
Go ahead, John.
Already had his mind. He already had his hopes up to the point where when he finally did meet the broad, he just kind of was like, he probably was disappointed, but he was like, "Fuck it, I not came this from like."
He was trying to knock something.
He probably just said, "Fuck it, bro." So how he ended up,
come on, B. This shit dark, bro. I shouldn't even be saying shit like this because, bro, I didn't even know he got built, bro. You feel me? And I'm talking, man, this is out of pocket, bro. This is crazy.
All right, let's finish it up and see. Hold up.
Please finish it up. This is crazy.
The pair visited multiple locations, including a marijuana dispensary. Taft texted family members that he had been catfished and was trying to end the date. But the pair visited multiple locations, including a marijuana dispensary. They went back to Taft's apartment complex, where surveillance video later reportedly showed Bahi getting into Taft's car. The documents state Taft then stepped in front of the car, trying to get her to stop. That's when she hit him with the car and dragged him beneath it. Prosecutors say it looked intentional.
There is strong evidence in this case of surveillance footage that captured the defendant running over the victim. It certainly looked like it was intentional as she was accelerating, even though the victim was in front of the car with his hands up.
According to police, Bahi fled the scene and Taft was pronounced dead at a local hospital. The next day, Bahi took a shuttle from Phoenix to Flagstaff. She was arrested by Flagstaff police at this Denny's on Wednesday.
Yeah, this is a murder case, and the defendant certainly has incentive to flee based on the lengthy prison sentence that she's facing.
Court documents state Bahi admitted to being with Taft, but she couldn't remember anything that happened between leaving the dispensary and the next morning. She's now charged with second-degree murder, leaving the scene of an accident, and theft of means of transportation. Her mother lives in Flagstaff, which may be the reason why she fled to the high country.
So I want to figure out power of attorney for my daughter because she is 6 years old and she is with my mother in Flagstaff.
And the prosecutors labeled Michaela Bahi as a flight risk, so she's currently being held on a...
Man, this don't make no sense, bruh. So not only did she murk dude, but then she went from Phoenix to Flagstaff. It's like you murk somebody in San Ho and like, bro, I'm finna go to Sac. Huh? Like, nigga, they gonna find you in Sac, bro. You know what I mean? And then she was chilling, eating at a Denny's. Like,
she was hella buff.
You want to talk about dark? You take somebody's car, run them over, and unalive them. Then you go to Denny's to eat some food, and then you say,
"Get a grand slam, dog." You done grand bam this dude and went to go get a grand slam. That's crazy shit.
That's wild. You hit him with the bam bam, and then went and got a grand slam.
Hell yeah.
You want to talk about it gets darker.
it keeps getting darker, bro.
That might have to be a segment. We might have to drop it gets darker once a week, bro. With all
and then we gonna have to cover these little sinister.
That's sinister. Hey, that's sinister as fuck.
Hey, it's crazy, right? You know, Chris Brown was talking about these hoes ain't loyal. Forget loyalty, bro. They lunatics, bro. Some will literally take his life, bro. Peep this. Not only did she catfish, bro, he went and took her some weed. She took his weed, then took his car, then ran him over, then went to her mom's and ate some Denny's.
Had no respect, bro. Picked her mom up in his Escalade and everything, bro. The mom probably didn't even question the shit.
And then she said, she don't remember none of it.
The moco
they went and got some papas and eggs, bro. And they done peeled old boy, bro. That's crazy.
That's bro. So there's no, she's basically like insane. Like she didn't even know she was serious.
Well, she serious about what?
About what? She remember shit when she talking about, if she really didn't remember shit, then that means like she got some real psychological, like, you feel me, what the bitch was that crazy, or she was playing. Sometimes they be lying, then they be trying to fake
I'm sure she's playing crazy.
Riggs,
but hold on,
you're faking a seizure in the interrogation room, wasn't it?
Man.
You feel me? People get the line when they get caught up in shit.
They turn into straight actors and actresses, bro.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, serious, or she really just was crazy for real?
What be finna bring up now, man? What's going on?
No, these the comments. I'm gonna show you another video, but the comments. Somebody says hiding out at Denny's. The other person said catfish. That guy was whaled.
I'm not trying to throw out what you had going, bro. What was you talking about earlier?
Nigga said he was wailed.
I know. I thought that was good. Now I was already. I was about to wrap it up anyway.
Oh,
So it was a segue. This lady said, as soon as he realized he was catfish, date over. This person says, of course, Shamu was captured at Denny's. They calling her Shamu. I ain't heard that one in a minute.
Bro. That's crazy.
They said
That's
never leave
that's
your
an early
house.
90s joke, bro.
I was finna say Shamu. I was finna say I ain't heard that since the 90s.
Early 90s joke, bro.
And this person, Shamu is like some sort of whale or something.
It was a whale,
like
bro.
that.
Chill out, B.
Yeah, that's what they call her. They said she ain't catfishing, she whale fishing. But this person said ruined her life, ruined her daughter's life, ruined her mother's life. What a waste. And that is true. So think about how many lives she ruined. She ruined her life. She took another man's life. She ruined her daughter's life, and she ruined her mom's life. So just your incompetence and irresponsibility, like it has wide ranging things. But somebody put Moco space. What the F kind of day nap is that? Like, yeah, that Moco space kind of sent me.
Yeah, you got to stay away from Moco space. That shit's crazy.
Hey, what's mania?
That's like somebody doing some shit right now and they on MySpace, bro. Like they're like, yeah, they was found MySpace and shit. You'd be like, whoa.
Like, huh?
Hey, but how?
Like, who still fucking surfs those fucking sites, bro? Like, it's crazy.
How did he end up in front of the car? Okay, he gave her the weed. What, the nigga went to the store to get some blunts, and then she just, you feel me? When he tried to, like, how would he get hit?
Oh,
yeah, no, because
that's what happened right there, John. He went in to get the tree,
and then she
jumped
tried
in the
to pull
driver's
off.
side. Yeah,
And then
there it is. There.
And then he jumped in front of the car telling her to stop. And then she just pushed the pedal to the metal.
So she might not even meant to really do him like that. She probably was just trying to steal his car. And
Nigga, if she hit him and dragged him, she knew what the fuck was going on, bro.
Well, yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, after he jumped in front and she already dragged, like you kind of got to just, you got to ride it out.
Right.
Rode him out.
Ride it out, bro.
I mean, not like that.
You already started the steps, bro. I mean, what the fuck?
Now you got to get out of there.
He says you got to get out of there. I mean,
it's not like
you're at the point of no return. That's basically, bro, like you got to really go with it.
Hey, remember that Michael Jackson? You've been hit by a smooth criminal, nigga. Hey,
come on, John, don't do that, bro.
Hey, we were just talking about Mike. I'm just saying it just went through my head. You've been hit by,
because she was a criminal, bro, and she hit that nigga, dog. This is crazy.
It gets darker.
Michael Jackson was talking about her.
Man, he was talking about quite a few motherfuckers, man. Moco though, off the Moco space, that's like the Mexican MySpace.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just the word Moco ain't cool, bro. Like, so it's like, damn.
Hey, Moco, like mucus in Spanish.
Man.
Hold on.
What that is?
Let me see. Hold on, let me see.
Oh shit, B finna bring up a carjacking, bro.
Moco in Spanish primarily means mucus or a booger.
Right.
Booger space? Come on, bruh.
Exactly, dog. It's like, come on, man.
What
was the creativity in that one? That's crazy.
It went from it gets deeper to it gets darker to it gets disgusting.
Yeah, it gets disgusting, bro.
Come on.
Hey, where
bro.
you on? I'm on. No, you can catch me on Booger Space, bro.
Man, you know you just doomed. He was bound to drizzle.
But
nigga, what kind of quality
Booger
hutches
Space.
you gonna find on Booger Space, bro?
He found him a booger wolf.
Absolutely.
So this was the case that I was talking about, and I was talking about no lacking. And y'all tell me what y'all think about this story. So hold on, let me play this.
Outside a Garland store shows us the moments that lead up to a deadly attempted carjacking on Sunday afternoon, and there are children still in the car at this moment. I'm going to be real candid with you. It's heart-stopping. I'm Doug Dunbar. Good afternoon. Police tell us this was not this carjacker's first attempt of the day either.
Vehicle. With his captures the moment a driver shot a man who was attempting to carjack his vehicle, with his family, including several children, inside. But before that fatal moment, surveillance video shows the suspected car driver crossing the street to a convenience store parking lot. He approaches a white Impala and walks directly to the driver's side, appearing to raise his arm. At that moment, the driver jumps out, apparently holding a gun. He tries to pull the man away from the vehicle, and the two begin to fight. The video shows a young boy running from the car, along with several women and children, as the driver continues to struggle with the suspected carjacker. Once the family is out of the vehicle, the driver moves away from the car with his gun drawn, circling the vehicle before firing and killing him.
Yeah, as of right now, we're looking at this as self-defense.
Garland police.
Bro, what the fuck was that, bro?
Was tripping.
So apparently it was this dude. This dude had crashed into two other cars. He tried to carjack some other cars. Then he ran across the parking lot, raising his hands, and then he tried to jack that car with multiple kids in there. Apparently it was 8 people in the car, a bunch of women and children. So when he tried to take the car, there were some kids that got out, but there were still kids in the car. I don't know what this sick, deranged dude was going to do to those kids. Was he going to touch those kids? Was he going to unalive those kids? Was he going to go sell and human traffic those kids? I couldn't take that risk, bro. And so what did y'all see? And this is why I always talk about no lacking, bro, because this dude was just at a parking lot with his family. So he easily couldn't have had his equipment on him. But the fact that he did is what saved his family life. Go ahead, John. Speak on it.
It for sure did, but it's like, damn, and the fact that he had the ups on the driver, because nigga, you didn't grab him all out the car and shit. How the fuck do you do that and let him up?
Hey, and John, peep this. They said on the surveillance they were fighting for 1 minute. And I said this yesterday because I covered this yesterday. But bro, 1 minute in a street fight is a lifetime. How long does it take to stomp somebody out? If you got stomped by me, Rig, and 3 other people for 1 minute, if somebody, it
About
don't
20,
take
30
minute,
seconds.
That's like
bro.
changing right there. Hey,
That's what I'm saying.
The fact that, see what it was, he wasn't ready to kill. The driver really didn't want to even kill, because if that was me and I got my family with me and
I would have blamed him.
And I see you approaching my car with a weapon, I'm already finna up and just start firing.
All right, hold on, John. I'm gonna replay it, and then as I'm gonna mute it, but then try to tell me like what you would do in this situation, right? Because we want to have some awareness too. So hold on. Let me mute it right here. So this is a long test. Oh, hold on, my bad. I forgot I don't have it up. Hold up. Let me rewind that back. So you got this dude walking all the way across the parking lot. But hold on, let me play this right here. So it's a lot of stuff going on. Tell me what you seeing, John.
Dude walking up, look like he telling him like
he walking from a long ways away, bro.
You seen him? That's what I'm saying. If I would have even seen it, I would already been whipped.
Okay, look, he right there now. Did you see right there? He came with his hand up. Like, what is that with his hand up right there? Like that was weird. Like, look at this, John. He lifted his hand up like he was.
I don't know what that nigga thought. I guess he thought the nigga was gonna be scared. He thought dude was gonna be scared and just let him just take off in his car. And he got his family and shit in there, for kids running and shit. Nigga, you out your mind. But hold on, dude got his gun. Okay. See, at first I thought the dude that did it was the other dude. This nigga had his gun out while that's his gun in his hand, ain't it?
Yes.
So he really didn't even want to shoot dude, bro. He really was like, bro, stop. He trying to tell you like that nigga just he just got what he had coming, bro. The nigga was tripping. He had several opportunities to retract, to run off or something like
retreat.
Yeah, retreat, nigga. Like, you feel me? You walk from hella yards away.
Hella yards. And mind you,
walking, nigga, I would have shot that nigga when he got at least within 10 feet of me. He would have got shot. I would have smoked him.
That's what I'm saying. And not only that, John, he had crashed into 2 cars prior to what I just shown you. He crashed into 2 cars and he was trying to carjack other cars. It's just he couldn't get in them. This dude had his door open because he was, helping transport his family. So he saw it as an easy, a sweet lick.
Yeah, but bro, you gotta try motherfuckers with families, bro. You gotta think, man. If a motherfucker is gonna be ready to protect themselves, 9 times out of 10 it should be. Not that it always is, but the probability of a person with a family versus a person with no family, I would think the family, me being a family man, I'm gonna expect the family man to be ready for some shit to go wrong. As a man, nigga, I'm ready to protect at all times. If I'd have seen a motherfucker, I got my kids with me, even if it was just me, but especially if my kids and my family with me, and you're walking from that far away, I just seen you just hit some cars, and then you running up over here talking about get out your whatever. Nigga, I would have.
And not only this, John, the father had his blick out, right? And he still was walking towards him trying to fight him. So
he thought he must either was high as fuck or he thought dude was so pussy. He like, you ain't gonna.
That's either way, that's a fearful situation, right? If a nigga coming at you and he see that you got your fire and he don't care, yeah, bro, I'm gonna have to blame dude because he on some Michael Myers stuff. Like if he ain't afraid of this, well, I'm afraid of him, and that's why I had to get him up out of there. But not only that, the dude had 8 of his family members with him, a bunch of women and kids, bro. You seen the little boys running out and stuff, and they said once the dude jumped in the car, there was still an infant in there. You know, the infants, they have to be locked in with the car seat. Right. So what was that dude gonna do if the dad didn't successfully shoot him? That dude would have got away with that car. What would he have done with those kids that were in that car? I don't know, and I wouldn't have waited to find out.
Exactly. We ain't gonna never know, nigga. What we the upper room.
Hey, get that boy a VIP seat there.
The last thing a nigga gonna hear doing some shit, trying me like that in front of my bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I seen something the other day where they say, man, trying a man when his woman is with him or anything like that's like extra. You just extra. It's like even if dude did want to be like, you know what, I don't even want to kill nobody today. It's not worth it. I'm gonna let him have the car. The fact that nigga, me and my kids is not walking home from here or got a call or right, bro. You are not finna take my shit.
Well, some do say that like, bruh, the materials you can get back. So, you know.
Yeah, but my gun is out, not his, nigga. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? He doesn't get to decide what, nigga. I'm the one that's gonna decide whether the material's worth it or not. You don't running up on me from 20 feet away and you ain't got no gun out and I got the gun out and you gonna still try me and instead of me smoking you, I'm still trying to tell you, hey man, just stop. And you like, nah, man, I'm taking your car. Bro, I'm gonna shoot you. No, you're not gonna shoot me. All right. Well, now I ain't got no choice. So, you know, a dude died, right?
Yeah. They said he up out of here. He gone. But let's play the rest of it though. Hold up.
Derry Road and Highway 66. Police say the driver who fired that gun stayed here at the scene and is fully cooperating with police. Today, we were able to gather surveillance.
So, dude, once he blamed him, he stayed on the scene because he was like, bro, this was a legal firearm. I don't got nothing to hide. You know, and this is why I tell cats. Yeah, bro, if y'all cats don't got no record, bro, why are you riding around dirty? Get a legal firearm. That's for niggas who, you know what I mean, you know, made some mistakes, but they still want to protect their lives, you know what I mean? So they're willing to take that risk. You taking an unnecessary risk and stuff like, bro, get your legal firearms. Right now, imagine if this was a woman, you know what I mean? Like, he probably could have overpowered that woman, thrown her out, and go ahead, John.
Imagine if his firearm was in his trunk, nigga, with no clip in that motherfucker, and he had to run to the you see what I'm saying? How they try to make it. It's like,
no, that was going to be my next point. This is in Garland, Texas, where you can stand your ground. In California, that dude would have ran up on you, you would have had to try to fight him, then fight to get to your trunk, then fight to open up your gun safe, then fight to get your clip in.
Right, and how you gonna get to the truck when he in your car? He finna drive off, nigga.
He finna drive off. And peep this, his kids, some of his kids got out, but his infants were still in the car. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, nigga, they want you to have your gun in the trunk locked up.
Cali want to make you a statistic, bro.
Yeah, they do.
They want you to be a carjack victim. They want you to be, oh, it's sad that so-and-so got unalived during a carjack. No, I unalived the carjacking because I stood my ground and I waited for the police so I can tell them exactly what happened.
Right.
That's how it should be. Instead, they got people fearing for their lives, so people will be willing to risk to carry an illegal firearm because they know, bro, imagine if he was trying to call the cops. He's over here fighting this deranged dude off, and he's trying to call the cops.
Yeah, kids, then you trying to call the police. He done drove off with your kids in the car.
And nobody knows what this dude, hey, if this dude is running up on people with guns, we don't know what he was going to do with those kids, bro. We can't, when we see all the Epstein stuff, I don't know if he was going to touch those kids. I don't know if he was going to take those kids to Bohemian Grove. I don't know if he was going to sell those kids. I'm not putting nothing past these twisted people. What was that, John? It kind of broke up.
Oh, I say shit. He could have took him to Epstein. You feel me? Shit, nigga. You don't know what the fuck he gonna do. But
and if that's the case, then good riddance for him. Glad he in the upper room because we don't need those type of sick people. You know. And Big Rig, what did you see, bro?
I seen somebody basically ready to end their life, bro. I didn't understand what made him think that he was gonna be able to just walk up on somebody anyways, bro, and just jump in the front seat of their car, dog. Like I don't understand that. I don't know where his mind frame was at with that. So, but I also don't understand the brother to even let him get that far into jumping in his whip, bro. Like I didn't understand that either, bro.
He did let bro get manny close.
Like he actually lost a lot of points for that, bro, because he had, like you said, he had his family there, you know, the kids inside the car, and you let this man actually get in the car, and I actually seen the wheels move, bro. So I'm taking it that the car was either started or he started and actually was able to kind of put it in gear maybe for a second. But regardless of that, you know, if it was me, you know, I ain't with all the whole violence thing, bro, but again, kind of what John said, man, things kind of change when you have your woman and your girl with you. It's not like you're trying to set an example, but just a lot of shit ain't going to be tolerated, bro. Like a lot of shit we're on a whole different scale now. You know what I'm saying? I got my fucking family with me. You know what I mean? So, you know, he would have got popped, bro, before he even was able to get in the car, dog, because he was already a threat. Bam, he would have got popped right there. Fuck all that trying to move him out the way, because as you can see, dude already had his strap on him. How he had his strap already in his hand was wild. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, Big Rig, the way you broke it down was a little bit wild, because now once I was playing it, he let bro get manny. Look at this right here, bro. Why? I'm sorry, bro. I would have won up top, dude, right here, bro.
Look how close. That's what I said once the nigga like 20, 10 feet, bro, you too close.
Peep this. He just breezed past dude like nothing, like you said, John.
Yeah,
you must have thought dude was extra vagina because dude had his blammer out and he walked right past him and kind of moved bro to the side. Look at this, bro. Bro moved bro to the side to the point that he had to yank him out the car. Like, this is wild, bro. Yeah, bro. I get it. Look, and peep this. Look at this image right here. Bro has the thing pointed at him. He's telling him, bro, I don't want to pop you. And the dude is raising his fist like, shut up, I'll still punch you. You punch me and I'm going to pop you. But like, even after this, the dude was able to move him to the side. Peep this, bro. The dude is guarding the driver's seat. How did the dude get in the driver's seat? So just watch this, bro. Look at this, bro. He moved out the way to let.
Yes, he did.
he really didn't want to pop, and I'm not saying dude should want to be like some violent killer or anything.
Right.
I'm sure this is a respectable man. He ain't a killer, but don't push me, right? The dude pushed.
He got mangled.
B, it goes kind of what you said, bro. Once you reach a certain point, bro, you gotta go with it. If you put your shit in drive and the police behind you, you gotta go on the chase. This guy had his pistol already out, bro. If you gonna pull your shit, you gonna use it, my nigga. Other than that, why are you pulling it, bro?
Hey, I really spared him because nigga, for you to have your gun out that long and then use a dude could have killed your dumb ass. You sitting here.
He could have struggled you and took your pistol from you, dog.
Yeah.
Or knocked it out of your hand or whatever, bro. What if he would have been a strong ass nigga, bro, and happened to catch you with a nice right cross to the chin?
Come on.
Or as he was fighting for the thing, the gun kind of sway, and
he
then
could have shot his own people.
That's what I was gonna say.
Because I saw that when he was struggling, his gun was pointing when the kid came out, bro. And I'm like, man, look.
And his finger was lightweight on the trigger, bro.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
And unfortunately, if he would have popped one of his kids, I'm not gonna say it would have been totally his fault, but it would have been partly his fault, because if you would have just got dude up out of here before he got close,
it would have been all his fault, dog. We're not gonna play this game. It would have been all his fucking fault.
You're right, Big Rig. I'm trying to be PC, but Big Rig ain't having it. Go
man,
ahead,
hell
bro.
nah.
Yeah, for sure, man. Niggas be forgetting, bro. Evil is real out here, bro. Like, just because I always say this all the time, nigga, it could be a bright sunny day, the weather could be nice, nigga. The birds could be chirping, nigga. You got your fresh brand new fit on, nigga. It's your mama's birthday, your daughter's birthday, nigga. Your kids graduating. You just got a job you want. It could be anything going good for you, bro. Evil is still walking around this motherfucker, bro, and you gotta be prepared at any moment to nigga fight for your life, bro, because just because you don't have ill intentions or you're a good person does not mean that tribulations and trials is not gonna come. And that's a prime situation. All he was doing was putting his family in the car, out the car with everything, and he finna, all of a sudden the nigga didn't crash. You like, okay, what's going on here? Next thing you know, he talking about, hey, get out your car. Hold on, nigga, hold up, nigga, I got a gun. He like, fuck your gun, nigga, get out your car. And then you still like, nah, bro, I don't want to shoot you. I don't, nah. Nigga, he like, nigga,
Yeah.
Bro, that's what
and John, that situation highlighted, while not only do you need to have a strap, you need to be trained in how to use the strap, but you need to also be trained to have some level of physical stamina too, because he couldn't just up it and pop them, right? He had to fight them off. So you can't just be some frail. That's what I'm saying. Because somebody could overpower you. You got to have some level of strength to be able to fight people off too.
Do, but these young motherfuckers in the streets don't got none of that. They just got they killing niggas that got reps, nigga, and then they go to the pen and they gotta deal with the consequences of that for so many years, bro, and it be bad for them, bro, because
hold on, John, could you elaborate when you say they got to deal with the consequences? What are some of the consequences they got to deal with?
Okay, so look, right? Anybody could pull a trigger. So this the thing, nigga. It could be the dude in the neighborhood who never lost a fight. He got all KOs under his belt. You feel me? He got niggas scared of him and everything. But it's a young motherfucker that got a gun now, and they feel like, man, fuck that. I'll pop that nigga. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna let him knock me out. Okay, you popped the nigga just because you didn't want to fight the nigga, but then you killed him and now you got to go to prison. But then when you go to prison, this dude got family, he got friends, he's a reputable dude, he's a loved person. So now people looking at you like, oh, this the bitch ass nigga that killed so-and-so? Okay, I'm finna get on him. So now ain't no gun in there. You know what I'm saying? You probably can't even do 10 push-ups. Now you and this motherfucker, you're in there because you were scared to fight in the first place, but now you're in a position where the only thing you can do is fight. And a lot of these times, bro, where you be seeing like these niggas, like they always tell me like, oh, niggas be getting raped and shit, bro. Vast motherfuckers will tell you most of these niggas is not getting raped, bro. They're voluntarily just doing that shit because they don't want smoke that bad. Niggas don't want to fight. Niggas don't want to, so they just fuck it. You just gonna be somebody else's bitch for the rest of your life, and that's what be happening to these niggas, bro. You niggas out here with these guns and shit, bro, and you listening to King Von, and you thinking just because you can shoot somebody that's making you more realer or more man than him. Then you got to deal with the consequences of you not ready for that shit, bro. And that's when you see these niggas breaking down. That's when you see them trying to snitch. They trying to do anything they could do to get out this situation because of shit like that. Like you say, you got to be physically fit. Also, you just don't have a weapon and think, okay, that's all I need, bro. What if the gun jam? What if anything, bro? You might have
That's
to.
why I keep a Rollo.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta be, and then like a lot of these niggas, they'd be scared to use the knife, and oh yeah, he said I keep the Rollo. Like, you feel me? Yeah, that ain't
Never jam.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, what if you couldn't get to it and the nigga just grabbed you first and you could? I'm just saying, bottom line, you want to be a man that nigga you can physically defend yourself, bro. You don't want to just be out here. Just all you got is a gun, because what if you can't get to the gun, or they got their gun out first, or anything, like, you know what I'm saying? You might just gotta fight for your life, bro. And if you ain't built, shit, you gonna drizzle out, man. You gotta have some stamina built too. You said they was fighting for 1 minute. That's kind of a long time, nigga, to be tussling with somebody.
Kinda, that's a long time. How long does it take to stab somebody? It don't take 1 minute. For you to whip out pepper spray and bear spray, that don't take 1 minute to do. If I dip you on the ground, it don't take 1 minute to slam your head.
B, you could make me shoot myself. If we tussling for 1 minute and I got the gun, that's long enough for you to make me accidentally pop myself or something while we wrestling with that motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not into the. Y'all should have caught me. Y'all should have caught me in the younger days when I would have caught the fade with you. Now I'm just fading niggas, bro, because I fear for my life, bro. And now. And this all you got to look at all these states that have the standard ground and castle doctrine. In the text, it says, if you fear for your life or you fear bodily harm and imminent danger, somebody running up on your family and trying to carjack you is imminent danger. I'm a fear for my life, because everybody wants to try to act like they the hardest thug on the planet. Like 50 said, you can be the hardest, I'll be the smartest. You know what? I am scared of all you niggas, right? And that's why I had to pop you, because I was scared and I had to protect my life, right? All these threats that niggas like to make towards nigga, you just gonna make my self-defense case even more legitimate, right? I fear for my life. Oh, look, this dude is a felon with a violent record and he made death threats towards me. That's gonna be a slam dunk case. But these niggas are too dumb and they're in the snitching area. Nigga, if you really want to pop me, why would you get on social media and say that, right? But there will be a track record of you threatening me and a track record of me saying I fear for my life. So, hey, when I boom bap you, nigga, I told y'all I fear for my life, and this nigga told me he was trying to kill me. So that's why I had to pop him. You know what I mean? I ain't playing this game no more, bro. Like, people got families to get home to, bro. Even in the fight, nigga, a long ass fight for a minute, you can be winning the fight for a minute. But if I got more stamina and I start doing Floyd Mayweather, you didn't finish me in that first minute. Now the fight then went on for 5 minutes, and now somebody might have knocked you out. You know what I mean?
Well, so the thing like, that I could kind of put in there real quick on that incident, bro, is I've always said this too before, right? I'm not really a big gun dude myself, you know what I'm saying? But I know there's a lot of people that kind of perpetrate a fraud, you know, kind of had a thing on them and whatnot. But when shit really goes down, bro, they're not really ready to use it. And kind of what I seen with old boy, yeah, he had his thing, dog, but I think there was more fear in him. I think that he was more pushed to use it, because if you see, he walked all the way to the other side of the car, bro, before he let off. I think it was, like I said, the point of no return. Like, hey, man, if I don't pop this dude, he's taking off with the kids that are in the car, bro. He didn't want to shoot that guy. And that's what I'm saying. Like, some people, they do have they thing on them, bro, but they're not ready to use it, bro. And I think that video shows that.
I hear people all the time, niggas be having licensed pistol. Hopefully I never have to use this. Hey, bro, hopefully you get a chance to use that motherfucker, because with all that's going on, why would you think? I mean, in a perfect world, yeah, hopefully everything works out and, you know, people are going to hold hands and kick cans in the end and we are the world. But, bro, that's not finna go down. So it's
And
like,
then
you got it to use that motherfucker, bro. Be prepared, man. I'm not saying like try to provoke it or be excited about it or lust and long. No, I'm not saying that. It's fucked up that we gotta, you know, defend ourselves. But bro, when I see what goes on a daily basis to people that have families and get taken away from them, nigga, any type of sympathy or emotion, I don't have none of that for a motherfucker who's trying to wrong me and my family. Nigga, what you get is what you get, nigga. I'm not finna sit here and worry about, oh man, but maybe I could have gave him another chance. Or no, that nigga, I told your ass to stop and you didn't stop. So, you know, that nigga, he that
But
nigga,
John,
huh?
thou shalt not kill, though.
No,
What do you have to say about that?
They changed that. It's not thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder. See, they changed certain words around in the scripture. If you go back to, that's why you gotta look at it when shit was what they call translated, because they keep changing every time it's retranslated. It's originally was thou shalt not murder. See, killing somebody and murdering somebody is two different things. Murdering somebody is wrongfully killing somebody. If somebody is doing
And murder is like premeditated. Oh man, I know John gonna be at the 7-Eleven. I'm gonna wait for that nigga to get to the 7. You know what I mean? Like versus a spontaneous type of thing.
Okay, you could say that, but to me, that's just a premeditated murder. Well, it depends on what the situation is, because that could be a premeditated kill. Because if I've been trying to kill you and you just haven't had the chance to kill me, but now the only chance that you can possibly get me is when I'm going to, you know, to the grocery store or taking my grandma out the hospital, then shit. But I really was actively trying to kill you. I don't look at that like that's a murder. That's like me. I had to get rid of this motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? But technically, by law, that would be a murder. But what I'm saying is like, an actual murder is wrongfully killing somebody. That's what murder is, where you didn't have to do it. Like they never were trying to kill you. That's just like
yes, consider like a not justified or inexcusable.
Thank you. You people know. Let's be real, bro. You know in your heart when you got to do something or when you just wanted to because you out of jealousy. You know, that's just like right now, me, you, and Riggs get into it. I'm like, man, both y'all niggas some bitches, man, and whatever you want to do, you can do it. And then B, you like, man, you know what, man, John, he out of pocket for saying that shit. And Riggs like, hell yeah, I'm finna kill that nigga when I see him. He like, you know what, no, don't kill him, bro. And Riggs like, no, fuck that, man, that nigga, I don't like the way he made me feel. Riggs would be wrongfully murdered because all I did was call you a bitch. I didn't say I was gonna kill you, and I didn't actively show signs that I was actively trying to keep. Now, if I say call y'all some bitches and then y'all look outside y'all window and I'm circling your block, it's like, bro, I think this nigga I think this nigga really serious. This nigga really finna try to do something. And then y'all killed me. Nigga, that's not murder. Now, law is gonna call it that because they like, oh, you should have called the police. You should have. No, fuck all that, bro. I feel like this, bro. Killing somebody and murdering somebody is two different things. You know what I'm saying? It's not wrong to kill, it's wrong to murder. You know what I'm saying? And these dudes is out here murdering, bruh. And you know, you killing somebody wrongfully. You killing them because you
because the whole thou shall not kill, right? Somebody break into your house, they forcibly penetrate your wife, your daughter, and then they come into it, and then thou shall not kill. No, you gonna be lucky if dude just get one bullet. Like bro might get the whole clip and a Nipsey kick. You know what I mean? So it's like the whole thou shall not kill. You know what I mean? Like what are we talking about, right? They'll say thou shall not kill, and then they'll talk about giving somebody the death penalty, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And then some people will be against the death penalty because they say that's playing God, right? But then if somebody tries to break into your house and violently assault you and you blam them, then they're like, you played God. Like, huh? I'm like, well, no, I defended my life.
They didn't play.
What was that? You kind of cut up, John.
I said, so they wasn't playing God when they tried to come steal your shit.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Like some people will use that scripture like to hella kind of confuse and leave people lacking and stuff like that. I've heard people talk about there were no guns in the Bible. I'm like, bro, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Nigga, they still had weapons, bro.
No,
Niggas,
and that's what I'm saying. One of the church dudes tried to tell me how why they were so against guns and stuff like that, and they were like, "Oh, were the guns in Bible?" But like you said, they were still weapons. Like it's like people try to fixate on guns and stuff, but bro, people find other ways to commit. Look, we just showed the chick who had no gun and she ran the dude over with a car.
niggas in the church is saying don't fuck with guns, but they follow. But look, they only have a church because they did a 501c3 clause that's by the government. That means they can't discuss politics and stuff like that, or they won't get funded and shit like that. But the government that's giving y'all the 501c3 clause uses what? Guns. So you're basically saying that we shouldn't have the right to defend ourselves, but the government, who basically stole your land and oppressed your stupid ass, they should be able to have complete power, control, and say so over your life or death situation. You know what I mean? And they decide whether they should use the force of weapons or not. But you can't, because what? You're not. The Most High didn't give you the same five senses that He gave them, and knowing the right between good and evil to make the decision for you and your family on whether your life is in danger or not. Like, nigga, I don't give a fuck what somebody talking about trying to argue with me about using guns and shit like that, especially in church. Nigga, you know how many kids is getting molested in churches and shit like that? You got me fucked up, bro. See,
I wasn't listening, but I do try to like take the arguments because sometimes they do be amusing, but I do like to, put them out so we can take them apart. But Tutney's says, I just want to make sure that me and John are good. Like, I don't think y'all had no beef.
No, I didn't even see. What did he say? He said, me and John are good. What do you mean? What is he talking about? We is good, bro. We straight. I fuck with Tutney's. I don't know what he talking about.
I guess he thought I guess he thought maybe you wasn't feeling his comment or something.
No,
but he said
100 because he had said that he said he ain't never been to jail in his life, but I've been a male my whole life, and if you're giving it up in prison, it's because you wanted to give it up in prison. That's what you've been into. And he basically agreed with what I said. Then I had tagged him and I said 100. Like, yeah, that's 100. I agree. We on the same shit. No.
Okay. Then he says then he says there were slingshots in the Bible though.
Yeah, same shit. Weapons, you feel me? Same shit. There was weapons. Niggas was getting stoned. Niggas was getting beat. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was getting
swords and shit.
Niggas was getting tortured, bro. Niggas getting thorn and all kind of shit. So you feel people been getting annihilated and shit, in battle and shit. But nah, bro. Like I say, the people they be taking the words of the Bible, bro, and they use it to mislead people and to deceive people, bro. And that's why you got to be careful, man. And like I said, if we only looked at what it say right now in these new modern translators, it's gonna say "Thou shalt not kill," but it's actually "Thou shalt not murder." When they say the first murder that was ever committed was what? When Cain killed Abel. Cain killed Abel for no reason, just because he was envious of him, because his dad what he say, because whatever he did was more like adorned by his parents and God or whatever. So he like, man, you know what? I hate him. I'm gonna kill my own brother. And he didn't rose up on him, and just snuck and killed him. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's murder, bro. You didn't have Abel wasn't trying to kill Cain. They weren't even having a fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it was out of jealousy, anger, and basically, because God accepted Abel's offering but rejected Cain's.
Yep. But now, Pete, the confusion of murder and killing is what caused that man in that video you was playing to be hesitant and even protecting his own damn family. He studied like,
correct.
This, bro. What you mean, bro? You got all rights right now. This nigga see you with the gun, and he see you got your family, and he don't give a damn.
Well, he didn't give a damn. So, like I said, that's a dangerous situation. Yeah. You gotta be fearful, not necessarily for your life. I was fearful for those kids. I don't know what that sick dude was gonna do with those kids.
Right, nigga, I would never have my kids in a situation like that to where I would feel like I let them down, even if I took that long to kill dude. Like, bro, you should have instantly. You should have never touched your nigga.
It's like, sorry, kids, I made y'all wait. I should have blamed them. Here, so before we close out, that's going to be the last thing. I covered this dude earlier. His name is Chud the Builder. He's some little incel dude who goes around calling black people niggers and shit like that. Then he says y'all chimp out. So basically he calls black people niggers. He wants people to get mad at him, and he's legally has his firearm. So if you try to attack him, he threatens to shoot black people. And then he's already pepper sprayed a pregnant woman. He's pepper sprayed a pregnant woman, made her water break, and she had a labor induction or induced labor, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna play this one video, and this is what he does. He goes around, he usually picks a certain type of black people. He won't go to the trenches where the YNs are. He goes to these random places and starts.
Chud made somebody water break, nigga.
Yeah, some lady. He pepper sprayed her.
Somebody need to smoke his bitch ass, bro. I'm telling.
And that's what I'm saying. Look, he almost got smoked right here. So I'm gonna play this, and you tell me what was wrong or whatever, and then we gonna shut it down.
Get out of the fucking road. Pull in here. I swear to God. Park. I swear to God. Pull in and park. I swear to God. That's why I died. I swear to God.
You heard him, pull in and park. Now, come on, bro. If we from the hood, bro, those is considered fighting words. He's saying pull in and park. I mean, like, what does that sound like to you?
Pull in and park. You inviting me, nigga, to be like, nigga, pull up. Like, he like, nigga, he ready to get active right now. He like, get out your car. Let's get to it. Like, he about to do something.
All right, so let's see what happens.
I swear to God. You're not swearing to the God I serve. Hey, come to my, welcome to my car again, you bitch.
So this is why I always ask you about the biblical stuff, because he said because the dude said, bro, if you pull up on my car, man, I swear to God, you know how we say that shit, bro, keep running up on me, I swear to God, it's gonna get ugly for him, right? You know how we talk, right? And this dude is talking about, well, you don't swear to any God I serve, and but it's like, okay, so then they want to try to frame as him running around calling black people niggers.
But he
is serving God.
But he said it right there. See that, and I say this all the time. We is not praying to the same God as everybody, bro.
You do be saying that, right?
This LaRussell, everybody's heaven. So you can't be the dude that's saying we're not even to the same God and sent from heaven. Nigga, are you crazy? He got a whole different where he's sent from. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Believe these people when they tell you who they is. This dude.
Yeah, that is true. He kept it real though. Now, and like Tutney says, his God is Satan. So he actually was facts. We're not praying to the same God.
Oh, devil worship. And we supposed to feel sorry for him running around here trying to, and he made some woman water bread and all that. Man, somebody should have smoked his ass, bro. People like that have to be eradicated. They have to. Is eradicated the right word?
Yeah. Eradicated, eliminated. Yep.
Eradicated, completely wiped off. And that's why I say in the end times, man, when the sun come back, bro, it's to take the wicked. They got to leave the earth, bro. They just got to get up out of here because it's shit like this. And they try to say that the blacks and hip hop culture and all us, we are the evil ones and we do all the crime. Who's doing shit like this? Bro, niggas ain't doing no shit like this, bro.
And look at this. There's no rap music playing, bro. So let's play some more of this.
I swear to God. I swear to God. That's why I died. I swear to God. I swear to God. You're not swearing to the God I serve. Hey, come to my, welcome to my car again, you bitch. Welcome to my car again, you bitch. Look at this nigger chipping out. I swear to God, faggot. Look at him chipping. He's still chipping out. I thought so. You about to shoot me? I thought so. Walk up again. You got a gun? Walk up again. Walk up again. Leave me alone, nigga. Walk up again. Pussy. You pussy. Blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy.
Did you hear him? He said, leave me alone, nigger. But this dude is running around provoking him. And then he said, remember he started off saying, pull into this parking lot. Then dude was like, bro, if you walk up on my car, I swear to God. Then he said, what are you going to do? Shoot me? Then he started calling him a nigger. Then he started saying he's going to blow his fucking brains out.
all these threats and shit, bro. But then when the white dude gets smoked, then it's man, we use
They gonna talk about black culture and fatherless homes and rap music.
Hey, I just seen Adam 22 talking about. I send you the clip where he talking about, man, people don't even use the N-word like that no more, and like we just overdoing it. Talking about he like, what are you talking about? Most Mexican people not racist, and nobody even uses the N-word. It's not a big deal anymore, bro.
And now they got 6ix9ine talking about blacks are racist towards Latinos because blacks could snitch, and then why y'all mad at Mexicans for snitching and all sorts of shit. Then he start bringing up some shit. What about black on black crime? The same talking points.
Mexican crime. But look. I was so disappointed in Big Bank for not, bro. He had so much he could have said to convey.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. We can't be looking to goofy niggas like that. Them niggas say cheese. Them niggas are all the same. Y'all niggas just trying to look for viral content, but y'all can't really stand on business. It's like, bro, you kind of let that nigga kind of mark you out, bruh.
6ix9ine paid him to do that interview, so that's why. Because he was at 6ix9ine house. He wasn't at his studio like how he normally do. 6ix9ine paid him. He went over there, and 6ix9ine knew, like, okay, well, you gonna come to my shit, so I can control the narrative and shit. I got a whole little shit I'm gonna pull up.
That's a form of buck breaking, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
The money and went over there and did it, bro, and let that nigga make you look stupid. This nigga,
yeah.
These niggas,
and now that's what everybody talking about, nigga. I seen. Nigga, even some black people was like, man, they saying 6ix9ine cooked big facts with facts.
He didn't, but he did, because
that's what I'm saying. He didn't, but he did.
Yeah, he didn't, but he did though, because bro, you ain't got. I could have easily debunked.
I would have destroyed it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm like, you want to bring up Nipsey? You want to bring up, what does that have to do with you joining a black gang? What does that have to do with Mexican gangs killing Mexican gangs? What does that do with white?
Nothing. But it derails the conversation, and then you do have some black people. What about black on black crime? Did he talk about brown on brown crime? Did he talk about Mexican on Mexican crime?
No.
I'll pull it up right now. In Mexico, you can't find one story of a black gangbanger chopping off the head of a mayor.
Whoa, wait, B-Eazy. What about, in 6ix9ine's paperwork, he paid somebody like $30K to go shoot at Chief Keef. What about you paying a black person to go shoot at a black person?
I forgot he did do that.
Yeah, see?
With that whole little baby mama fiasco and all the stuff, yep.
Oh, you paid a black person to go shoot at a black person, though. That's not who killed Nipsey, who killed Pop Smoke, who killed. What about what you did? It doesn't matter who killed Nipsey Hussle and Pop Smoke.
And think about this too, right? When they say like, okay, the Mexicans gotta flee for gangs and all this stuff like that, right? It's Mexicans killing other Mexicans, right? So should I be able to call them a bunch of slurs because y'all killing each other, right? It will sound stupid as hell, but it's supposed to.
They say that about us, like, oh, well, y'all can't stand together, so why are you worried about me saying nigga? What, bro?
That don't even make it. Yeah, it don't even make any sense, right? You know what I mean? Y'all over here gang banging against each other, so that's why I called you a wetback, because y'all gangs is warring against each other. It sounds stupid, but then somehow he cooks if he says it about black people. This shit don't make no sense, bro. And did you know out of the top 10 most violent countries in the entire world, 7 out of the top 10 are in Latin America? The top 2 or 3 are in Mexico.
Do you know that I found out 123 nations voted for reparations and only 3 nations voted against it?
Yeah, the U.S., Israel, and Argentina.
It's plagues in judgment coming to the three nations that voted against that shit, bro. It's for sure. It's coming. It's reading, bro. It's gonna go down. But we that's a whole. We ain't gonna get into that right now.
Okay, yeah. So let me just finish this video so we can get up out of here. Hold up.
Pull in here. I swear to God. I swear to God.
didn't park.
I swear to God.
That's what I thought.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
You're not swearing to the God I serve.
Hey, come to my, hey, welcome to my car again, you bitch. Welcome to my car again, you bitch.
Look at this nigger chipping out.
I swear to God, faggot.
Look at him chipping. He's still chipping out.
I thought so.
You about to shoot me?
I thought so. Walk up again.
You got a gun?
Walk up again. Walk up again.
Leave me alone,
Walk
nigger.
up again. Pussy. You pussy.
I'll blow your fucking brains out right here, buddy. Keep threatening me. Keep threatening me.
Pussy. Shut up. You bitch ass motherfucker. Walk up. I thought so. I thought so.
Nigger. Look at the green light. He's stopping traffic. I'm about to blow his brains out. He pulls back around here. I'm about to blow his fucking brains out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pull back around here again. I don't know if he's about to drive by me. He said he's got a gun. I'm about to fucking up the shit.
Is that mustache real?
Forget the mustache. Did you not hear what he just said? Let me rewind that.
Pull back around here again. I don't know if he's about to drive by me. He said he's got a gun. I'm about to fucking up the shit.
Huh? That's some foundational Black American slang. We gon' up the blick, up the pole, up the stick.
Oh, yeah, for
You
sure.
hate us, but they're using our slang. Just like many of these Latinos hate us, but y'all can't stop saying nigga. What white person have you known talk about, man, I'm gonna up it. I'm gonna up it, bucko. They don't say shit like that. He hates us, calls us niggers, but still is using our slang. Let me play that one more again. It didn't even sound natural. I'm about to up it. Listen to this shit, bro.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Pull back around here again. I don't know if he's about to drive by me. He said he's got a gun. I'm about to fucking up the shit.
Bro, when have you ever heard somebody that looked like him talk like that, bro?
And that's why I said, is that mustache even real? I think this dude is somebody is paying.
Hey, well, you know what? Shout out to Frank Nitti. I think Frank Nitti said that the dude gets paid for this. They said he's an agent because look, bro, think about this. I told you he pepper sprayed a woman who was pregnant and caused her water to break. Why is he not arrested?
It must be fake, bro. He must be rage baiting people just to start up race wars or some shit.
Even Waka Flocka spoke on this. Waka Flocka said he think bro is trying to start a race war or something like that.
He trying to do, bro, and they try to. You know what I noticed, bro? They always put little stuff, viral shit like this to try to get reactions out of us to make us go do something because we're naturally so peaceful. We don't be doing shit to people. So they like, well, damn, if they don't start doing shit, it's harder for us to really just wreak the havoc that we want to because they're really just in a state where they're minding their own fucking business and shit. So we need them to, just like when it be peace between the Bloods and Crips and you'll see the police go tag up the opposite neighborhood and this shit just to start up another war to crack it back off. It's like what he's doing. He's trying to get people arguing over racism and all this shit, bro. Think about it. If he really pepper sprayed a woman and caused her to water break and all this, that what charges would have been, ain't no way, bro. Where's that lady at? I believe this shit is a paid propaganda, CIA, COINTELPRO type shit, bro. His mustache look fake. He coincidentally knows where and where not to be doing this shit at. That, come on now. If he really wants smoke, he know where to go find it at, bro. He's trying to go
And
find
everybody keeps saying that. Bro, he's in Tennessee, but he lives in some like W town like called Clarksville or something like that. They love to talk about Memphis. Bro, there's plenty of YNs out there active.
Right.
They were looking for Chud. They was like, where is Chud at? He doesn't go it, bro. Can't find him.
Don't exist. That name was made up and given to him this year when they made his little fucking YouTube and internet profile. I guarantee you he's fake, bro. Ain't no way he just pop up on. Think about it. The type of hatred that he's acting like he has, that didn't just develop. You would have. You would have to been like that, like high school and all kind of shit. You wouldn't even made it this far without getting your face broke. So ain't no way. You know what I'm
Look
saying?
at this, John. Where is Chud?
Man, free Z9, man, free Z7, man. Y'all know what's going on, man. Free holiday, man. Free fun, free dude, man. Y'all know what's going on. What the fuck you saying? I don't even fight. You feel me? What is you saying? Act right now. Act right. Act like folk now. Act like folk. Act like folk now. Act like folk now. We got one at the top. You see him on the top? Tell him shot. Go with your move. Go with your move. Go with your move. Yeah.
Why Chud ain't running up on these niggas?
Because he want to go to where it's people and going to college and people working their job, people that have no reason to want to.
Oh, you didn't see the beginning of the show. I forgot.
Huh?
Bro has a GoFundMe.
Chud?
I'm about to pull it up. He has a GoFundMe for 100K because he said because he been calling black people niggers, he got fired from his job and now he can't feed his family. And bro, he's already halfway there. He's at like 53K.
Well, we might need to cosplay, pull a Druski and get some white face and do the same shit and see if we get 100K off saying we lost our job for saying nigger shit. Because this dude, I do not believe for one bit that this is a real I think this dude is a paid this dude is a government this is some type of experiment.
I mean, Frank Nitti said that bro is a paid agent.
I think he is, bro. It just make too much sense. And
look at this, John.
Go ahead.
No, this is his give send go. He has his goal is 100,000. He's saying he lost his job, so help him out. He's already raised 53,000. So he's saying that he was targeted by a BLM activist for sharing jokes and opinions, but he won't tell you that those jokes and opinions, which is calling black people niggers and stuff. Bro, you can call us that, but then your company could fire you. He got fired and now he's over here whining. Look at all this shit. He's talking about he says his innocent 2-year-old son, he said, hearing these threats, my little boy breaks his heart, like just hella little whiny shit, bro.
But you pepper sprayed a pregnant woman. What the fuck? This shit is a cap. This shit is a lie, bro. This shit is all. Ain't no way he feels like this, but he would pepper spray a pregnant woman.
That's what I'm saying. The money is real though.
Yeah,
he gonna make this goal, and that's all he did. It was another chick earlier. She called a little Somalian kid a nigger. She raised damn near $1 million, bro.
Yeah, bro. Come on now, think about it. The racist people always support each other, bro. When Zimmerman went to jail, he got all his bail paid.
Yeah, he got like $1 million.
Whenever the cops kill one of us, they always get their shit paid free.
Yeah,
you know what
free.
I'm saying? Because they're gonna all donate to each other and do all that, and that's why you feel me. When our people do certain shit, nigga, I'm willing to send their ass some shit because it's like we gotta do exactly what they do, bro. You see what I'm saying? Why not? You feel me? That's the only way we gonna empower one another. Because when one of us,
you fight fire with fire, not fire. With some hay.
Niggas won't donate $10 to a nigga that, you know what I'm saying, stopped a police officer, went to jail for stopping the police from beating up on a teenager or something, but they'll pay for a bitch's OnlyFans every month for 10, 20, 15, or however much that shit cost. I don't know. But you niggas will cash out these bitches for nothing. Come on, man. Let's just be real. We got the money. It's just where we're directing it at. We got to change the frequency, bro. We got the money. We be having it. Niggas be spending it. We spend the most. You know what I'm saying? Redirect where we spending the money at, bro. It's just dollars. You feel what I'm saying? And that shit, and it will be better off. But we got to support ourselves like how they support, because other than that, like, nigga, it's an uphill battle. Y'all see they doing this fuck shit. He run around here saying nigger. And then he getting sympathy because he talking about he lost his job. He probably never even had a job. There's no way somebody with a career.
He claimed that he had a business and his business was thriving until and that's what I'm saying, bro. If his business was that he said, look, hold on, let me pull that shit back up. Hold on. He says, He says, with a heavy heart and fighting to protect my family and my business, just 1 year ago, I started a contracting company in Tennessee. I was fired from my previous contracting job after BLM activists targeted me over words. You see how he's mixing this? So he said he was fired from his previous job, but he started a contracting job. So he won't say that his contracting company or business that he started flopped. You see how he's conflating that he was fired from one job, but he started a job over a year. So what it was he was fired for being bigoted. And then he tried to start a company and he was broke and it failed. So then he started doing the whole nigger thing to raise $100K. And he's halfway there, and now he's a victim. He can't feed his family. He's talking about he has a 2-year-old son. Bro, it sounds like you're a deadbeat. You can't fucking afford to take care of your son, that you got to call black people niggers to get people to donate to you. And then he's received death threats and all this other type of shit. Meanwhile, he's over here talking about he's going to blow people's brains out.
This is like a social experiment to see, like, he like, okay, well, shit, the people who really want to, run around saying nigger this and nigger that, but don't have the nuts to do it, maybe I can be their hero and they can live through me. And that way I can just be elected to be their little spokesperson or whatever. And I can empower myself like that, which is, it's kind of smart, because these folks that's racist is so coward that they literally are afraid to really
for a quick hustle, it is smart. Bro already got 50. He already got 53K right now. I think he gonna make the 100K. Now it's disgusting. It ain't nothing Christian or biblical about this, but in terms of a quick hustle, it is smart.
Shit, you talking about Christian shit, that's a big hustle shit. You know what I'm saying? So shit.
Yeah, because you already heard, dude, we don't pray to the same God, but what he wants to try to believe that his God is the righteous one. And like Tutney said, bro, Satan is their God.
For sure. That's who they really worshiping. You know what I mean? They know their time is coming and shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, it in due time, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, all this shit is coming to a head, bro. And that's why I'm so upset. Because think about it. What do they have to be so angry about if they're in control and running everything? Nigga, if we had all the money and all the resources and controlled all the industries like they did, there's no way, even if I didn't like a certain people, would I be running around so concerned with them that I would be there would be no need for me to do that. There has to be, because y'all know something that we don't know, or that all of us don't know, which is that there's an expiration date on your reign. What goes up must come down. There is no, these people are so supreme and smart that they just will reign forever over us. No, it don't work like that.
No, but they show you that they're not so supreme and smart. Like right now, if your son want to play you in a video game, hey, Dad, I want to play you in John Madden. If you know that you're better than your son, would you have to rig the game to beat your son? No. You see what I'm saying? They always talk about how dumb we are, but they keep rigging the shit for us every time. Like, they should be like, hey, John, I'm better than you at clothing. That Gallery of Babylon, that shit is corny. So I'm going to give you the same funding as my company and let the best man win. They don't do that. They deny you funding and then try to be like, why you ain't as good as this? It's like, bro, you gave them $1 million grant.
The same thing they'll do with artists that sign to their fucking labels versus independent artists. They'd be like, well, why you don't got this many views? Like, nigga, I don't have the marketing that these people was having, bro. Look at their budget.
They like, hey, well, LaRussell got it out the mud.
Yeah, it sounds like that till you find out he been signed for over 5 years.
I'm like, bruh, if Russ break him off like 100 bands? If Russ gave me 100 bands, I'll be up right now.
100 band, man, come on, bro.
John, I seen what you did with a few bands, you feel me, let alone 100.
That's what, B, I think about that every day. Like, bro, if I did this with this, man, I know with this I can do this, bro. And there's so many other industries. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to only just fuck with the rap shit, bro. That's just one avenue, bro. You can use that rap shit if you got real funding. Instead of putting that, well, I ain't even gonna break down all the shit you could do, because everybody need to hear that. But bro, it's so much stuff you can invest in, bro, that will for surely in these times, bro, bring you so much cheese that you won't need funding for your music. You can fund yourself, bro. You won't need to sell out to these labels. You can do what Russell proclaimed that he did, which he didn't, talking about he put up all the money, he did all that. If that's the case, why would Russ have to give him 100 bank? Think about it. He's the one that gave you the money so you can even build that shit in your backyard and all that shit, bro. You didn't just make that shit and then have that done. So that just goes to show you this shit.
And then they want to try to frame it as if they can compare it to a nigga that's truly grassroots and truly out the mud. And then it's like, well, so-and-so did it. No, they didn't do it like me, bruh. I didn't get 100 bands. I ain't knocking, bro, for getting the money. Yeah. But stop trying to compare to a nigga that's really all this shit is all me.
You perpetrate
editing, videos, graphics. It's all me, nigga. I don't got no team helping me. This nigga got a team. He got Russ, Jay-Z, and hella niggas helping them. And you trying to compare him to me, somebody that's straight from it. This shit don't make no sense, bro.
For a nigga to have all the help he got and only could sell 30,000 copies, shit, a nigga like me selling 5.
Yeah, that was like, wait, wow.
5,000 copies or 1,000 copies, shit is equal, bruh. It gotta be, because I solely did all this shit off my pure hard work in labor in my genius, bro. It was no other funding or no other shit, bruh. It would have been way easier for me. Like, I'm not knocking it. I wish I had other sources of funding and shit like that. That's cool. But I didn't, bro. And the fact that they be faking it, bro, trying to make it like even Nipsey wasn't, when Nipsey was talking independent shit, but Nipsey wasn't independent, bro. Nipsey was signed with.
Didn't he have a 360?
Yeah, I mean, before he died, he did he had signed it. But I'm saying even before he signed that 360 with Steve LaBelle or whatever the fuck it was with the other record label, he had that first. Then and he had other investors, but it wasn't like it was just only his money. They had a whole little shit put together. You know what I'm saying? Not to take nothing away from Nips, because I'm inspired by Nip, but I'm just saying the industry has a way of trying to give us our heroes with this independent shit, and it be capped. The real independent heroes is the niggas that's really independent, bro. That really had to, however they came up with the money, whether they worked the job, whether they hustled, whether they got, you know, a female believed in them and she gave up her family inheritance, whatever the hell it was, is different from nigga Jay-Z or this company here or you know, this artist gave me $100,000, nigga, to go build, nigga. Like, come on, bro. Like, nigga, 100K, bro, I would have made a boys and girls clubs. Like, it's just you could have did anything, bro. It wasn't even, it was given to you. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, so it's like, come on, bro. We just,
if you would have got one of those other printers, you could have made 100K just off what the printer. Way faster, efficient. So it's like,
come on,
I'm just saying, like, bro, like we really gotta like stop trying to compare cats and act like the situations is apple to oranges. Hey, I tip my hat. I ain't no hater. You know what I mean? I just don't like the whole comparison, like with the views and all this other stuff. It's like, bro, come on, bro.
B, put it like this. Look at what your views is, bro. I was really going through your shit, looking like, damn, this nigga doing this many thousand on this one. He did this many thousand on this one, this many thousand on this one. My nigga, your shit should be way higher in other people's algorithms right now than even what it is, because there's people with more sub, but that's how you know this shit be botted.
Yeah, bro. Some people came over here and told me, like, bro, you know your channel was shadow banned, right? And I didn't even, I mean, I assumed that, but like people had told me that. But yeah, I went and seen some cats, bro. They got like 9,000 subs, 10,000 subs, bro. Don't even be cracking 100 views, bro.
Come on, bro. So what's going on? Like, you tell me, look at LaRussell, look at his views. This shit low. That nigga don't be getting hella views like that. Not that he just signed a Rock Nation deal.
So, now that I think about it, his views lightweight went down now that bro signed to Rock.
Nigga, that's why I tried to tell you he been signed to Rock. But
hey, remember we had that talk and we was just like, man, this really ain't gonna be the one like he think it is, bro.
No, bro. Like, you feel me? Like, the nigga signed, once he admitted that he was signed to him, that's when the shit started declining. He really already was signed to him, and that's how he even got as far as he got. Because people was not feeling his shit like that just naturally as they tried to make it seem. Nobody was playing.
And then once he said he signed with The Rock, he said he wasn't on no radio stations. Then he's like, and then he woke up and he was on like 100 or 300 different radio stations, but it's like, but what did that translate to? Niggas heard you and then they was like, yeah, this ain't it, bruh.
Yeah, that's facts. But you saying that now you're on more radio stations. When I looked it up on my episode, It Gets Deeper, I think episode number 2 or 3, nigga, I looked it up and it shows that Rock Nation is in charge of his marketing, his promotion, all that shit. Nigga, radio play is what? Marketing and promotion. When I looked up also like his tour shit, all they run all that shit. This nigga trying to say he still owns his masters and all that. I asked Google, if an artist owns his masters and royalty and get all his royalties, all that, what is there for a label to gain off signing him? And they basically said that that's cap, nigga. The label gets everything. He's not even gonna get any money back until they recoup what they have given him, whatever that price was. So until they recoup what they've given him, they're gonna get all of that shit. Whether it be you can say you own this, but you're not gonna be getting that, nigga, until they get the money back that they invested in you. And only you know how much that was. So that's why I say it'd be a facade. Nigga, like, yeah, I own my masters, I still this and that. Yeah, it sounds good, bro, but whatever you generate literally has to go back to them, bro. And that's why you got to do these little these little cringe-worthy ass viral moments, bro, saying weird shit. Donald Trump is heaven sent, Epstein, just weird, all this shit. You gotta do shit like this, bro, just to keep your name out there. I'm deleting my social media. Oh, I'm having I'm having a mental breakdown. Oh, I'm
having a rally to support me. Yeah.
Are you
you a cold nigga, John.
Nigga,
hey, but like
Rock Nation, like, nigga, we need the rest of that money, nigga.
Hey, yeah.
So
we need they need that coin, huh?
Yeah, he trying to figure out the next Anthony, nigga. Then this Lil Wayne, he like, damn, what can I say now? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard to top the Trump and Epstein shit. So
yeah, he can't really top that. He gonna have to go full like Coon. That's the only thing, you know what I mean? But like Timeless says, and even Yuck had told me this, he ain't the only one, but he says the life insurance policies on the artists, they had a life insurance policy on Extension. They had a life insurance policy on Nipsey.
Mm-hmm.
You think there was no life insurance policy on Tupac? You think there was no life insurance policy on Biggie? Now you may not know about it.
But come on, especially Tupac, this nigga done been shot prior on 2 different occasions.
Come on, bro.
Of course we gotta like, nigga, you might die today. Nigga,
no, that's what I'm saying. Now, this stuff is not new. It's just it being put into the public sphere is what's new. Yep. They've always. That's why they push the pull up on your op and pop them, right? Because if you pop that op, they have a life insurance policy. Oh, King Von. They had a life insurance policy on King Von.
Yeah, they did. And you don't think it's weird how his autopsy photo ended up on the fucking, well, it wasn't his autopsy, but the picture of his dead body ended up on Twitter and shit, bro, from the hospital?
Come on now.
How would, and why wasn't the hospital sued for that? You don't think his
Yeah, no, and that's why I said that's a violation. That's a breaking HIPAA laws. But because of who it happened to, then nobody cared. Then this is kind of on that 6ix9ine shit. Well, Vaughn was a thug and Vaughn was a gangster. Nigga, that doesn't have anything to do with his photo being leaked.
Yeah, and wasn't 6ix9ine a thug and a gangster?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. All it, but like I said, these niggas, they're not intellectually formidable and equipped to like debunk these arguments in real time. So either they're incompetent and they're just not smart enough, or they do know and they're complicit with these arguments, which, that's some cooning and buffooning. But yeah, I'm about to shut it down. John, go ahead and give us some closing remarks, and then we're gonna be back on this thing tomorrow. Cause I got some bangers coming up.
Okay. Yeah, man. Dope stream, bro. I can't
let me put you on that Summer Jam screen and make sure to promote what you got going on. But go ahead and take us home.
All right, y'all, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to B-Eazy, that dude. You know what I'm saying, for having me up here. Shout out to my homie Riggs for coming up here. Make sure y'all follow everybody's channels. Hit that like button. Hit that share. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, because we is shadow banned over here, but we bring you the real, authentic, raw, uncut news. You know what I'm saying? No filter. None of that, industry bought off, sellout, censored type of material. We giving you the real. So just to close out, make sure y'all follow me, John Sinatra, John_SIN different at Instagram on Instagram.com. Make sure y'all go to my website, exclusiveelusive.com, starting with the letter X, not EX, but the letter X, exclusiveelusive.com. You feel me? Get the best deals and discounts on the natural herbs and super foods, clothing, etc. But just to give a little quick little breakdown on what I call from the stream. Man, we covered a whole bunch of stuff tonight. You know what I'm saying? BB, from politics to everything, man. It got darker and it got deeper tonight. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all check me out on my John Sinatra page. It Gets Deeper podcast. We going live this week. Man, it's just crazy what's going on right now, bro. Just with the media. Pay attention to the things that they are forcing to be viral in our algorithms, like this Chud dude, like, Donald Trump talking about, all of a sudden, there's war and all this stuff when his name's appearing in these Epstein files. Like, all of a sudden they want to tell you that, there's sicknesses and diseases on
and
both.
they've been releasing some fake UFO stuff too. I'm not saying it's fake, but I'm saying like they're releasing. You get it. Go ahead.
Something about that though too, but that has something to do with what I was telling you about the 123 nations that agree with reparations and the 3 nations that disagree. Has something to do with the UFO thing too. But like I say, we're gonna get into that on another time. But all of these things that's going on is distractions right now. We is in a time. I know they always say history repeats itself and all that, but there has to be a climax in life. There has to be a climax in generations. And I do believe that in our time period, we're going to see a climax and things are going to have to change. I know that back when MySpace first came, we never thought that a Facebook could be big. And when Facebook came, we never thought that an Instagram would take over. When Instagram came, we never thought that YouTube would be as big as it is. I believe that we're going to have to come to a time where the grid is going to have to crash. We're going to have to start from scratch. YouTube and this internet, the way that it is going to have to destruct because it's being used for too much detriment. We using this shit for positivity and to spread intelligence and awareness and things like that. But a lot of these, peoples and agencies, they're using this to control the narratives and the mind frames of the public and rage bait and all this shit. And we got to detach from this web, bro, so that we can get back off the grid, bro, into reality, you know what I'm saying, and really tap in with each other face to face, you know what I mean? Voice and spirit to spirit, the way that shit initially was, like back in the days, bro. Like you would meet up and just chop it up. It wasn't all this, you know what I'm saying, FaceTime and all this shit. Now it is beneficial. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy it to certain degrees, but I'm saying that all of this technology and shit, bro, they're using this shit. AI is out of control. They can take me and B right now. We've talked so much on this internet. They could take our likeness and our voices and shit, and they can make whole videos and make us say shit and do shit that we've never said or done. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. This shit is out of control. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of shit that I believe is going to happen in the near future. And until this shit burn out, you know what I'm saying? We're going to keep, dropping this game, dropping this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like, share, and subscribe. B-Eazy, that dude. John Sinatra, a.k.a. Johnson Different. Thank you for having me up here. And we're gonna get more deeper off into it in these next shows this week, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. And since I already been rocking out for like 5 hours,
I didn't even know you was live this long, bro. I didn't even catch your live until Riggs told me.
Hey, I wasn't even planning because I had a power outage over here in my area yesterday. So when I was streaming, my Wi-Fi kept going out. So that's why I had to cover some of these topics today, and then it just went longer than expected. But yeah, I'm gonna come back tomorrow and hit y'all with another banger. But while I play these final visuals, just drop your links in the chat, John, so that people can have them. And then I'm gonna just play a couple visuals and close out. So you can drop down whenever, because after I play these visuals, I'm gonna just shut it down.
All right, for sure. I'm about to drop my links in the chat, y'all.
Cool. Appreciate you, John. Thanks for stopping by.
For sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy, that dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounce. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. For the zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line of your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like boo-coo. For the cocaine they go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out to Millwall. They flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy that dude. B-Eazy that dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy that dude, yeah they know the name. B-Eazy that dude.
You ain't know. Let's just be easy, ay, ay. Let's just be easy that dude. Be easy. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh, ooh. Be easy, that dude. Yeah. Be easy.
Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. So be easy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude. Be easy, that dude. Boy, stop playing. You know you that dude and been that dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, that dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. Be easy, that dude. He back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.
You love me.